Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The world of Pokemon has always been a strange and wonderful place. Full of beautiful, wondrous, and at times fierce creatures with abilities that people only dream of having. But even this place has a dark side, and a not so well guarded one. Where there is light, there is always darkness, and that is where this story begins. In the small town of Pallet Town, a small group of 10-year-olds were getting ready to begin their new lives as trainers. One such 10-year-old was a boy named Ash Ketchum. In his room now, the boy could only smile as he thought of the opportunities that awaited him tomorrow. Not only was it a start of a chance to become one of the greats, but it was also his best bet of getting out of this Arceus-forsaken place. Ever since Ash could remember, he has felt that the people of Pallet Town were for some reason against him. One no more as Professor Samuel Oak. He hated that old geezer. And he was sure the professor felt the same way about him, and he could only think of one reason. His father. Ash's father was at one time a very famous trainer. His possibly greatest achievement was beating a Pokemon champion, who happened to be Professor Oak's son at that time, and taking his title. But then, what seemed right afterwards, he disappeared without a trace. Ever since then, the old Oak has held a grudge against the missing champion, and of course, his son Ash. Though it doesn't stop the old geezer from flirting with his mom every chance he got. What a pervert. Ash sighed as he packed his traveling bag. Think back about all the ways the professor has tried to hold him back over the years. Anything from refusing to teach him necessary skills because it would be a waste of time, to blaming him for things that he didn't do or even couldn't have done. Seriously, how could I have caused a Nidorino stampede when I had just got there? Ash thought to himself. Of course, whatever the professor did, his bratty grandson did just as much. Poisoned by his granddad's influence, Gary Oak treated him as badly as the professor did. The worst thing he did was when he spread rumors around Pallet Town that Ash was a thief and an idiot, and that he hurt Pokemon for fun. Ash growled in his throat at the sore memory. Then he smirked as he thought of the way he paid Gary back for those rumors, a swift punch in the face hard enough to make him black out. As Ash sat on his bed, there was a knock at the door. He turned his head and smiled as the only person that has stuck by him walked through the door. His mother. She was the only one that saw his smile nowadays. "How's it going, honey? Are you all packed?" she asked as she stepped through the door. Ash smiled at her and nodded. "Just about, Mom, just finishing up," he replied as he went through a mental checklist to make sure he had backed everything. She nodded and sat down next to him. It was then that Ash noticed that she was hiding something behind her back. "What's that?" Delia smiles as she brings out a brown box and sits it on her lap. "This, honey, is something that your father wanted you to have when you started your journey," she says with sad eyes. Ash looks at her surprised, then reaches out for the box and places it on his lap. As she stares at it, Delia continues, "Your father was so proud of you, honey. When he had to leave, it broke his heart to do so," she says as a few tears escape her eyes. Ash merely nods, a little choked up himself at the mention of his father, a man that, although he never truly knew him, he still loved and respected. Ash opens the box and the first thing he sees is a letter. He unfolds it and reads it. "Dear son. I know you probably won't remember me by the time you read this. But please know that I do love both you and your mother so very much, and it is breaking me inside that I have to leave you. There are some very evil and vicious people who are after me, so to protect both of you, I must leave. For how long, I do not know. I understand if you are angry that I wasn't there for you and your mother, but I hope you understand I had no choice. I know you will make a fine Pokemon trainer when you are of age, and I hope that my gifts help you along the way. Please use them to the best of your abilities. With love and a broken heart, Matthew Ketchum." After reading the letter, Ash couldn't help but let a few tears fall. In the back of his mind was always the thought that it was his fault that his father left. Now those fears have been laid to rest. Ash then looked more inside the box and let out a gasp at what was in it. First thing he saw was a complete set of evolution stones. All from the common fire, water, and leaf stone, to the rare dusk and moon stone. He also saw a small round stone that he didn't recognize straight off the bat, which caught him off guard since he did study quite a bit from the books he borrowed from Professor Oak's library. "Mom, what's this one?" he asks as he holds up the stone to her. She looks at it and goes a bit wide-eyed. "I don't know, honey, but it's obviously very valuable if your father wanted you to have it." Ash merely nods and looks in the box more. He smiles as finds some books about various subjects surrounding Pokemon. "These will definitely come in handy," he says to himself. "There's one more thing, honey," she says as she pulls something out of her pocket. Ash is shocked as she recognizes it as a Premier Ball. His mother chuckles at his shocked expression and hands him the ball. "Well, go ahead, honey. Open it," she says with a cheery smile. Ash blinks as he picks up the ball and opens it in front of him. What forms is something that he always wanted and was planning on getting from Oak tomorrow. "A Charmander," he exclaims as he looks at it with glee. But there's something different about it, he notices. While Charmanders are usually an orangish color, this one was bright yellow. Ash blinks. "A shiny Charmander," squeaks out as he looks at Ash, then hops onto one foot and exclaims, "Charmander." Ash can't help but chuckle and picks the Pokemon up, looking him over. "He's perfect." He then looks to his mother. "Mom, how did you?" Delia merely chuckles. "It wasn't easy. But I have a friend who happens to be a breeder and he had this little guy available," she says, then her smile fades. "While I wanted to give you a good present, there's another reason I got him for you." Ash tilts his head. "Why, Mom?" Delia merely sighs. "When I visited the lab a week ago, I overheard the professor talking on the phone to Gary's mother about tomorrow." Ash lets out a growl in his throat, then motions for her to continue. "I heard him say that he wasn't planning on giving you a starter, least not a good one anyway. He was gonna stick you with a Magikarp of all things." Ash couldn't help but let out a feral growl. "Vindictive old man, I swear how he treats me is illegal," he grumbles. "Char?" the little Pokemon asks as he looks up at Ash. Ash merely smiled and pets his head, then turns to his mom. "I'm going to go to bed now, Mom," he says to her, in which she lets out a small gasp. "Oh my, it is getting late, isn't it?" "You go to bed right now, young man," she states, which he merely chuckles and nods to. "Okay. Good night, Mom," he says as he turns out the lights, holding Charmander close as he makes sure his flamed tail wouldn't set the sheets on fire. "Good night, Charmander," he says as he closes his eyes. Char. As Ash woke up the sound of his alarm clock the next morning, he and Charmander both stretched out their bodies in sync. When Ash looked down at him, he couldn't help but chuckle, and petted the fire type's head gently. He then got out of bed and immediately dropped to the floor, doing what had been his morning routine for the past 2 years. First, he did 50 push-ups, then 50 sit-ups, then arm moves, and a bit of light shadow boxing. Charmander watched all of this as curiosity and fascination. Ash then threw on an old t-shirt and a pair of shorts. As he prepares to walk out the door for his daily run, he hears a small voice and the sound of footsteps. "Charmander." Ash looks down behind him and smiles. "You want to come with me?" he asks the yellow lizard. Char. Ash laughs lightly and nods. "Okay, but let me know if you start to lag behind," he says as he heads out, taking a back way that he usually took around town. 1. No one would bother him this way, and now, 2, no one would see Charmander, preventing some not-so-easy questions from being asked. As he ran, Ash thought about what would happen later today at the professor's. Now that he had Charmander, he didn't really need one of Oak's starters. However, he did need a Pokédex and Pokeballs. He also needed his official license. Maybe if he played his cards right, he could get an extra Pokemon from the old man. A Magikarp wouldn't be so bad, considering what it evolved into. They had been running for a good half hour before Ash noticed that Charmander was starting to look tired. So, picking the little lizard up, Ash ran the rest of the way home to get ready for the day. Upon arrival to his house, Ash immediately showered, dressed, first season clothes for now, and ate a light breakfast. Then he was out the door, Charmander's Pokeball well hidden for now under his jacket. By the time he arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory, it was just after 10 o'clock. Ash took a deep breath, climbed up the stairs. He knocked on the door and waited a few moments before it was opened by one of Professor Oak's assistants. The man merely nodded to Ash and let him in. "Down the hall, last door to your left," was all the assistant said before going back to work. Ash merely nodded and headed the way he was told. As Ash approached the room where Oak and the other trainers were, he saw two other kids there, one of them being one of the biggest thorns of his childhood, Gary Oak, grandson of the prestigious Professor Oak. Ash calmed himself before entering, his strong feelings for that kid and his biased grandfather almost making an appearance. The other kid in room was named Bobby, just another kid from town. Professor Oak just stood there, eyes closed as he entered the room. The old man then cracked an eye open and stared at Ash for a moment, then his gaze went to Bobby, and then Gary. Then, as Oak looked at his watch, there was the sound of running steps in the hallway. Then, a young girl made her way in, panting and out of breath. "Sorry I'm late, Professor," she says as she walks in. The old professor just smiled, for the first time since Ash and the others arrived. "That's quite all right, Janine, now that you're here, all, important future trainers are here," he said, putting a slight emphasis on the word important. Ash raised a brow at that, but Gary didn't miss a beat. "You hear that, Ashy boy? Only future trainers with potential are invited here." "I don't even know why you showed up," he said with a smug grin. Ash merely growled in his throat, then as he thought about his new friend under his jacket, he smirked. "You'll be eating your words soon enough, Gary." At that, the professor coughed. "Ash, I would appreciate if you didn't talk to my grandson in such a way," he said in a leveled, just condescending tone. Ash just growled and crossed his arm, looking away from Oak. The professor then nodded. "Now then, as I was saying. Today you will start your journeys as Pokemon trainers. Those of you who have proven yourselves as responsible young adults will receive a starter Pokemon, a Pokédex, and 5 Pokeballs to get you started," he says as his gestures to a table that had the aforementioned Pokeballs on them. Then the girl, Janine, hesitantly raised her hand and pointed out, Professor. There's only 3 Pokeballs and 4 of us." The professor just waved her off. "We'll get to that eventually, but first," he then smiled at her, "but first, why don't you go ahead and pick out your first Pokemon?" The young girl quickly did a turn in attitude and was jumping for joy. "Yay!" she exclaimed as she ran over to the table. Gary, however, was not happy about this. Come on, Gramps. I got here before she did." The professor merely held his hand up to halt Gary's whining. "All in due time, Gary, I assure you," he says as Janine picked her starter, a Bulbasaur. The professor then nodded to Gary, who then smirked towards Ash before stepping forward, picking the Squirtle he always wanted. Then the professor nodded to Bobby, who picked the Charmander that was left. The professor then turned to Ash, who stared right back at him. In truth, Professor didn't really hate Ash, he just deeply resented him. He remembered how his son, Joseph, and Ash's father Matthew, both got their starts in this very lab so many years ago. He also remembered how delighted and proud he was when he found out that his son had become a champion, and then how devastated he was when he found out that he was beaten so quickly and roughly. By Matthew of all people. Now, it seems that history may repeat itself. For, while Gary had a lot of potential, so did Ash, and as much as he hated to admit it, he possibly had more than Gary. That was a scary thought. In a way, Professor Oak was afraid of Ash, afraid of what he would be able to do given the right opportunity. So in his mind, it was best to nip this issue in the bud before it grew anymore. Professor Oak stared down at the Pokeball in his hand, one that contained a Magikarp. Still, the fact that he had to give the boy a Pokemon at all made him groan inwardly. But alas, rules were rules, and he had to be somewhat fair to the boy. Besides, how far can he get with a Magikarp? Mind made up, Professor Oak turned to Ash and the others. "As mentioned before, there are 4 of you and 3 starters," he started. "For the 4th trainer here," he looked at Ash, "I have a starter that I collected from the ranch, one that I feel would be a perfect match for you, young man," he states as he shows Ash the Pokeball and hands it to him. Ash stared at the Pokeball a second, and he couldn't help himself as a somewhat evil-looking smirk broke out across his face. "Let me guess. A Magikarp?" he rhetorically asked, already knowing the answer. Upon hearing his response, the professor grew wide-eyed and took a step back, then furrowed his brows. "How did you know that?" he asked, raising his voice at the still smirking boy. Ash just let out a low chuckle. "Lucky guess," he says, shrugging his shoulders as he goes attaches the ball to his belt. The professor just grumbles a bit and moves on with the rest of the new trainer's ritual. Ash can't help but have a look of satisfaction on his face, partially from the look on the professor's face, but mostly from the knowledge of what his true starter is. He could even ignore the good laugh Gary was having at his expense at getting a Magikarp as a starter. The professor then comes back with a wheeled table full of empty Pokeballs and 4 red Pokédexes. He then proceeds to hand out 1 Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs to each trainer. This Pokédex will have invaluable information for your journey. It will also be your ID and license when on the road and traveling. Do take care of it, for if lost or stolen, it cannot be replaced. Each trainer looked at their Pokédexes to make sure they were working and had the right information. Janine was fawning over hers. Bobby just smiled like a fool. Gary wore the proud, cocky look he always had. Ash just merely nodded and slipped the Pokédex into his back pocket. Unfortunately, he forgot to be more careful, and just for a second, a white Premier Ball could be seen from under his jacket. That half a second was all Gary needed to call him out. "Hey! He has a second Pokeball. Gramps! That's not fair." The other 2 trainers looked at Ash in shock and bewilderment. The professor looked at him with confusion and, perhaps anger. Ash just face-palmed and groaned, mentally kicking himself for being careless. He looked forward as the professor approached him with a stern stare. "Ash, is this true? Do you have a Pokemon already?" he asked, crossing his arms. All the while, the professor was wondering, how could he have gotten a Pokemon? It shouldn't be possible. Ash just sighed and pulled the almost pure white Pokeball out. "It was a gift, from my mother, that's all you need to know," he says, glaring at the professor. The professor looked taken back. Where could Delia had gotten the money for such a thing? The Pokeball itself was worth more than what she was paid in a month, without the Pokemon. Gary on the other hand, just snorted. "Oh really, and what did mommy get you? A Caterpie? Oh. Or maybe a baby Pidgey," he sneered, laughing a bit afterwards. Ash just growled, angry that Gary would make fun of his mother's gift. "It's none of your business, you annoying little brat," he yelled. Oh, how he wanted to pull Charmander out to shut him up, but decided not to, as it would only lead to more questions. Unfortunately, the decision was literally taken out of his hands as the professor grabbed the Pokeball. "Ash, what have I told you about talking to Gary in such a way? Now, as your sponsor, I need to see what's in here to make sure it's safe for a beginner," he said, which is the truth in a way, but he also wanted to see what Delia had managed to get him. In a bright flash of light, the Pokeball was opened, and lo and behold was a shiny yellow Charmander for all to see. The room was dead quiet for a moment before the silence was broken by a single "Char." Then, upon seeing Ash, Charmander rushed over to him and pulled on his jeans. "Charmander Char." Despite the building tension of the situation, Ash couldn't help but smile and bend down to pet the young Pokemon on the head. He then turned to look at the professor again with a cold glare. "I'll have that Pokeball back please." Professor Oak, however, was reluctant to give it back to him as a million thoughts rushed through his mind. How could he have gotten such a Pokemon? So rare. No way Delia could have been able to afford it. Where could it have come from? Is it stolen? That's a possibility. Still the Pokemon seemed very attached to him. Still it is quite young. Very impressionable. As the old professor just stood there, in what appeared to be shock, Ash grew impatient. "Hey! Professor! My Pokeball," he shouted as he went to grab it. At the last second though, Oak snapped himself out of his thought process and yanked the Pokeball away, staring at Ash intensely. "Where did you get this Pokemon, boy?" And tell the truth, he all but yelled. Ash growled and shouted back, I told you I got it from my mom, he said as he stared at the pokeball. As the professor was about to reply, Gary beat him to it, Toro's sheet. There's no way a homemaking woman like your mother could have afforded to get a Pokemon like that for you. The Pokeball alone is worth more than 3 of her so-called Blue Ribbon Gardens. Ash growled and clenched his fist as he looked around the room. Everyone was staring intently at him, as if daring him to make a move or say the wrong thing. 2 of the professor's assistants had also entered the room, wondering what the noise was. Ash took a few deep breaths to steady himself and stated as calm as he could, I told you once, I'll tell you again. My mother got me Charmander. She said she had a friend who was a breeder, and he gave her the Pokemon and the ball. End of story, he said, making sure that they knew intently that that was all they would get out of him. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself, she's home right now, he added, crossing his arms. The professor shook his head, I find your story very hard to believe, Ash, he stated as he stared at the ball. For one, if this Pokemon was yours, you should have told me from the beginning. Second, there's also the fact that you still have Magikarp in your possession. Ash looked like he was ready to strangle the old man, and yelled out, I didn't know if I could trust you. He was cut off by the professor's hand as the old man continued, therefore, until this is all settled and a more suitable and trustworthy trainer is found, I will keeping Charmander with me. That was all Ash needed to hear before something snapped, and he rushed at the professor, knocking him down and grabbing the premier ball from his hand. Ash then turned to see the other 3 trainers and 2 assistants look on in shock, before going to their belts to ready their own Pokemon for battle. Ash looked around, desperate for a way out, then saw that Charmander was still out from his ball. He smirked at the little Pokemon, in which Charmander smirked back, ready for any. Ash pointed and shouted, Charmander, Ember. The yellow Pokemon replied with a widespread ember that made everyone back up from fear of being hit or burned. This made Ash smirk, now, smokescreen, he yelled, hoping Charmander knew that move, which he indeed did as a thick black smog was released from the Pokemon's mouth and quickly filled the room. Everyone covered their mouths as they waited for the smoke to disappear. When it did, the lab was a mess, the professor was still on the floor, and Ash and Charmander were nowhere to be seen. Run. Get home. Leave as soon as possible. These were the thoughts that were running through Ash's head as he ran with Charmander in his arms, the Pokeball containing Magikarp still on his belt. As soon as he saw his house in sights he kicked in the afterburners and sprinted the rest of the way. Upon staggering through the door, Ash was pulled into a strong hug by warm, comfortable arm. Delia looked at her son with worry. She was nervous about what would happen when Ash went to get his starter, and now it appeared she had every right to be. Ash looked up at her with tired-eyed and sighed, sitting down at the kitchen table for a moment, shaking his head. Things didn't go as planned, the young trainer started, Gary saw Charmander's Pokeball somehow and called me out. He tried to say that I had stolen it. Of course, the professor immediately agreed with his precious grandson, and tried to take Charmander away from me, he said, fingers trembling as he clenched his eyes closed, I tried to tell them that you got him for me, but they didn't believe me. Delia merely pulled her son into another hug and held him tightly. While outward she appeared to be calmed and concerned, inside she was seething. How dare that old man accuse her son of stealing a Pokemon? Then try to take her son's Pokemon away. Ash pulled away from her, feeling slightly better. He smiled at her, then frowned as he stood up, I have to go, he says as he heads up to his room to get the rest of his things, I can't stay here, they'll come looking for me eventually. It only took Ash a few minutes to gather his traveling supplies, since they were mostly packed anyway. He came downstairs and looked at his mother, who had a few tears in her eyes. He then hugged her one more time, before saying, I don't know when I'll be back, Mom. Hopefully things will die down and I'll at least be able to visit. Delia nodded, whatever you do, hun, I am so proud of you, she said before giving him another quick hug before seeing him to the door. Ash looked back at his mother one more time before running out the door, trying to be as stealthy as possible to avoid being noticed. Backslash 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 backslash. Back at Professor Oak's lab, it was more or less chaos. There were damaged equipment and burning papers everywhere, thanks to Charmander's Ember attack. The professor was just now lifting himself off the floor with the help of Gary and one of his assistants. That fall had not helped his lumbago. The other new trainers were just looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Their schooling had not helped them for these types of situations. As Professor Oak was helped to a nearby chair, he thought about what had just happened. It seems as though he had good reason to fear the young Ketchum boy. On his first day as a trainer, the boy had done major damage, possibly even psychological, going by the panicked look on poor Janine's face. She looked like she would burst into tears any moment. Gary growled audibly as looked around the room and then to his grandfather, "Gramps. We can't let him get away with this. It's now obvious that he stole that Charmander from somewhere, and he also stole a Pokemon from you if you count that Magikarp." The young Oak exclaimed, and the professor didn't argue. The old man then stood up with some effort, and walked over to a videophone, and pushed a button for the Viridian City Police Department. Chances are, that's where Ash will head first. Backslash 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 backslash. As Ash walked through the forests that surrounded Route 1, making sure to avoid the main path for now, he thought about how his first day as a trainer had been going so far, and sighed, not too flippin' good so far. This is not how anyone would imagine their first day of being an official trainer would go. Usually it's a day of joy and pride. For Ash, he was pretty sure that he would sooner or later be wanted by the police. That's when more thoughts and questions hit him. Would he still be able to do the gyms? Would his license still be valid after what happened at the professor's? Probably not. Then the scariest thought popped up, the most legitimate concern. Where would his Pokemon go after he had his team of 6? After getting 6 Pokemon, the others would go back to the sponsor. That would have to be changed, and pronto. Before he knew it, Ash had come across a small river. He looked at his watch and saw that he had been walking for almost 2 hours. Deciding this would be a good time to rest, he released his shiny Charmander next to him, and Magikarp into the water. Ash smiled at them both, then walked over to Magikarp and kneeled down by the edge of the water. "Hey little guy, I'm your new trainer," he said as he rubbed the top of the Magikarp's head. The fish Pokemon merely stared at him at first, then put on what appeared to be a smile. "Carp carp." Ash then stood back up and said, "We're just gonna take a break for now guys, we'll start training in about an hour." Both Pokemon nodded and Ash went to sit under a nearby tree. As he sat there, he thought of what he would do next. As he thought, he pulled out a packet of vanilla cookies from his backpack as a snack. As he ate a couple, he thought about what to do next. The first thing he would need to do is figure out how much trouble he would be having with law enforcement, and at worst, the League. Then he would have to figure out what to do with his Pokemon after he got more. Than is there a way to override the sponsor and keep them with him? Maybe. Char. Ash was interrupted from his train of thought by a squeak from his starter. When he turned his head towards the Pokemon, Charmander just pointed towards the cookie he had in his hand. Ash couldn't help but chuckle and handed the treat to Charmander. "Char," the little lizard said with glee before chowing down. Ash just smiled and took out another cookie to eat, but was then interrupted again by a random caw of "Spear" coming from the sky. Ash quickly looked up in alarm, and saw a single Spearow approaching him and the group. He and Charmander watched the Spearow closely as it landed in front of them and hopped its way over to them. Ash tilted his head in confusion. He had never heard of a Spearow acting this way before, to just approach a trainer without appearing hostile. The trainer then noticed that Spearow was staring at his hand, specifically the hand with the cookie. Ash merely smirked and held the cookie out to the tiny bird Pokemon. Slowly but surely, the Spearow, which actually looked a bit larger than the average Spearow, made its way over, and eventually pecked the cookie right out of Ash's hand. The trainer smiled as he watched the Pokemon eat. "Is it good?" he asked, to which the Spearow nodded in response, "Spear." Ash laughed lightly, then stood up and looked at his watch before stretching out his limbs. He then turned to Charmander and Magikarp. "Okay guys, let's do a little training to see what you can do and where we need to improve," she said to them, to which his Pokemon responded with a small cheer. Ash then looked down to the Spearow that was watching everything he and his Pokemon did. He knelt down to the tiny bird. "Would you like to join us? I'll get you some more of those cookies." At the mention of those tasty treats he received, the Spearow immediately nodded and pointed to one of his Pokeballs. To Spearow, not only was this an opportunity to eat something better than nuts and berries all day, but it was also the perfect way to get stronger, faster than what he could do on his own. Ash smiled and captured the Spearow without protest. He then released the bird Pokemon from the ball with a smile, proud of his first official capture. He then pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his team. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. The flame on its tail indicates Charmander's life force. If it's healthy, the flame burns brightly. This Charmander is level 12 and knows the moves: Ember, Smokescreen, Growl, Scratch. Magikarp, the fish Pokemon. Magikarp is virtually useless in battle as it can only splash around. As a result, it is considered to be weak. However, it is actually a very hardy Pokemon that can survive in any body of water. This Magikarp is level 10 and knows the moves: Splash. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokemon. Very protective of its territory, it flaps its short wings busily to dart around at high speed. This Spearow is level 15 and knows the moves: Peck, Leer, Fury Attack, Pursuit. Ash blinked at Spearow's move set. For a wild Spearow to know Pursuit isn't unheard of, but it's not common either. He nodded at Charmander's stats, but inwardly groaned at Magikarp's. Obviously it was going to need some work. Then again, that's what training is for. Okay guys, let's get started. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, a certain professor was getting an earful from a very crossed mother. "Professor, how could you? Do you realize you may ended poor Ash's journey before it even began?" Delia yelled as she confronted Professor Oak after learning about what had happened earlier, and that the professor had informed the police. The old Oak merely shrugged. "He got himself into this mess, Delia. I had nothing to do with it," he said. "I saw the boy in possession of at least one stolen Pokemon, 2 if you count the Magikarp he tricked me out of, the..." Delia snorted. "That's a load of Tauros and you know it," she yelled as she stomped closer. "I'll have you know that I did get that Charmander for Ash as a gift. It came from a breeder friend of mine in Johto," she shouted. Oak looked up at her for the first time since she arrived. That comment got him thinking. Was Ash actually telling the truth? Or was Delia possibly covering for him? The old professor merely closed his eyes again and crossed his arms. "I see. And do you have any proof that you indeed did acquire Charmander for your son?" That question caught Delia off guard a bit. Proof? It's not like she had a receipt or anything. Charmander was given to her, not bought. Of course she could always call her friend up, but before she could bring up that point, the professor continued, "And even if Charmander was completely taken out of the equation, the boy still has other active charges against him, such as assaulting me and stealing Magikarp." At that, Delia abruptly cut him off. "A Magikarp that you had already given him as a poor excuse of a starter." The professor only nodded. "Yes, and one that I was going to take away once I saw that he was being dishonest with me." Then, the professor stood up and gave her a stern stare. "As Kanto's regional professor, it is my duty to give out starters to promising new trainers every year. It is also my responsibility to make judgment calls about those trainers. If I feel that a trainer I am sponsoring cannot or will not take care of his Pokemon, for any reason, I reserve the right to revoke that trainer's license and have the Pokemon removed from their person. At that, Professor Oak started to gently push Delia toward the door. And it is just unfortunate for your son, that I have to exercise that responsibility now. He then sighed to calm his nerves, as he hated doing this to a beautiful woman like Delia. He was hoping they could have some kind of relationship, but after this fiasco, it wasn't likely. Now if you have nothing else to talk about, I must bid you good day. Delia merely growled, not unlike her son growled earlier, and stormed out the door. As she got home a few moments later, she sat down in the kitchen, and couldn't help but let the tears flow, the stress of the day and the worry for her son finally showing itself. Oh Ash! My poor baby! Backslash 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 backslash. Ash trained his 3 Pokemon for around 2 hours, in which they all, including Ash, worked on speed, endurance, and power of physical and special attacks. In Ash's case, he worked on throwing better kicks and punches. For Magikarp, it was swimming as fast as he could and darting around the river he was in. The young trainer then called everyone in and gave the tired Pokemon water and poke treats, or in Spearo's case, a piece of vanilla cookie. Ash then nodded in approval, "You all did awesome today." He then looked at his watch and saw that they could still get some more traveling in before dark. "Let's get going while we still have." "There you are," said an enraged, familiar voice. Ash turned to see none other than Gary Oak glaring at him, out of breath, looking like he was about to explode with rage any minute. Ash raised a brow at Gary, then crossed his arms and waited for Gary to continue. Gary then pointed at Ash, "You're going to pay for what you did to Gramps and his lab. And you're going to hand over that Charmander of yours." Gary then adapted a cruel smirk, "Just so you know, Grandpa has already agreed to give it to me after we take care of you." Ash's face adapted a scowl, which his Pokemon, even Magikarp, copied. It was actually pretty intimidating when they did it as a group. "If you think I'm going to let your greedy hands touch my Pokemon, you got another thing coming." Charmander then stepped forward and nodded its head with a char, as if to agree. Gary took a step back from the looks they were giving him, then recovered himself and started smirking again. "Let me show you a real starter Pokemon," he said before pulling out a Pokeball and releasing his water starter, Squirtle. "Squirtle," the little turtle shouted as he was released. Ash then let out a growl. This would be a tough battle. If he used Charmander he would be at a type disadvantage, but... Charmander. The raven-haired trainer looked down at his starter and friend, and smiled. If Charmander believed they could win this, then so did he. "You ready, Charmander?" he asked, even though he didn't need to. Gary just let out a barking laugh. "Man, are you stupid? Don't you know that water beats fire any day? Grandpa was right about you, you're just not cut out to be a trainer." Ash growled even louder at the comment, then took a deep breath and calmed himself. He would not let Gary beat him by getting him riled up. "Lose your cool, you'll lose the battle as they say," he thought to himself. "I hope you don't mind me going first, Gearbear." "Charmander, use Growl," Ash exclaimed, which Charmander immediately responded by growling menacingly at Squirtle. The poor turtle flinched back as his attack stats were decreased. Gary just glared and shouted, "Squirtle, use Water Gun on that pest." His Pokemon nodded and let out a jet of water towards the fire lizard. "Dodge it. And use Growl again," Ash commanded, and just in time as Water Gun just missed Charmander. The little yellow Pokemon then used his Growl attack again, once again lowering Squirtle's attack power level. Gary growled at the miss. Squirtle used Tackle. Charmander, Smoke Screen. As Squirtle dashed forward for the attack, the area was suddenly enveloped in thick, black smoke. This forced Squirtle to stop and look around for his target. As both he and Gary looked for their opponents through the smoke, Ash smirked and looked at Charmander. Since it was his own attack, Charmander could navigate through it better. "Now use Scratch," he commanded. The next sound that was heard was Squirtle's yelp of pain as he was hit by the scratch. Gary growled in response and shouted, "Withdraw." At that command, Squirtle withdrew into his shell, safe from the normal attack. Soon after that, the smoke screen started to lift. Ash then shouted, "Use Ember." At that, Gary once again laughed, "Well, that's a pretty stupid move." Ash just smirked, "You didn't let me finish. Aim for the hole where its head pops out." And, to Gary's shock, Charmander did just that, aiming for the front of Squirtle's shell and firing a mighty Ember attack into the hole where his head would usually be. The result was a slightly cooked and unable to battle Squirtle. Gary, shocked at what had just happened, quickly returned Squirtle and glared at Ash, "This isn't over. You will pay for what you've done." With that, he ran off. Ash just stared at the direction Gary ran off to for a moment, before going over and scooping Charmander up into a hug. "You did awesome, Charmander, that battle is perfect," he said with a proud smile on his face. Charmander merely blushed and rubbed the back of his head, slightly embarrassed but happy that his trainer was so proud of him. Ash then turned to Magikarp and Spearow. "Okay, you guys ready to go?" They both nodded and Ash returned everyone to their Pokeballs. He then packed up his things and headed deeper into the forests towards Viridian City. As Ash gazed upon the skyline of Viridian City, he let out a small sigh of relief. While he enjoyed his time in the forest, training and bonding with his Pokémon, it was still nice to look forward to a nice bed and a warm shower. Of course, first things first. He had to make sure he wasn't a wanted boy. Ash approached the police checkpoint just outside the city, making sure to keep as silent as possible. Once he was close enough to the police station, without being seen, he peeked over at the wanted boards. What he saw made him curse. "Sheet," he said, almost giving himself away. There, in the window of the station, and on the wanted board, among several others, was a poster with his face on it. Ash silently moved closer to get a better look at what it said. Wanted, Pokémon Thief. Name, Ash Ketchum. Wanted for the theft of several Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory. Report any sightings to the PD immediately. Ash just let out a heavy sigh and facepalmed. No doubt that the good professor exaggerated the claims he made to the police. Ash slipped back into the bushes and groaned, "Great, now what am I gonna do?" It was at that moment that Ash heard a very weird sound coming from the forest. From what he could decipher, it sounded like a Pokémon's distress call, but what kind he couldn't tell. Letting his curiosity getting the best of him, Ash followed the call into the forest. With speed and agility that came from a childhood of chasing and playing with Pokémon, Ash swiftly moved through the darkening forest until he came across a clearing. In that clearing, the young trainer saw the origin of the distress call. It was a Nidoran, bruised and bloody, facing off against a very large Nidorinos. The little poison type was panting heavily, clearly out of breath, as he bravely faced off against the two larger Pokémon, who appeared to have confident smirks on their faces. Even though Ash had only been watching for a little while, he couldn't help but be impressed. The little guy had spunk. What other Nidoran would bravely take on two of its evolved form like that? However, he could also see that this was a losing battle, and decided to step in. Charmander, go! Out popped the little yellow fire type. Ash then pointed towards the Nidorino pair. Use Ember full power. Charmander's Ember sent clusters of flames at the evolved poison types, scoring a direct hit and causing them to yelp in pain and turn their attention towards the fire Pokémon and trainer. Without a second thought, both Pokémon charged. Ash just smirked and yelled out, "Use smoke screen." Charmander replied by sending out a thick cloud of black smoke, causing the Nido pair to stop and look around their surroundings. They couldn't even see a foot in front of their faces. The next thing they heard was a call of Ember one more time, before another barrage of fireballs assaulted them, lowering their HP even more. Ash then nodded to Charmander, who nodded in return. Even though he knew the risk, he couldn't help but show off a bit. Let's show these guys your newest move, Iron Tail. Now Ash was no fool. He knew there was a chance that one or both of these Nidorinos would have the Poison Point ability, but he was also counting on the fact that Charmander was using a Steel-type move against them, which was resistant to poison. He watched as Charmander ran forward and was able to deliver a double whammy of a hit to both poison types. Although he did notice that the second hit was not as strong as the first, it still did its job. Both second-stage poison types are wavering on their feet, near fainted. With a final shake of their spiky heads, the Nidorinos let out a fearful screech and ran for their lives, deep into the forest. Nearby, the little male Nidoran watched the battle with great interest and awe. He couldn't believe how strong that Charmander and its trainer was. Suddenly, as the extent of its injuries caught up with him, the Nidoran collapsed onto the ground, nearly fainted and in obvious pain. Ash and Charmander quickly ran over to the small, injured Pokémon. Nidoran was clearly in bad shape, with multiple bruises and wounds littering his body. Ash sighed and reached into his bag, pulling out a super potion to help speed up the healing and lessen the little guy's pain. Of course, a potion could only do so much, and Ash knew that he would have to take Nidoran to a Pokémon Center eventually. However, that brought up a new problem. How would he be able to get the little guy healed without getting arrested? Nurse Joy yawned as she put the last of the Pokeballs in the rejuvenation machine for the night. She had just locked the doors of Viridian's Pokémon Center and was planning on turning in for a good night's rest. That's when she heard a strange noise coming from the triage room. Tilting her head, Joy decided to investigate, thinking that maybe one of the Pokémon got loose from their ball. She opened the door, turned on light, and let out a gasp at what she saw. On the triage table in the middle of the room was a small, severely injured male Nidoran, looking like it was unconscious and in obvious pain. Hovering over him was a boy that looked no older than 10, with bottles and potion jars in his hands. But that wasn't all. She recognized this boy. His face was all over the wanted posters. This was Ash Ketchum, the thief that ransacked Professor Oak's laboratory and ran off with stolen Pokémon. Before she could gasp and scream out, a hand was planted over her mouth as Ash moved and circled behind her. He held her hands in place behind her back with one of his, then whispered, "Please don't scream." He breathed as if he was out of breath, "I'm not a criminal, and I need your help." See that Nidoran on the table, Nurse quickly nodded her head, automatically assuming the worst. Had Ash done this? Was he really that much of a monster? Ash sighed, apparently reading her thoughts, "I didn't do this, I found him like that. What I need you to do, heal him." He then turned her around, hands still over her mouth, and made her look into his deep brown eyes. "Please," he said in a pleading tone, eyes looking most sincere. Nurse Joy looked into those eyes and blinked, then slowly nodded. She was now wondering if everything she had heard about the boy was true. It seemed as though he truly cared about Pokémon. Ash removed his hand from over her mouth and released her. He watched as the nurse immediately started to work on poor Nidoran, who was now fading in and out of consciousness. She then turned to Ash and asked, "If it wasn't you, how did this happen?" Ash let out a heavy sigh as he sat down in a nearby chair. "Like I said, I found him. Apparently the little guy had gotten into a fight with a couple of Nidorinos," he said as he rubbed his brow. "They were beating him up pretty badly, so I stepped in before they could finish the job." The nurse nodded as she checked the poison Pokémon's wounds. Going by the scratches and superficial stab wounds she saw, possibly caused by claws and horns, the boy's story checked out. She continued to work on Nidoran while Ash watched from the other side of the room. Backslash dash 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 backslash. After about an hour of treatment, Nidoran was finally in stable condition and resting. Nurse Joy wiped her brow clean and smiled. I think he'll be fine as long as he gets the rest he needs, she said, then frowned as she turned to Ash. But what am I going to do about you? While I'm certain you're not as bad as they say, you're still wanted by the police. You can't really stay here. Before Ash could reply, a large crash sound came from the front of the Pokemon Center. Curious and worried, both Ash and Nurse Joy ran towards the front desk. Upon arriving, all they saw was a large cloud of smoke. After a small coughing fit, Ash called out, "Who's there? Who did this?" The only sound he got in reply was a fit of cocky, dramatic laughter. As the cloud lifted, 5 figures could be seen, a man with jaw-length blue hair, a woman with long, oddly shaped red hair, and 3 Pokemon, a Meowth, an Ekans, and a Coughing. Suddenly they started to recite a strange poem, and, for the sake of my own sanity, I will not be typing the motto out. Ash blinked a couple times after they were finished, before a large smile broke out on his face. Before the group, who announced themselves as Team Rocket, knew it, Ash was on the floor laughing to the point of tears. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed in between laughs. "That's gotta be the most ridiculous thing I ever heard." Team Rocket of course looked sad as Ash continued to laugh on the ground. "Why, you little..." Jessie exclaimed as a vein pulsed on her forehead, anime style, "I'll have you know that we are a part of a very well-known and feared organization, and we're here to take all of the rare and valuable Pokemon here at this quaint little center," she sneered. At that point, Joy stepped forward. "You're wasting your time. There are only sick and injured Pokemon here." Jessie just laughed and waved her off. "Oh, I'm sure we can find some gems amongst all the junk." By that point, Ash had sobered up enough to stop laughing and stood, seeing that these guys were actually serious. "If you want the Pokemon in this center, you're gonna have to get past me," he said with an intimidating-looking glare. Nurse Joy was, once again, shocked by the boy's actions. Was he truly going to help save the Pokemon from these criminals? Or was he just protecting his own investment? She thought back to how he acting with Nidoran and decided to wait and see. Ash then turned to her and said, "Go help the Pokemon escape. I'll handle these clowns." The nurse blinked, then nodded and headed to the back where the Pokeballs were kept. Ash then turned back to the Rockets and removed 2 Pokeballs from his belt, swiftly releasing Charmander and Spearow. He then began to analyze the situation. It was a 2 versus 2, or 3 if that Meowth fought, situation. 2 poison types and a normal type versus a fire and flying type. Ash knew he was at a slight disadvantage here, but with a little strategy he may come out on top, or at least buy enough time for Joy to save the Pokemon somehow. In a flash, Team Rocket attacked. Coughing used Smoke Screen. Ekans used Bite. Ash retaliated. Spearow used Leer on Coughing to stop its attack, then use Fury attack. Charmander used Ember on Ekans and follow up with Scratch. All 4 Pokemon went into action, with Spearow using its superior speed to get the upper hand on the much slower Coughing, paralyzing it with Leer then attacking with its signature Fury. Ekans closed in on Charmander and swooped in to bite its midsection, only for Charmander to shoot an array of fire pellets right into the snake Pokemon's mouth, making it hack and cough in pain. Charmander then followed up by giving Ekans a scratch to the face, making it yelp in pain. Both Rocket Pokemon, though still conscious, took a considerable amount of damage. Jessie and James growled in unison. How were they getting beaten by this little upstart brat? They then noticed, being a bit slow, that Charmander was a different color from the norm. They both smirked evilly, their confidence somehow renewed. "After we're through with you, boy, your Charmander will be ours." Ash just sent her a menacing glare, causing the female Rocket to inwardly flinch. Ash then commanded in a deadly calm voice, "Charmander, Iron Tail, Spearow, use your new move, Aerial Ace." At their trainer's command, both Pokemon charged. Team Rocket decided to act before they got wrecked. James yelled out, "Coughing used Tackle Quick." He was quickly followed by Jessie. Ekans used Dig. Unfortunately for them, the attacks failed, as Coughing was smacked with Iron Tail as he attempted his tackle, and Eakins was hit mid-air into its jump by a devastating aerial ace attack. Both poison types immediately fainted as they skid back to their trainers. Jessie and James looked shocked as they returned their fainted Pokemon. Jessie then grabbed Meowth by the scruff. "What are you waiting for? You're a Pokemon. Go." With that, she threw the screaming Pokemon forward. Poor Meowth fell flat on his face in front of Ash as his Pokemon. After a moment the Cat Scratch Pokemon stood up on two legs and, to Ash's mild surprise, 'cause he wasn't really paying attention during the motto, started to speak. "Listen here Tup, wie sie talking dies Pokemon and dears nothing yous can do about it. Taste my fury swipes." It yelled as it charged forward at a moderate pace at best. As Ash watched Meowth come towards them, he gave a small shake of his head. Its charge was slow and clumsy, and its claws, even when powered up with fury swipes, didn't look that sharp. The attack was, in one word, pathetic. Ash just sighed boredly and said, "Charmander, block that attack, then Scratch, Spearow, end this with pursuit." Charmander, looking just as bored as its trainer, casually blocked the attack with one claw, then smirked and scratched Meowth in the face with the other. Meowth, being the coward he is, tried to run, only to be hit by a devastating pursuit. This sent Meowth flinging into Jessie and James, who were then flung through the glass doors of the Pokemon Center and outside. Coincidentally, they were flung right in front of an Officer Jenny who was called to check out a commotion at the center. The Rocket Trio gazed up at her fearfully as she glared down at them with a pair of HNDCFFs. Meanwhile, in the Pokemon Center, Ash immediately ran towards the back where Nurse Joy was to tell her what happened. He found Nurse Joy on the phone with another Nurse Joy, and decided to stay out of sight for now, so his face wouldn't be seen over the phone. He quietly listened in on the conversation. The Viridian Joy looked nervous. "It's quieted down now out there," she says, her voice quivering. The Joy on the phone looked worried as well. "Are you sure that boy will be okay on his own?" she asked, then got closer to the screen. "Are you sure you can even trust him?" Viridian Joy just looked down. "I'm not sure. He seems like he genuinely loves Pokemon, and he was very worried about the Nidoran he brought in." Of course, at this point, Ash knew they were talking about him. As he continued to listen, he started thinking of an exit strategy in case things got hairy. Phone Joy shook her head. "It doesn't change the fact that he's a criminal, and wanted by the police for stealing Pokemon." Viridian Joy shook her head. "Still, there's just something not right about all this," she said, clearly contemplating. Phone Joy sighed. "Just let the police handle this." Viridian Joy just nodded and hung up the phone. It was only then that Ash came from around the corner, trying to calm his nerves. "I took care of those crooks, Nurse Joy. They shouldn't be bothering you anymore." His voice snapped Joy out of her thoughts. She turned towards him and gave him a quick nod and a small smile. "Thank you very much, Ash. You've been a great help to me and the center." Ash just slowly nodded. "But now what?" he asked, then frowned. "You're still not gonna turn me in, are you?" he croaked out, his voice full of nerves. Nurse Joy looked down in thought. Her response was interrupted by a small Nido. Both Ash and Joy turned towards the table where Nidoran was still resting since Joy didn't have a Pokeball for him. Nurse Joy walked over to Nidoran and smiled as she gently petted him and checked his vital signs. She then turned to Ash. "Tell you what," she started, "I want to see how this Nidoran reacts to you." Ash tilts his head, and gestures for her to explain. She then continues, "Depending on how Nidoran reacts to you is how I'll know the truth. If he reacts fearfully towards you, I will call the police, as it proves you're the one who hurt him. However, if Nidoran reacts positively to you, then that will prove that you are indeed his savior as you described." Ash furrows his brow. "And you won't call Jenny?" Joy nods in agreement. "I've seen how you care for Pokemon, yours as well as wild ones. Anyone who would show that much care would never lay a negative hand on a Pokemon." Ash thinks a moment about her words, then nods and approaches Nidoran's table. The small poison type stares up at him for a moment. Before hopping a few steps over to him and nuzzling his arm. Ash couldn't help but smile and patted the male on the head, being careful of the spikes. "I see you remember me," he whispered to the Pokemon, who nodded in response. Nurse Joy looked on at the scene with a smile, nodding as her mind was made up. "That's all I needed to see," she said with a smile. "As far as I'm concerned, you and Nidoran are free to go." Ash smiled and nodded to the nurse in thanks and relief. For a moment there he thought he was going to have to make another escape, which would have been a lot harder in a city this big. The trainer then bent down to look Nidoran in the eye. "What do you say, Nidoran? Want to join my team?" he asked with a small amount of excitement laced in his voice. The little male quickly responded with a rapid nod, "Neato neato." Ash laughed and tapped a pokeball to Nidoran's forehead, watching as he was sked in with a red light. The trainer then took out his Pokédex and scanned Nidoran's moves. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokemon. Its large ears are flapped like wings when it's listening to distant sounds. It extends toxic barbs when angered. This Nidoran is male. It is level 13 and knows the moves: Leer, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting. Ash nodded in satisfaction. He was sure that Nidoran would make a great addition to his team and family. Ash then put both the Dex and Pokeball away, and turned to Nurse Joy, bowing to her. "Thank you for everything, Nurse Joy, and sorry if I gave you a heart attack when I first came here," he said, scratching the back of his head. The nurse only giggled and nodded. "It's okay. In your situation I can understand." She could only imagine the kind of trouble the boy would have in the future with getting Pokemon healed. Then, as a thought hit her, she snapped her fingers. "Oh. One moment, let me get you something to help you out." Ash only tilted his head as she disappeared into another room, only to come out a few minutes later with a box and a few books. As she presented them to him, she explained, "These books will help you learn medical and medicinal skills to help you heal your Pokemon as well as yourself when needed." She then gestured to the box, "And these are some herbs and berries that will hopefully help you on your way. I even threw in a couple potions for good measure," she says with a bright smile. Ash was left nearly speechless. What she just gave him would be an invaluable tool for his journey. He gave her a smile just as bright. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. I don't know what to say." The nurse just placed a hand on his shoulder. "Just promise me you'll try to keep yourself and your Pokemon safe." With that, Ash nodded and said, "I'll try my best," then packed away his new items and quickly and silently left the Pokemon Center through the service entrance in the back. With a little bit of stealth, shadows, alleyways, and a lot of help from Spearow the cop spotter, Ash was able to make it out of the city and into the Viridian Forest. As Ash wearily walked through the Viridian Forest, his eyes peeled for any of the local Beedrill. His mind would at times wander to how his journey was going so far. In a word, interesting. Let's see. Ash thought to himself, accused by an old fart of stealing Pokemon, got a warrant on my head, befriended a Spearow, beat Gary's but in a battle. Ash stopped to chuckle at that one, then I saved a Nidoran and a Pokemon Center in one night. Ash sighed as he snapped himself out of his thoughts to focus on the road ahead and his surroundings. The last thing he wanted was to run into a Beedrill colony and get stung 100 times. The cautious boy shivered at the thought. As the trainer continued his walk, he saw some mildly interesting Pokemon. A Caterpie here, a Pidgey there. Even a Pidgeotto. However, none of these Pokemon really interested him. "I already have a flying normal type. And I don't think a flimsy little Butterfree would suit me." He then heard a rustle of bushes to his left. Ash quickly turned his head, only to be met with the tip of a katana in his face. What the F? Ash cut himself off as his eye went towards the wielder of the sword. It was a boy, about his age, wearing what appeared to be old leather samurai armor, with a helmet to match. Ash glared at the boy and shouted, "Hey, what's the big idea? You could seriously hurt someone with that thing." The boy merely stared up at him through his helmet and said in a deadly calm voice, "Are you by chance, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town?" That put Ash more on edge. The only way this clown or anyone would know his name is if they saw the wanted posters. The nervous trainer started. No. No, of course not. Why, you got the wrong guy, he said, waving his arms in a surrendering pose as an anime sweat drop trailed down his face. The samurai boy just stood there a moment before sheathing his sword. Alas. My search continues, he said before calmly walking past Ash as if nothing ever happened. Ash blinked a couple times with wide eyes and thought, he bought it. I can't believe he bought that. That guy must be dumber than he looks. The rogue trainer inwardly snickered to himself, until he heard a wait. With that, Ash froze and turned around only to see a pointed finger in his face and a set-off samurai. Do not play me for a fool. You are the boy from Pallet. The wanted criminal that Professor Oak has offered a bounty for. Ash blinked at the news. Oak actually put a bounty on his head. When, and how much? He then to the samurai and smirked, then crossed his arms. Took you long enough. Oh, and I didn't have to play you for a fool. You did that to your mad self. Ash said with a small snicker. The samurai growled and pulled a pokeball from somewhere and yelled, we will see who is the fool. After I defeat and shame you, I will drag your thieving behind back to Pallet Town and collect the bounty. With that, the samurai wannabe released 3 Pokemon, a Metapod, a Pinsir, and surprisingly, a Scyther. As Ash released his Pokemon, he observed his opponent's bug types. They all looked tired, malnourished, and that Scyther looked a little bruised up. Ash narrowed his eyes in slight disgust. Obviously this guy didn't know how to take care of Pokemon. Charmander, Spearow, and Nidoran all appeared before him, ready and waiting for the first command. Samurai looked at his Pokemon and laughed. Common rubbish, perfect Pokemon for a novice like yourself. This made all 3 Pokemon growl menacingly, wanting nothing more than to kick this idiot's butt. Ash just stayed calm and smirked to himself. This guy had no idea how big of a mistake he's just made. Now. The samurai shouted, attack. All of you. With fervor. At his command, all 3 Pokemon attacked, but their movements were slow and clunky, a sign of how much fatigue they had and how badly they were being trained. Ash just shook his head and said, tell you what guys, handle this however you want to, this should be easy. And the Pokemon did just that. Nidoran used a focus energy and poison sting to hurt and poison Metapod, then finished it off with an enhanced double kick to its face area. Meanwhile, Spearow lazily circled around Pinsir, as the bug type had no long-range move to counter it. Then the tiny bird swooped in with a devastating aerial ace and then followed up with a battle-ending pursuit. Charmander had a little bit more trouble. Despite looking tired, beaten, and now burned, then Scyther refused to accept defeat. Ash was mildly impressed with its spunk and tenacity. Finally though, the poor Mantis Pokemon could take no more and slumped to the ground defeated. Samurai couldn't believe it. He lost. And so easily too. He growled deeply into his throat before letting out a yell of frustration at his Pokemon. You useless worms. How could you lose to a thief like this guy? Ash winced at the volume the boy was using. He was about to tell him to knock it off, until he saw the fake armored boy kick each of his Pokemon in a fit of rage. This made Ash see red. He walked over and swiftly punched the boy in the face, causing him to fall on his back and lose his helmet, along with 3 Pokeballs. As the nameless boy looked up, he visibly gulped at the sight of Ash's enraged face. Ash then said in a deadly cold voice, and you call me a criminal? I knew there was something wrong with your Pokemon and now I see what. People like you make me sick. With that Ash spat in the boy's face. This caused the false samurai to yell and stand up again, looking just as angry. Ash was about to knock him down again until he heard something, and quickly adapted a look of panic. The raven-haired trainer quickly returned his Pokemon and dove into a nearby bush, out of sight. Samurai didn't know what to make of his prey's behavior, until he heard it too. By then it was too late. The boy was so focused on capturing and getting back at Ash that he forgot to keep an ear open for the local Beedrill, and his earlier shouting didn't help either. With that, Samurai sped off into the forest, with an entire nest worth of Beedrill on his tail. He was so worried about his own safety that he left his Pokemon and Pokeballs behind. Only after the swarm was completely gone did Ash reappear from his hiding place. He double-checked the area before going over to the injured bug types. After doing a quick assessment, Ash saw that no real injury had been done to them, they were just exhausted from the battle and their former trainer's treatment. He quickly released Spearow, Charmander, and Nidoran again from their Pokeballs, and smiled as he saw them. "Spearow, can you find me some oran berries please? And you too, can you get me some water?" he asked, giving Charmander a small container for water. The Pokemon nodded and set off to find what was needed. Ash and his Pokemon spent the next hour taking care of the bug types the best they could. Ash had read a little bit of the medical books Nurse Joy gave him, and the knowledge was already coming in handy. Ash then set up camp so that all the Pokemon, the bug types as well as his own, could properly rest. He also wanted to see if the fake samurai would come back for his Pokemon, which he never did. By morning, all the Pokemon looked a lot better. While the bug types weren't 100% yet, they looked much better than they did yesterday. Ash served everyone a breakfast of Pokemon food mixed with oran berries, eating a few himself. He then packed up the camp and prepared to be on his way. He turned to the bug types and knelt down in front of them, and said, "Look. I don't know if your trainer is coming back to get you, but I do know that he was mistreating you." He sighed and continued, "I'm giving you a choice, you can go back out into the wild, you can go find that pitiful trainer of yours. Or you can come with me," he said, pointing to himself, then holding out the 3 Pokeballs that Samurai left behind. "The choice is yours." Pinsir just grabbed his Pokeball out of Ash's hand and held it. Apparently, he felt the need to go find his trainer, for whatever reason it may be. Either to rejoin him or beat the living crap out of him, the Pinsir then left for the main trainer road. Scyther and Metapod looked at their Pokeballs, before slicing and crushing them respectively. Metapod then bounced into the forest, looking happier than ever. Scyther just stared at Ash, remembering how strong his other Pokemon seemed to be. That's what it wanted, to get stronger, faster, and be near unstoppable. Without much hesitation, Scyther pointed to one of Ash's Pokeballs. Ash smiled and nodded, tapping an empty Pokeball to the bug type's head and watched as he was sucked in without a fight. The trainer stared at the Pokeball for a moment before smiling in satisfaction. He then attached it to his belt and went on his way. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Ash spent about a week in the Viridian Forest, training, avoiding Beedrill, and taking in the beauty of the forest. He also spent some time getting to know his new Pokemon. Once he fully recovered from the abuse of his former trainer, it was found that Scyther was quite the battler, and a lot of moxie and drive. Ash could tell that he wanted to be stronger and was quite impressed. He learned that Scyther was a pretty decent level and knew the moves Fury Cutter, Vacuum Wave, Wing Attack, and False Swipe. Afterwards, the trainer made a very quick stop in Pewter City, only to stock up on supplies. Since he was wanted and now has a bounty on his head, he had to go under disguise. And so, using the samurai helmet he found in the Viridian Forest, he snuck into the city. While it was definitely a weird sight, it was effective as no one recognized his face. Getting out of the city as quickly as he could, Ash headed towards Mount Moon. After a lot thinking, he had a tentative plan. He would head towards Vermilion City, training his Pokemon along the way, and stow away on a ship for some far-off region. Hopefully, he thought, the professor's influence hasn't gotten to the other regions. As he finally arrived at the base of Mount Moon, Ash breathed out a sigh of relief. So far, the trip since Pewter had been relatively uneventful, and he appreciated the peace. Ash looked at the just setting sun, then looked at his watch. He decided that since it was gonna be pitch black inside anyway, he might as well push through. As he approached the mouth of the cave, he heard a strange, high-pitched noise coming from inside. The rogue stopped and listened for a second. It sounded like an entire group of voices at once. Then, before Ash realized it, a large group of Zubat started to make their way out of the cave, flying and spreading out into the orange evening sky. The lone trainer smiled at the sight. In a way it was a beautiful representation of nature. Then, Ash froze up a moment as he felt something land on his back. Slowly turning around, he relaxed greatly when it was another, young-looking Zubat. The little guy seemed to almost stare at him, which was strange since it had no visible eyes. Ash smiled and gently scratched the Zubat behind the ear, earning him a few happy squeaks and a playful nip on the fingers. He then turned his head more and said, "Hey little guy, wanna come with me? Help me out." The little Zubat nodded its head in an affirmative, and both it and Ash walked into the cave. It was just as dark as they say. Ash brought out his flashlight as well as Charmander, using both light sources as his way through the dark cave. After walking for what seemed like hours, both trainer and Pokémon felt as though they were going in circles. It only took Ash a moment to come up with a somewhat weird though hopefully fruitful solution. "Hey Zubat," he asked, "can you use a light supersonic in the cave? Maybe then we'll get a better feel of our surroundings." Zubat nodded and took flight. It then let out a supersonic through the cave, which produced an echo and helped both Charmander and Zubat find a way through. They eventually followed the sounds into an opening big enough to fit a small house. All over the ceiling was different types of rocks and crystals sticking out and giving off light. Ash, Charmander, and even Zubat looked on in awe. "Awesome," Ash said to himself. He then turned to Zubat, "You're an awesome Pokémon, would you like to come with me on my journey?" Zubat nodded lightly again and Ash got out his last remaining Pokeball and caught the little poison type. While he was proud of his capture, it was bittersweet. This meant he had 6 Pokémon on his team. What will he do in the future if there are any other Pokémon he wants to capture? Ash did have time to think about it as he heard a slow clap coming from the shadows of the cave. Out stepped one person he was hoping he wouldn't have to see for a while. Gary Oak. The young Oak just chuckled as he stepped forward into the light of the room, revealing more and more of his form. "Congrats on your pitiful little capture, Ashy boy," he said, place a hand into his pocket, almost as easy as catching an injured cater pie. Ash merely glared at the other boy, until he heard something else coming from the depths of the cave. Laughter. Mocking laughter. It was only then that the rogue trainer noticed that there was other people in the cave. 4 more boys, all with crooked evil smirks, made their way from the shadows. They looked like a regular street biker gang, all wearing some sort black, leather, or ripped clothing. At that moment, Ash quickly realized, this was an ambush. Gary smirked, "You know Ashy boy, we've been waiting a long time for you to come through here," he said as he pulls out what looked like a baseball bat. "I could have easily been in Vermilion City by now. But no, I decided to come here and wait for you." As he was talking, the other member of his little game were pulling out various weapons as well. Among them was a crowbar, a piece of wood, and even brass knuckles. Gary continued, "See, I knew you would be making your way through here eventually. Once you were finished hiding in the forest like the little rat you are, so I had some friends come here so we can meet up and escort you back to me granddad." Ash wasn't really listening, he was just looking for a way out. He could pull the same trick he did back at the lab, and the natural darkness would surely cover for it. As soon as he reached for a Pokeball, all hell broke loose. He was ambushed from behind and took a nasty hit to the arm before he could call a Pokemon out. Poor Ash yelped in pain and quickly moved to the other side of the cave. Another boy tried to deliver a punch to the face, but luckily Ash saw it coming and quickly dodged it. Only then was he able to release Charmander, use smoke screen quick. However, unfortunately at that same time, Gary released his new evolved Wartortle, use water gun on that pest. Ash saw the attack coming and yelled out, "Charmander, look out." It was too late as the poor yellow lizard took the full brunt of the attack, and was blasted into the wall of the cave. Miraculously, he was still able to get up. Charmander, upset by the sneaky attack, growled and let out a yowl before being consumed by a bright light. Everyone in the cave stopped and looked on as Charmander grew, sharpened, and thus evolved into a yellow Charmeleon. The little lizard's rage came out in the form of an attack, a dragon rage attack to be exact. The force was enough to knock out Wartortle in one hit. Unfortunately, it also took up the last of the newly evolved Pokémon's strength, and he fainted as well. Ash quickly recalled Charmeleon, congratulating it on evolving and knocking out Wartortle, before taking off into the caves, using the diversion as a means to escape. He's getting away. Someone finally notices, and all of the gang members, including Gary, stormed off after him. Ash did his best to use the darkness to his advantage as he tried to lose his pursuers in the complex cave system. He then called out Zubat to help him find his way to the other side of the mountain. Turn by turn, tunnel by tunnel they ran. Eventually, Ash and Zubat, both exhausted from having to run all that time, finally came to literally see a light at the end of the tunnel. As Ash exited the cave, he saw that the sun was just fully showing itself from the horizon, showing that it was early morning. Ash breathed out a sigh of relief and took in a deep breath as Zubat chirped happily next to him. The reprieve was short-lived however, as a flamethrower came out of nowhere and nailed Ash right in the back. "Gah!" the poor trainer yelled out as the searing flames ripped through his blue jacket and sent him to the ground and onto his stomach, writhing in pain. Zubat tried to help and turn towards where the attack had come from, only to be met with a thunderbolt attack, which downed it quickly. Ash slowly lifted his head up with his forearms, and looked behind him, only to see all 5 gang members laughing and smirking at him, with a Growlithe and a Raichu next to 2 of the members. Gary then walked forward, "You know. Your little baddie friend helped us as much as he helped you." Growlithe's sensitive ears were able to pick up on his supersonic right away, not to mention your scent. Ash just growled at the boy and pulled his Zubat close to his chest. Gary grinned evilly and bent down, "You know. I don't think Grandpa would mind if you came back a little roughed up. He might even pay me extra." He heard a cough behind him and groaned, "US extra." Then they all formed a circle around the poor, downed boy as he struggled to get up, only to be roughly pushed down again by a booted foot, which caused all the boys to laugh at his expense. When he tried again, he was brutally hit in the back with Gary's bat and smacked in the face with a wooded plank. One large boy then picked him up and punched him in the stomach with the brass knuckles, causing him to cough up blood. The poor beaten slumped back to the ground, landing on one knee, Zubat still clinging to his chest. This quickly changed when he was smacked in the head with the crowbar, causing him to black out and fall completely to the ground. The boys were about to continue their fun when a small silver orb rolled in the middle of the group, next to Ash. The orb suddenly opened up, spewing out a thick, rancid smoke, causing the vicious gang to turn away and cough erratically and harshly. When then smoke finally died down and the boys could breathe again, they looked around and saw one important thing missing. Ash was nowhere to be seen. The only trace of him was the little bit of blood they managed to spill. After a thorough search of the area, and realizing he may have lost his best change to bring Ash in, Gary let out a feral yell for all the surrounding forests to hear. On a bright morning in Pallet Town, the same morning of the attack at Mount Moon, a homely, angry young woman was in Professor Oak's lab. In her hand was a piece of paper with a name, number, and address written on it. She forcefully shoved it towards the professor's face, almost smacking him with it. "Here, Professor," Delia said in her best calm voice, trying to hide the anger she still felt toward the man in front of her. "This is the contact information of my breeder friend, the one that gave me the shiny Charmander that I gave Ash." The professor looked at the piece of paper in disinterest, letting out a yawn as he took it and put it into his coat pocket. It was 8 in the morning after all. He then looked at Delia and raised an eyebrow and asked, anything else? Delia grit her teeth, Professor, please. Call that number. With that information you can clear Ash's name. That's what the mother was the most worried and said about. Because of the man in front of her, a man she used to look up to, her baby was on the run from every cop, trainer, and league official in Kanto. The old oak just shook his head. Even if what you're saying is true, Delia, it would not be enough to clear your boy's name. He then sat up more in his chair. Not only did he steal a Pokemon from me, he continued, ignoring Delia's cry of, you gave it to him. But there are also other reports coming in as well. Professor Oak then grabbed some paper from his desk and showed them to her. These are police reports from Viridian City. Did you know your boy was somehow involved in the attempted robbery there about a week ago? He asked her. Delia looked at the reports, stunned. How was he involved? The report says 3 others were arrested. The professor shrugged. They're still collecting evidence. The Joy there insisted that he tried to help, but when asked about several missing books and potions, her story was muffled. And, if Nurse Joy had told the truth, she would have risked losing her job. Oak then pointed out the second report. This one just came in this morning. Apparently a young trainer was attacked by your little boy and had his Pokemon and family helmet, he stated as the distraught mother read the report. Luckily one Pokemon was able to make it back to him, but the poor boy stated that the stolen helmet was a family heirloom that cannot be replaced, and same goes for the Pokemon that were stolen. Delia looked over the report in disbelief. This can't be right. These have to be lies. There's no way Ash would do this. Not without reason. Delia stood there for a moment, silent. The professor inwardly smirked, hoping that he had either shut up the only voice that went against him, or better, converted her to his side to start something new. His hopes were dashed when Delia finally spoke. I don't believe it. I don't believe a word of it. Ash would never willingly do something like this. And if he is, the only reason he is because you forced him to take this road. With that, the angry and upset mother stormed out. With that, the professor shook his head, then turned to the videophone as a call was coming in. Turning it on, Professor Oak was surprised to see his grandson, looking disheveled and upset. Gary, what happened to you? Gary groaned and spoke. We found Ash. Just outside of Mount Moon like you said. At this, the professor raised an interested eyebrow, and, Gary sighed, we had him cornered. But then some smoke bomb came out of nowhere, and by the time it cleared, he was gone. What? The professor exclaimed out, making Gary wince. What is the matter with you? I give you every chance to catch that boy and you still blow it. By this point, the poor boy was slightly shivering. It wasn't my fault, Gramps. Someone else came into play. Ash was in no condition to run. Me and my boys made sure of that. Who? The professor asked, still angry, but curious. Gary gulped. We don't know. No one saw who or what it was. It could have been a Pokemon. The professor stood up and growled, listen here, you waste of air. I'm trying my best to make sure you succeed where your father didn't. I even near eliminated your strongest rival and biggest roadblock. The least you can do is deliver results. At that point, Gary was just solemnly nodding. The professor then concluded, now don't call back here unless you have some good news, either a new Pokemon, a new badge, or you've captured that pain in the butt. Got it. At that, then professor hung up, rubbing his brow. That boy is just like his father. Backslash dash 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 backslash. The next day, location unknown. Groan. Pain. Ow. These were the first thoughts Ash had as he slowly but surely came to. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a light blue ceiling. As he looked around and his vision started to clear, he saw he was in a small, 50 by 50 room, with a window streaming in light from the outside, a small TV, and a nightstand with a lamp. Where am I? Just as he said that, the door to the left of him opened. Ah, finally awake I see. Ash turned his head toward then voice, a little too quickly as it made him dizzy, and saw an older man, only about a foot taller than he was, standing there. The man looked about to be mid to late 60s, about the same age as Professor Oak. He had short, light gray hair in a lazy bob cut, and big thick round glasses that gleamed in a mysterious light. He was wearing simple gray trousers and a light gray shirt, covered partly with a white lab coat, and he looks kinda like Dr. Stein from Soul Eater, but shorter and more wrinkles. Ash blinked at the man as he sat on the side of the bed, watching as the man walked more into the room. Who are you? The man smiled a big huge smile. My name is Dr. Lawrence Igneous, I am a Pokemon researcher and inventor, he said, introducing himself, then pointed to the boy. And you are Ash Ketchum, Pokemon trainer wanted for several counts of theft, he said, almost excitedly. At that, Ash tensed up, and tried to take a defensive stance, but he then noticed two issues. 1. He didn't have his Pokemon on him. 2. As soon as he stood up he suffered a wicked dizzy spell and was forced to sit back down. It was only then, after putting a hand to his head, that he noticed that his hair was covered in bandages. The doctor just continued to smile, almost creepily. Don't worry. If I wanted to turn you into the police, I wouldn't have bothered saving you from those thugs. Ash then looked up at him, after checking himself out further. Why did you save me then? Igneous moved over to sit on the bed next to him, letting two Pokemon, a strong-looking Blaziken and Lucario, step into the room after him. Before I begin, let me introduce to you the Pokemon that actually saved you, though under my orders. Blaziken, the fire-fighting type starter from Hoenn, and Lucario, the steel-fighting type from Sinnoh, one of the few Pokemon lines that can manipulate aura. Ash looked at the two Pokemon in awe and nodded in respect. Thank you two for saving me. He then did the same to the Dr. You too, Dr. Igneous. The doctor then letting out a barking laugh, causing Ash to jump back slightly. Please. Just call me Doctor. Or Iggy. Or even Larry, ha ha ha. At that, Ash chuckled. This guy was kinda cool, if not a bit creepy. The doctor then sobered up. Now, on to the reason why I saved you. His smile then widened. I have my reason, a few in fact. 1. I do not believe that you are the thief the world believes you are. At that, Ash nodded. Finally, someone beside his mother who didn't believe all the Tauros sheet. Igneous went on. 2. I see a lot of potential in you. With the right training and guidance, you can be one of the greats. And thirdly. At this point his smile was wider. And creepier, causing Ash to back up again. You and I have a common enemy. Ash blinked in confusion for a moment, only for his face to harden as soon as it clicked. Professor Oak. Dr. Igneous nodded grimly. Yes. Professor Samuel Oak. The man then stood up and started to pace around the room. He ruined me, you know. He's the reason that I am here, having to do my research and inventing in isolation. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// information, behavior and patterns. I invented a machine that would revolutionize the world forever. I took all of the knowledge about Pokemon that I had acquired, legally or otherwise, and combined it into one device. I called it the Electronic Pokemon Encyclopedia, or Pokepedia for short. Scene of a Dr. Iggy with black and gray hair holding up something that looked like a mini laptop. I was going to present it at the PokeCon that year. But it was never meant to be. On my way to get it patented, a Dr. Samuel Oak, my rival at the time in Pokemon research, accompanied by 2 Officer Jennies, stopped me. He claimed that I had stolen his idea and his research in order to make my device. Now, like I said, some info I had to borrow from other sources, but not from that old fart. I have done no such thing. What evidence do you have against me? I still remember the smirk that old Coot has on his face. He took out and showed me several pictures and papers of other researchers' testimonies. Now I can tell when a photo has been doctored up, but those stupid cops fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And I also knew that any testimony could be faked given enough money or muscle. After that, things quickly went downhill, ending with my name being dragged through the mud, and practically exiled from the main regions, as well as the professor taking nearly all of my ideas as his own. End flashback. The doctor then turned to Ash. He renamed my Pokepedia as a device you now know as the Pokédex. Stupid name in my opinion, he said with his arms crossed. Ash looked at the doctor, shocked. Just like his own, this man's career and future was ruined by the old oak. Dr. Igneous then quickly turned with a snap, but enough of this abysmal trip into the past. Let's focus on the future. He said, waving his arms around, then pointed to Ash, which mean moving on and forgetting about that old fart oak and finding ways to topple his empire. With your help, it should be quite easy. Ash blinked a few times in response, then smiled. Sounds like a plan. He then frowned. One question. Where are my Pokemon, and where are we? The doctor chuckled. Technically that's two questions. But two very good ones. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Ash was led to another room, which upon opening the door, he was glomped and floored by four of his Pokemon, with Scyther hanging back for obvious reasons, and Magikarp bouncing up and down in the tank he was in. Ash laughed out loud in a group hug as he pushed Charmeleon, Nidoran, Spearow, and Zubat off of him. I'm fine guys. I'm okay. I'm just glad you're all okay. He then pulled Charmeleon over closer to him. You are absolutely awesome, though you sure gave me a scare when you passed out. Charmeleon just gave him a toothy grin and patted himself on the chest. Char. Dr. Igneous, Blaziken and Lucario all smiled at the scene, finding it sweet that the boy had such a strong friendship with his Pokemon. Dr. Igneous then spoke up, you know. You're going to need a new sponsor, as it were. A new place to hold your Pokemon when you have more than you can handle. Ash just nodded as he stood up. It was a constant worry that was on his mind, until he wound up here. He suddenly broke into a smile as he saw where this was going. The doctor smiled as well. Well then, with a little bit of computer work, I can be your new sponsor, and your Pokemon can stay here. Very appropriate since this will, in a sense, be your new home base, don't you agree? Ash nodded even more, his smile growing bigger and bigger. This place was perfect for him and his Pokemon. How did his luck suddenly get so good? Ash was suddenly hopping in place from all the possibilities. The doctor smiled his big creepy smile and said, excellent. From now on, you are my protege and assistant. Which means we must start training. He then calmed himself after a moment and said, but for now, how about you recall your Pokemon for now? We still have to show you the rest of the building and then island. Ash nodded and recalled everyone into their respective Pokeballs and turned to follow the Dr. and his Pokemon. He then stopped short and thought about what the man said, island. Turns out that they were indeed on an island. It wasn't that big, but it had a huge lush forest, a small mountain range, and a beach. The building that the doctor called home looked like a combination two-story house laboratory. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, and several other rooms that the doctor used for various purposes. Among them was a large lab, an invention room that was kept under lock and key, and a rejuvenation room infirmary. As Dr. Igneous gave the tour he explained, after Oak practically ruined me, I went island hopping, and eventually found this place. See, we are actually in a remote corner or the Orange Islands. No one ever comes out this far because very few people know this island still exists. Ash listened as they walked, and the doctor continued, "When I first found this island, this building was already here, though it was falling apart. After some research, I found that it was once a Team Aqua laboratory and base, which was eventually abandoned due to it being so isolated. I settled here, fixed the place up." He was interrupted by a bump from Blaziken. "Ahem. Okay, they did most of the fixing. And the rest is history." Ash chuckled a bit and nodded. "Sounds like a big slide of luck that you found this place." The doctor chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, though like I said, it took a lot of work to get into a condition that would even be considered a home." The tour continued with walking outside and showing Ash the rest of the island. Not only were there several naturally beautiful and lively areas, filled with wild Pokemon, but there were also a few areas that had been turned into training and battling grounds. Ash was, in a word, impressed. As they were all walking back to the house, Ash and Dr. Igneous started to make out a training schedule for him and his Pokemon. Not only would his Pokemon be trained, but he himself would go under extensive training as well. Blaziken and Lucario would help him and his Pokemon learn, gain experience, and grow stronger as a team. The doctor would teach Ash on an intellectual level, teaching him more about Pokemon, medical skills, hack, air, computer skills, and the like. As they made it back inside, the doctor stopped for a second and looked to be in deep thought. Ash turned towards him and asked, "Everything okay, Doc?" Igneous just looked over at Ash and smiled, "Everything's fine. Though I am thinking you may need a new name, or alias to go under once you are ready for the public eye again." The boy nodded in understanding. Ash Ketchum was a name that was associated with a thief and a criminal. A new name would not only open up some possibilities, but may eventually get him back on the way to having a true journey like he wanted. Ash then turned to the doctor. "I'd like to keep my first name if possible." Dr. Igneous nodded. "It is, though we'll have to alter it slightly, lengthen it maybe." After a moment of thought, he spoke up again. "Ah. How about Ashura?" Ash nodded in agreement. He liked the name. It's a name that would command more respect than Ash. Igneous nodded. "Now for a last name." He thought, "How about Smith?" Ash shook his head. "Too common." "Lee?" "Nah." "Knight?" "Not bad, but I think it's already taken." "Igneous?" Dot. Hee. Okay. Okay. How about Raven? Goes with that black hair of yours. Not bad. But I think we can do a little better. Ash thought on it a sec. How about Ravensong? Dr. Igneous smiled. Nice. Quite elegant, I must say, as well as dark. Ashura Ravensong it is. Dr. Igneous surely kept his promise to Ash when it came to training, as it started the very next day. After a brisk job around the island, they took time to work out a training studying schedule. 6 a.m., wake-up meditation. 7 a.m., Break feast. 8 a.m., stretches and warm-ups. 8:30 a.m., jog around the island. 9 a.m., strength training. 10 a.m., speed training. 11 a.m., endurance training. 12 p.m., lunch and break time. 1 p.m., move tutoring. 2 p.m., class time, Ash learning various lessons from the doctor. 4 p.m., break. 5 p.m., dinner. 7 p.m., jog around the island. 7:30 p.m., meditation. 9 p.m., bedtime. It was a pretty extensive and intimidating schedule at first look, but both Ash and his Pokemon felt they could do it. It turns out that the doctor was actually in very good shape for a man his age, and participated in many of the training activities alongside Ash and his Pokemon. // dash 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 dash // dash // dash // dash // dash // The first week was grueling, and it seemed as though each lesson ended with the Pokémon almost fainting on the spot. Regardless, even after the first couple days, Ash could see the results. Nidoran was much faster than before, Charmeleon could keep his Dragon Rage going for much longer, and Magikarp actually learned Tackle and Bounce. Ash also showed improvement within the first week, acing the first test the doctor had given him on Pokémon knowledge. Igneous, how many attacks can a Pokémon learn? Ash, a wild Pokémon can only know up to 4 attacks, including their egg move. Strong, captured Pokémon can learn up to 5 or 6 moves, 4 natural moves, 1 egg move if they have one, and 1 TM move. And, I know this isn't true. But compared to some other fanfics where the Pokémon can know up to 20 moves, I think this is reasonable. Igneous, what is the best way to calm an enraged Pokémon? Ash, depends on the Pokémon. Sometimes it is best to defeat them in battle. Sometimes it is best to find the source of the rage and resolve it. This is true for Pokémon that go into rage due to pain or emotional stress. Sometimes it is best to use a Pokémon move like Sweet Scent or Aromatherapy. Igneous, what herb is best to counteract the effects of Stun Spore, and how is it prepared? Ash, Salvia weed. It needs to be harvested from the bottom of a lake, best done by Poliwag. It then needs to be boiled in water for 1 hour until it becomes a tea-like liquid. The affected person then ingests it and is cured after a few moments. It is also available in pill form. Excellent. That wasn't all though. Ash also took some time to capture 2 new Pokémon when he and Igneous did some island hopping. He caught a Venonat on Makot Island, and a Tentacle off the coast of Tangelo Island. That one was the most memorable. On that day, an entire school of Tentacle were passing by the island. Ash was training Magikarp when he saw them. For some reason, the fish Pokémon was excited to see them and started splashing and bouncing in the water. This attracted the attention of one curious Tentacle, who swam over. Ash watched them both curiously for a while, ready to intervene if anything happened. The Tentacle quickly got irritated by the fish's flapping, and tackled him. Neither Ash or Magikarp appreciated that, and got ready for a fight. The battle was actually pretty intense considering that both Pokémon were around the same level. Ash got worried when Magikarp started look tired, and was definitely worried when he was hit by an acid attack. But Magikarp wasn't ready to give up yet, and his body was suddenly engulfed in a bright light. Within moments the Pokémon had lengthened and grew 10 times his original size. Ash just stood there in awe as his humble fish Pokémon turned into one of the most ferocious, well-known Pokémon of the sea, a Gyarados. One look at the beast made Tentacle squirt out a cloud of ink into the water, and one tail swipe later, Ash had a new Pokémon. He looked them both up on the new Temp Dex device Dr. Igneous let him borrow. Tentacle, the jellyfish Pokémon. Its body is virtually composed of water. It shoots strange beams from its crystal-like eyes. This Tentacle is level 18 and knows the moves, Acid, Supersonic, Poison Sting, Constrict. Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. Rarely seen in the wild. Huge and vicious, it is capable of destroying entire cities in a rage. This Gyarados is level 21 and knows the moves, Tackle, Thrash, Bite, Dragon Rage. Ash couldn't help but smirk. He liked the sound of his new friend already. The training didn't stop there of course. While his Pokémon were training and getting stronger, Ash was also training himself as well. With the help of the doctors Blaziken and Lucario, whom he learned were named Blaze and Luca, the trainer started learning the basics of martial arts, such as Kung Fu, Karate, and Taekwondo. The three would train and spar on a near daily basis, working on sharpening the boy's reflexes, improving his agility, increasing his speed and strength, and most importantly, making the right judgment calls. Just because you know how to fight, doesn't mean you always have to. Eventually, the young trainer also took an interest in using certain weapons with his training, his personal favorite being the long staff. It was the perfect weapon for him in his opinion, for while seemingly non-threatening, a simple staff can be a very effective and dangerous long-range weapon in the right hands. It could also be used for attack as well as defense, something that Ash absolutely loved. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Soon, a month had passed since Ash and his Pokémon first arrived on the nameless island they now called home. Since then, with the help of the doctor's intense training regimen, he and his current team have grown in leaps and bounds. Nidoran evolved into a Nidorino 2 weeks into the training, and also gained some dangerous moves, like Fury Attack, and Toxic. Little Zubat quickly grew and was surprisingly able to keep up with the other Pokémon despite its small size. While he didn't evolve, he was getting close, and learned Confuse Ray and Wing Attack. Over time, Gyarados and Charmeleon had developed a blazing rivalry, trying to determine who deserved to be Ash's true starter. This led to heated verbal fights, numerous smaller competitions, and some of the hottest battles on the island. It eventually also led to Charmeleon growing at a phaser pace and thus evolving quicker than anyone expected. Now, as a ferocious-looking black Charizard, no one other than Gyarados could really give him a good challenge. Scyther wanted to get as strong as possible so he could eventually evolve and become the deadliest Scizor ever. With help from his trainer, he learned Razor Wind, and Agility, and also unlocked his egg move of Bug Buzz. Spearow wasn't too far behind the pack. During the intense training he learned Drill Peck and Mirror Move. The only problem that was seen at the moment was that the tiny bird Pokémon refused to evolve. When Ash attempted to see why, the best thing he could get was that the little flying type did feel he was strong enough yet. Lastly, even though they were the newest additions to the team, it did not mean that Tentacool and Venonat slouched off. On the contrary, they were right with the rest of the team, sometimes trailing behind, but still there. They wanted to catch up and be as strong as the rest of the crew. It was that determination that allowed Venonat to evolve into Venomoth, and for Tentacool to evolve into Tentacruel. The young trainer also grew during this time. In the span of a month, Ash noticed that, while training with his Pokémon, he had become faster, more agile, and stronger if the new muscles were anything to go by. He also noticed that his hair had grown substantially, to rest almost between his shoulder blades. When he asked the doctor about it, he just said that it was a side effect of island life and training. The young boy just shrugged it off and started wearing his hair in a low, shaggy ponytail. Backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash. Ash was extremely proud of his family, and he soon learned it was about to get bigger, on 2 accounts. First one being that Luca and Blaze had produced a black and bluish egg during the past month, and said that she would allow Ash to train their son or daughter after it hatched. The second and biggest one coming from Dr. Igneous the day after 1 month was officially done. "You know," he started, "I think it's time you went out and got yourself some more Pokémon for your team," he said with a smile. The boy looked at the doctor for a moment and nodded. "Not a bad idea, Document. I could use some diversity in my team, and there's nothing wrong with expanding the family," he said while returning Igneous' smile. The doctor nodded in agreement, then said, "The big question is, where do you want to start? You're no doubt still a hot commodity in Kanto, though I highly doubt the other regions will welcome your face with open arms," he said, crossing his arms. "Unfortunately for both of us, even though Professor Oak is a crooked old rat, his influence is immense enough to extend beyond Kanto." At this, Ash looked down in thought. The doctor was right. Even with a new name, there's a chance that someone might recognize his face, either from knowing him personally or a wanted poster. And he really didn't like the thought of wearing some silly outrageous disguise 24. The doctor suddenly had an idea. "Say, why don't we search for ideas in my invention room?" Ash snapped his head around to look at Igneous with a shocked expression on his face. "Really? The invention room?" the boy repeated excitedly. He had only been there once during his whole time there, and even then it was under the doctor's watchful eye. Apparently it held some of Igneous' most brilliant inventions and toys, as well as his developing ideas. Thus, it was usually under lock and key. 3 locks to be exact, at all times. Backslash dash 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 backslash. The excited boy all but ran to the room as Igneous followed close behind. Ash watched and waited with anticipation as the doctor began to unlock the door. First lock was a 10-digit code, second was a hand scan, and third was a password with voice recognition. Definitely top-notch, and no doubt made by the doctor himself. The room itself was nothing short of amazing. There were at least a dozen tables of pieces, parts, and near-finished projects. The walls were either covered with blueprints or finished inventions. Lining the southern wall was about 3 shelves full of jars and containers filled with various items, ranging from simple plants' metal spare parts. Igneous led Ash to a particular table filled with various tools, a couple sets of weapons, and a few bags. When he gave the doctor a curious look, the man explained, "I've actually been preparing some things for when you were ready to go back to the mainland," he said smiling. Igneous then picked up the first item, which on first appeared just looked like a solid metal cylinder, about a foot long and 1.5 inches in diameter. He handed it to Ash, who looked at it with a raised eyebrow. The doctor then smirked in his signature creepy way, "Hold it away from you and squeeze it for about 2 seconds. Doing as told, Ash held out the object and squeezed. 1, 2. Snap. Fling. In an instant a 6-foot-long staff was in his hands, the metallic sheen showing off an intricate tribal design. Ash looked on wide-eyed at the weapon in his hands, and brought it closer to him to inspect it. It was beautiful, and made out of a durable, lightweight metal perfect for combat. Dr. Igneous nodded in approval. "All yours. Just squeeze the center again to make it retract. But come on. There's more where that came from," the doctor said with a wide smile. Ash nodded and retracted the staff into its shorter form, then faced the table again. Next, the doctor picked up a pair of sheathed blades. Consider this a backup weapon for when the staff is less appropriate to use. He watched as Ash hesitantly took the blades and inspected them, an uncertain look on his face. Igneous sighed, "I know you don't like the idea of causing permanent damage or killing, but there may be times in the future where it's either necessary to do so, or where your staff will be useless. And besides, next to the staff, this is your strongest weapon." Ash sighed and nodded. Again the doctor had a good point. He placed the blades in a backpack that Igneous gave him, next to the table. He was then given a small bag filled with silver ball. "Smoke bombs," the doctor said, "never know when they will come in handy. They certainly did the day we found you." The trainer smiled and nodded, then stopped as he had a thought. "How did you find me that day anyway?" Dr. Igneous just smirked. "You can thank Luca for that. She sensed your distressed aura when we were shopping and took off like a bullet. By the time me and Blaziken caught up with her, those thugs had put you through the ringer." Ash nodded and smiled. He was gonna have to thank the Lucario later. Igneous then picked up a small container and opened it. Inside was what looked like a simple set of contacts. Ash looked at the doctor with a raised eyebrow. Iggy just smiled and said, "Try them." Ash shrugged and, with a little effort, slipped the contacts in. Igneous then passed him a mirror, which Ash almost dropped upon seeing his reflection. His eyes were red. But that didn't make any sense since the contacts appeared colorless. Then, Ash went even more wide-eyed as his eyes suddenly became blue. He looked at the doctor for answers. Igneous just smirked. "Color-changing contacts. They meld right with your irises and change color with only a thought. Only thing is right now they can only be 3 colors, red, blue, and yellow. Still, quite brilliant if I do say so myself," he said with pride. The doctor then placed a hand on his back. "There will be more where that came from later. Right now, the Pokémon have some travel gifts for you." Ash blinked in confusion and curiosity as he followed the doctor out. Backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash. Outside, all of Ash's and Igneous Pokemon had gathered. All of Ash's Pokemon were excited to be leaving soon. Even though they loved their island home, they wanted to see the world and meet new friends, like Ash did. A couple presents were on the ground in front of them for their trainer to see. Ash immediately went over to the presents and smiled at his team. "Thank you, all of you. I don't care what it is, I really appreciate it." He opened up the first box and let out a small gasp. Inside was a new outfit. A simple dark gray t-shirt with frayed sleeves, a pair of black cargo pants, a set of black hiking boots, and a sleeveless black jacket with a hood. When he tried it on, he saw it was long enough to meet his ankles. He also saw that the hood had a point in the front, like Assassin's Creed style. There was also a pair of black fingerless gloves that appeared to have a metal square on top of the hand and extra padding over the knuckles and wrist. "Nice," the trainer exclaimed. He then went to the second box, which was much smaller than the first one, a little bigger than the average watch box. He opened it up and went wide-eyed at what he saw. It was a black and blue digital watch-like device. Igneous stepped forward and explained, "That, my boy, is an X-Transceiver. It was just released in the Unova region. It acts as a communication tool, an encyclopedia on Pokemon information, a map, and a camera. For you, my boy, it will also act as a Pokédex, your ID, and a way for you to transfer Pokemon to and from the island," he said with one of his wide and creepy smiles. Ash was visibly shocked. How did you pull this off?" Then a light bulb went off in his head as he glared at the professor half-heartedly. He suddenly had a real good idea how the doctor was able to get his hands on something like this. Igneous just sweat dropped and laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Well. Some upgrades were borrowed, and donated. But that's beside the point. He finished with a small cough. Ash could only shake his head and quietly laugh. He then put the device on his wrist and watched as it activated itself. "Hello, I am X-Transceiver Prototype #I have been programmed by Dr. Lawrence I and belong to Pokemon Trainer Ashura Ravensong." The trainer smiled as his new GIF recognized him by his new name. "Perfect. One last gift now," the doctor said. He then motioned towards Blaze and Luca. Ash turned his attention to the Pokemon couple, who both had a smile on their faces. He then noticed that something was hiding behind them. The trainer's eyes suddenly start to widen as he realizes what that could be. The Blaziken and Lucario then move aside to reveal a small black and gray Riolu. It was dark gray where a regular Riolu would be blue, but from what Ash and everyone could tell, that was the only big difference. The little Pokemon looked up at Ash with his curious red eyes. The trainer stared back with a look of shock, then looked back at Igneous and the parents. "When did he hatch?" "I just saw him as an egg yesterday morning." Igneous just smiled. "Right, he just hatched yesterday evening, and has been spending time with his parents." He let out a snicker at Ash's face. "They wanted to surprise you, and they wanted to spend some time with their son before he goes off with you on your adventure." After that explanation, a smile spread over Ash's face. He then knelt down so he was balancing on the ball of his feet to get a good look at the family's newest addition. "Hey little guy," he said in a soft voice, "my name's Ash. Have your parents told you about me?" The baby just nodded and slowly walked over to Ash on his still slightly unsteady paws. The young trainer then raised one hand up, as if giving a slow high five. Riolu looked at his palm, then smiled and placed his paw against it. In that moment, a connection was made. They looked into each other's eyes, only for a few seconds, but that was all that was needed. "Riolu," the little Pokemon cried out, and they both let out a laugh, as if it was some kind of inside joke. The others looked on with smiles on their faces as the two bonded. Igneous then spoke up again. "Well Ash, I think you're ready to go. Have you decided where you want to go first?" The trainer stood up and nodded. "Despite the risks of going there, I want to continue and finish my business in Kanto." It's my home region after all and the one I know the most about. Also, with the training we've been doing, I don't think I'll have to worry so much about Gary and his goons or anyone else the old man sends after me, Ash said with confidence. Igneous nodded with a smile. I figured you would choose there. Just remember, Ash, that there is still the risk of someone recognizing you, even with the new appearance and name. So I would be wary when going out in public, and also be careful if you plan on doing the gyms, he warned. Ash just nodded and said, I will, Doc. And I don't think I'll be taking on the gyms right away. I'm going to focus on capturing and training more Pokemon first. We'll see how the gym situation does later. At that, everyone decided to call it a day and head in. Tomorrow was a big day after all. I'll be sending you various news bits and items of interest as well too. Oh, and keep an eye out for any tournaments while you're out there. The doctor said. Ash just nodded. Most tournaments around the regions were locally set up and not watched by the league, so they usually didn't check things as a trainer's background and history. As long as he had a valid license, which he did in a way under the name Ravensong, he'd be fine. I think I heard that they're having one outside of Pewter City in a few weeks. I'll check it out, the trainer said. The doctor smiled. He would be sad when the boy left tomorrow. He had grown to love him like a son. However, he knew that it was time for him to head back out. Ash was much stronger now and more than ready. The two humans and numerous Pokemon continued their conversations as they headed inside the lab house for the night. There was no telling what tomorrow would bring, so they had to be ready. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, a very disgruntled Professor Oak was talking to his grandson via vidphone. So you're saying there has been no sign of him for a month? Not since you last saw him in the forest outside of Mount Moon. Gary nodded, somewhat nervously. Why yeah. No sightings, no thefts. Nothing, he said, then he put on his signature smirk. Who knows, Grandpa? Maybe that was the last we'll see of ol' Ashy boy. Knowing that idiot, he was probably attacked or something and bought the farm. As he was about to continue, he heard a snort and blinked. The professor gave him a fierce look. Don't be stupid, Gary, he said in a voice that made his grandson flinch. If a body hasn't been found, then there is a chance he is still alive. Also, you said there was a cloud of smoke that stopped you and your friends from bringing him in. That should be an obvious clue that someone is helping him. Gary looked down and sighed. He forgot that little detail, and it cost him. For a while he had been feeling like his granddad was slowly losing his faith in him. He only wanted to make him proud, but just as always, the man was not satisfied. Now then, the old oak said as he sat up straight in his chair. He then pulled out a Pokeball from his lab jacket. I am sending you a new Pokemon. Keep in mind that this one, although very powerful, also has a streak of disobedience. However, I believe that any worthwhile trainer, such as yourself, can handle it. Gary just silently nodded as he looked at the ball, noticing that it had a lightning sticker on it. His grandfather then continued, I'm giving you another chance to prove yourself, Gary. While your quest so far has been productive, you're still nowhere close to the level your father was at this stage. Those words stung more than anything, but Gary kept on a straight face as he listened. The professor continued, this Pokemon, should you be able to tame it, will give your team the power boost it needs. When you evolve it, its power will grow tenfold. Use that power well. With that, the professor sent the Pokeball off to his grandson, who received it a few moments later. Gary responded by saying, I got it, Grandpa. And don't worry, I'll whip this Pokemon into shape and make you proud, he said with a smile, hiding his previously hurt feeling. The professor merely nodded and hung up. He then reclined back into his chair in deep thought. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind, where are you, Ketchum? Where could you be? As Ash and his Pokemon, all in their Pokeballs with the exception on Riolu, who refused to go in, and Garridos, who he was riding on, disembarked from their island home. He reminisced about how far he had come in a short month's time. His family was growing bigger and stronger at a good, steady rate, and he couldn't have asked for more. He was also thinking about Dr. Igneous' parting words to him. "Remember that you will always have a home here, and that I will always think of you as the son I never had." Those words actually brought a tear to Ash's currently blue eyes. He still had the special contacts in, as the doctor said that they can stay in as long as he kept his eyes moistened. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about taking them out each night, or forgetting to put them back in. As they continued to surf along the relatively calm waves, Ash let out his smaller flying types for some fresh air. So now, Spearow, Zubat, and Venomoth were all flying around above him, doing aerial tricks as they tried to outdo each other. Meanwhile, Ash was also looking at the map on his X-transceiver, mapping out a tentative route. "Let's see," he thought to himself, "the pewter tournament is in about 2 weeks. So if I move fast enough, I can hit a few hot spots before heading there. With Charizard's help, it shouldn't be that hard." He placed a marker on Lavender Tower, the power plant, and Rock Tunnel. He decided to skip over the Safari Zone for now, for a few reasons. Other than it being heavily guarded and protected by the League, it didn't really have too many Pokémon that interested him. Sure, the 1 on a million chance to capture a Scyther or a Dratini was appealing to most trainers, but not to Ash at this point in time. The risk wasn't worth it. The trainer soon snapped himself out of his thoughts and, after looking at his watch, realized that a couple hours had already passed. He looked around, saw that all his Pokémon were still present, but Venomoth and Zubat were tiring. He quickly returned those two and allowed Spearow to rest on his shoulder. He then patted Garridos on the head and asked, "How are you doing, big guy? Need a break?" Garridos let out a medium-level roar and gently shook his head, letting his trainer know he was fine. Ash just smiled at him, knowing that even if the large water type was tired, his pride wouldn't let him admit it. They continued their trek until the late evening, stopping once on a deserted island for a rest. By around 8 p.m., they finally spotted the shores of the Kanto region. Backslash dash 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 backslash. After a night of rest, Ash mapped himself and found that he was about a 2-day walk from the power plant and rock tunnel. He nodded and did a quick check of his inventory and his Pokémon. Thanks to a little more of tooking from the doctor, Ash could carry as many Pokémon as he wanted, so for now he had his entire team on him. As they walked, Ash, Riolu and Spearow discussed a training schedule and potential teammates. "We're gonna need you to learn at least one good fighting type move before we get to Rock Tunnel. Right now, according to X, you know Foresight, Quick Attack, and Endure. With some training and a little luck, we may be able to teach you Counter and maybe even Force Palm." Riolu nodded in agreement. If they were going to have a chance in the rock tunnels, he was going to need to learn the appropriate moves. Ash continued, "For the power plant, Nidorino and Venomoth should be sufficient. As for the tower..." He thought for a moment. Zubat. "We'll try him out, and this could be just the push the little guy needs to evolve," he said with a smile, and once again turned to Riolu. "Your foresight will come in handy at the tower too." Riolu smiled and nodded with a in agreement. He liked the sound of training. 2 days came and went fairly quickly in between training and traveling. Soon, Ash found himself in front of a large building with wires, cables and antennae everywhere. As he looked around the perimeter for anyone or thing who could interfere, he released Nidorino and Venomoth from their ball. He had recalled Riolu, since the little guy needed a rest, and promised that he would let him out as soon as he was refreshed. Ash slowly opened the door and peeked inside. At first, all he saw was a room full of shadows and flickering hanging lights. As he further stepped inside and his now yellow eyes adjusted to the dim light, he saw that he was in a small lobby that had 2 hallways to the front and right, and a flight of stairs to the left. Ash narrowed his eyes and lifted his hood over his head. He then brought up his X-transceiver to get further info. A few seconds and button presses later, it said, the Kanto power plant is a known man-made pseudo-habitat for electric-type Pokemon. Types known to reside here include the Magnemite line, the Elekid line, the Voltorb line, and at times the Grimer line. Trainers are advised to use extreme caution upon entering, as some electric type are known to attack those that invade their territory. A couple more buttons later. The power plant is set up in 3 main sections and 2 floors. Each section is said to house 1 to 2 types of Pokemon. Voltorb are known to stay on the first floor, while Magnemite usually stay on the top floor. Elekid and Electabuzz tend to wander and can be found nearly anywhere in the plant. With a sigh, Ash closed the screen. While somewhat informative, but it wouldn't really help with his current search. Anywhere, he said to himself. He wanted an Electabuzz for his team. Not only did it have a wide range of moves, but it was also the most fierce-looking and versatile. He took out a flashlight and started his search. The first thing he saw was an old layout map hung up on the wall. Though worn and tattered, he could still read it. He spotted a room labeled Main Generator Room and decided that that was going to be his best bet. Electric types liked their electricity after all. As Ash, Nidorino, and Venomoth made their way to the main generator, they came across quite a few Pokemon, mostly the ones mentioned in the transceiver. The wild Pokemon that saw them would mostly either ignore them or run away, and any that looked hostile were quickly dealt with by Venomoth's sleep powder. As they continued, Ash noticed that the closer they got to their destination, the more numerous and more hostile the Pokemon got. Magnemites were glaring and throwing sparks at them, Voltorbs looked like they were on the verge of exploding. He also noticed some small, yellow, mouse-like Pokemon that X didn't mention. Ash recognized them as Piku and snorted, "Be a cold day in hell before I catch one of those things," he said to himself. Their first major encounter came in the form of a group of 2 Magneton and 3 Electrode. They all sparked dangerously at the intruders in warning, their best way of telling them to buzz off. Unfortunately for them, Ash wasn't one to listen, or back down from a challenge. The trainer merely smirked and, "Okay guys, get ready." At that, both Nidorino and Venomoth stepped forward. Venomoth, use Bug Buzz. Nidorino, focus energy then Fury attack on the Electrode. Following their trainer's commands, Venomoth sent out a series of loud, red waves of sound from his wings, causing the group to shrink back and take damage. At the same time, Nidorino powered himself up and attacked the red and white ball Pokemon relentlessly with his horn and front claws. The wild group soon retaliated by sending out multiple waves of electricity. Venomoth, dodge those as best as you can, then used a combo of Gust and Sleep Powder. Nidorino, stand your ground. Nidorino, being a ground type, took no damage from the electric attacks. Venomoth, however, was another story. While it successfully dodged most of the attacks, a few found their mark, slowing the bug type down. Now, technically, he wasn't a flying type, but those attacks still hurt like a beach. Thankfully, due to all the training it went through, Venomoth managed to survive the attacks and shoot off his combo, which left the wild Pokemon drowsy and sluggish. Ash smirked, "Now. Finish this up with Signal Beam and Double Kick." Instantly, the combined attacks left the wild Pokemon either knocked out or sent flying. With them out the way, Ash gave each of his Pokemon an Oran Berry snack and moved on to their destination. // dash / dash / dash / They found the door of the generator room only moments later. With a loud creak, Ash opened up the rusty door and looked inside. Electabuzz. Ash snapped his head towards the yell, and smirked when he saw what he was looking for, an Electabuzz. As he investigated further, he saw that there were 2 having what looked like an all-out battle, probably for food or territory. Ash and his Pokemon quietly entered the room, and hid in the shadows so not to be noticed. As he watched the battle, he noticed that the seemingly stronger one knew the moves Brick Break, which was considered a TM move, as well as Ice Punch, which was a rare egg move in the ELE family. Eventually the two tired themselves out and broke apart, before one finally fell forward, exhausted. The still-standing Electabuzz roared out and released more electricity in victory. Ash decided to make his entrance. As he slowly approached the electric type, he got out another Oran Berry. The Electabuzz turned towards him and growled menacingly, his antennae sparking. Ash took a step back and said, "Easy. I have something for you," he said as he offered the berry. The electric Pokémon stared at him warily for a moment, before taking the berry, sniffing it, then gulping it down in one bite. The trainer smiled and said, "I was impressed by your strength and would like for you to join my team. However, I want to battle you at full strength." "Think you're up for it?" he asked with a smirk. The Electabuzz smirked back and whirled his arms around, increasing his spark, showing he was ready for another round. He liked this boy already, he had real guts. Ash then sent out Nidorino to fight, watch out for its ice punch. That brick break was nasty too. Nidorino simply nodded in understanding. The electric type initiated the battle with a brick break. "Dodge that. Then toxic." Ash yelled, only for Nidorino to barely dodge the attack as it made a crater in the floor, and shoot off a spray of toxic liquid right in Electabuzz's face. The electric type grunted in pain and stumbled backwards, his body shuddering and giving off a purple glow, a sign that he had been poisoned. But he wasn't out yet. Electabuzz then charged in with a frosty ice punch. Nidoran tried to move and avoided the main attack, but unfortunately still took damage from the ice. Ash frowned. Ice was Nido's #1 weakness. He would have to end this fight quick. "Nidorino, focus energy ×2. Nidorino smirked and did just that. Electabuzz was panting now, the poison was working quickly. He charged in full throttle with another brick break. Jump with double kick, then use double kick on Electabuzz. With one double kick, Nidorino sent himself into the air, and with the second one, he came down right on the electric type's head, earning a knockout. At that, Ash threw a Pokeball, and in 1.2.3 shakes, Ash had a new powerhouse on his team. // dash 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 dash // dash // dash // After healing and introductions were done, Ash, with Riolu out and by his side again, headed out towards and into the rock tunnel. Luckily it wasn't too far from the power plant. Hopefully, not only will I get to Lavender Town quicker this way, but I'll also get myself a rock-type Pokemon, he said with a smile. As he walked, the trainer looked up information on his newest teammate. Electabuzz, the electric Pokemon, and the evolved form of Elekid. Electricity runs across the surface of his body. In darkness, its entire body glows a whitish blue. Electabuzz is level 40 and knows the moves, Brick Break, Ice Punch, Thundershock, Discharge, and Low Kick. Note, Ice Punch is an egg move. Ash stopped short and blinked. That can't be right, unless... The trainer was brought out of his musings by a low growl. As he looked all around the cavern for the sound, his face turned red as he realized. That was his stomach. Riolu merely chuckled at his trainer's expense. Before his stomach growled too. Sighing, Ash looked at his X-Transceiver for the time. He had already been traveling through Rock Tunnel for almost 2 hours. No wonder he was hungry. Releasing his team from their Pokeballs, Ash set up for lunch. The tunnel was fortunately big enough for everyone, including Charizard and Gyarados, to be let out. Since it was pretty dark in the caves, they were going by a lantern and his fire starter's tail. While Ash was enjoying his sandwiches and everyone else their poke food and berries, Ash turned to his newest member. "Hey Electabuzz, did you have a trainer before me?" The Pokemon just nodded lightly. Before the trainer could ask further, another rumble, this time much louder than Ash's stomach, came from the tunnel system. This put everyone on edge and at attention. Then the rumbles stopped. Then got louder. Much louder. Boom. Ounanix. A massive snake-like Pokemon seemingly made of rocks, made its presence known to the trainer and his Pokemon. They all looked in awe at the huge beast. From what Ash could gather, this one looked slightly bigger than a regular Onix, and he silently wondered why. He got his answer a second later. When Onix sharply inhaled. And SCKED up all their food. Hey. That was our food, you overgrown pile of rocks. Ash yelled in protest as puffs of smoke came out of his ears. His Pokemon yelled out in agreement, said to the nines about having their food stolen. The Onix didn't seem to pay them any mind and turned around to go back underground. But the set-off trainer and Pokemon weren't just going to allow that. Oh no, you don't. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. The water serpent gladly unleashed a torrent of water at the rock snake Pokemon. The rock type yelled out in pain as he was attacked with the painful move, but surprisingly did not fall. If anything, it looked set off, and let out a deafening roar. Ash decided to push and not let it get a hit. Charizard, Dragon Pulse. Tentacruel, Water Pulse. Gyarados, Iron Tail. All three attacks hit their mark, and the Onix looked like it was on its last. Rocks. But it wasn't done yet. It lunged forward with a smackdown, going straight for Ash. Seeing this, Riolu bravely leaped forward in front of his trainer and friend, and took the hit, then with a grunt, retaliated a second later with a deadly-looking punch that sent Onix reeling. Awesome! Ash exclaimed, that was counter. I knew you could do it. That was the last straw for Onix as he fell to the tunnel floor, exhausted. Ash didn't hesitate and threw a Pokeball at the beast, and the capture was successful. Backslash dash 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 backslash. After another 3 hours of walking, Ash saw the very welcome sight of light. As he finally exited the caves of Rock Tunnel, he saw that there was a dirt trail, an overcast sky, a grassy meadow, and a small town in the far distance. After checking X, the rogue trainer saw that he was less than a day's walk from Lavender Town. Ash smirked as he thought, then again. Why walk? With that, he called out Charizard, who roared to the sky upon release. Feel like going for a flight? He asked the fire-flying type, who copied his smirk and allowed his friend to get on his back. With that, the two took off towards Lavender Town, not only to restock, but to hopefully catch another new friend. He had Charizard land on the outskirts of the town, so not to attract too much attention. Ash then walked to the small marketplace they had there. He bought more food, medical supplies, and an interesting training book he found about TMs and egg moves. Then, since Ash still wasn't too comfortable about Pokemon centers, he gave his Pokemon a quick checkup himself. He had read through those medical books at least 2 times each, so he felt confident that he could at least do that much. His only findings was that Onix was still recovering from getting his butt kicked in the tunnels. He also took a minute to scan his new teammate. Onix, the rock snake Pokemon. It usually lives underground. It searches for food while boring its way underground at 50 miles an hour. This Onix is level 25 and knows the moves Smack Down, Rock Tomb, Harden, and Bind. Ash nodded to himself. Harden would explain how the big guy was able to take so many hits. Still, he saw lots of room for improvement move-wise. That done, the trainer recalled all of his Pokemon and headed towards Lavender Tower. Backslash dash 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 backslash. As our hero entered the tower, he found that it was eerily quiet. Almost too quiet. No laughs, no MMS, not even the occasional whisper that the haunted structure was known for. After thinking about it for a moment, Ash just shrugged and began to search the tower for any Pokemon. An hour passes and no sign of any ghost types. Then 2 hours. Then 3. It's at this point that the young trainer is becoming very irritated and on edge. Where are all the ghost types? Or any Pokemon for that matter? Going by this tower's reputation, it should be crawling with them. As Ash got to the very top of the tower, he finally heard something. Voices. Human voices. Deciding it was best to stay quiet, Ash crept towards the source of the voice and found an ajar door, then listened in on the current conversation. Think that's all of them? I think so. Our detectors haven't picked up any other ghost activity. Good. The boss will be pleased to hear that. With this big a hull, we're sure to get paid a fortune. Ash let out a low growl and stepped closer to the door, peeking inside. There, he saw 5 figures, all dressed in black uniforms with red R's on the fronts, with 2 doing the talking and 3 others looking at strange machinery and several large cubes made of some kind of plasma energy. And inside those plasma cubes were dozens of ghost-type Pokemon. Having seen enough, Ash called out Zubat, Riolu, Electabuzz, Nidorino, and Scyther. He informed them of the situation and they quickly formed a plan. Meanwhile, inside the room, the grunts were packing up and preparing to leave, while the 2 officers were reporting a successful mission. Everything went off without a hitch, sir, the female blonde officer said. The new Spirit Wrangler machine certainly did its job in attracting and capturing the ghost types. Then the male officer with green hair spoke up in a raspy voice, and any stronger ones were quickly taken care of by the Pokemon you gave us. A voice from the screen then said, excellent work. I want your full report upon your arrival back to base. Then the screen went blank. At that moment, a large streak of thunder came out of nowhere and struck the Spirit Wrangler machine, causing a small explosion and for the whole machine to short-circuit. What? What the hell? Where did that come from? They all looked towards the door, and through the smoke, saw a human figure standing there with blood-red eyes, along with several other smaller ones. Without missing a beat, the figure commanded, Zubat, Supersonic. Venomoth Bug Buzz. The combination of extreme sounds put the rocket members on their knees. The officers recovered first as Ash was about to attack again and yelled, don't just stand there, you fools. Send out your Pokemon to get rid of this pest. They sent out Eradicate, a Houndour, and a Drowsy, while the grunts sent out Pokemon like Zubat, Rattata, and Murkrow. Ash didn't falter and commanded, Electabuzz, Thundershock on the Zubats and Murkrow. Nidorino, Toxic on Raticate and Rattata. Scyther, use Fury Cutter on Drowsy. Riolu, use Quick Attack on Houndour. As Ash's Pokemon carried out their orders, the rockets countered, Drowsy, use Confusion on that bug. Houndour, use Bite on that dog face. And Raticate, use Hyper Fang on that walking pin cushion. Electabuzz's Thundershock hit its mark, fainting all but a couple Zubats and a Murkrow. Nidorino's Toxic hit home as well, but the determined rat was also able to complete his Hyper Fang attack, causing moderate damage, but it didn't stop him from being poisoned from the move and Nido's Poison Point ability. Drowsy's Confusion unfortunately was enough to stop Scyther in his tracks, but then he heard Ash say, Bug Buzz. Then continue with Fury Cutter. The abrasive sounds he produced was enough to break Drowsy's concentration, thus allowing him to attack successfully. While Riolu's Quick Attack did a small amount of damage to Houndoom, the Bite attack did at least twice that amount. Rio, it yelled out in pain as the dark dog held onto its arm. Then he heard Ash say, counter, and smirked, before sending the dark type flying by doing twice the damage times 2, thanks to type. The ghost types watched on in awe as the young human fought the mean ones that captured them, one in particular taking extra interest. He had been wanted to meet a trainer for a while, and this one seemed to fit the bill. Pokemon attacks were thrown everywhere, some bouncing off the plasma cages, some even coming close to hitting their trainers. One unlucky grunt was hit in the gut with his own Rattata as the projectile. The battle continued on until, finally, the last rocket Pokemon, Drowsy, was on its last legs. Scyther was more than ready to strike the psychic type down. Ash, who still had all of his Pokemon conscious but tired, said in a cold voice, "Give up. And you'll be taken in without injury. Maybe," he added. The blonde though, just smirked. "Wouldn't you have to turn yourself in along with us though, kid?" she asked. Her partner looked at her curiously. "What you mean, Cass?" She just chuckled. "Well Biff, it's Butch, I recognize this kid, despite the subtle changes in his appearance. This is Ash Ketchum, wanted as a Pokemon thief all over Kanto by Professor Oak." Ash involuntarily took a step back. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, I'm not." He was cut off by the blonde again. "Kid, I am an expert when it comes to the use of disguises, thus I can see through most of them." She them smirked. "Why don't you join us? We could use your strength among the ranks of Team Rocket." Ash smirked and quickly shook his head. "Sorry, not interested in joining a bunch of losers that need someone else to train their Pokemon for them." The Rockets just growled, and the blonde known now as Cassidy said, "Why you little brat. Drowsy, hypnosis on that twerp." Just as the exhausted psychic types I started to glow, Ash said, "Scyther, use Razor Wind on Drowsy. Venomoth. Let's finish this up. Stun Spore on the Rockets." As his bug types went to work, causing all the Rockets to fall to the floor. Paralyzed and drowsy to faint, Ash ran over to the plasma cubes. "Let's see," he said as he looked around and found a switch on a separate machine that was still running. "Aha." With a flick of that switch, the ghost-type Pokemon were free. Ash then tied up the Rockets and called the cops, pretending to be a concerned citizen that saw people in black and heard a lot of noise at the tower. As soon as he hung up, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, Ash went wide-eyed as he saw a bomb in his face. Boom! He and the prankster in question, a Haunter, were now covered in a layer of soot. The ghost-type laughed out loud at the trainer's state, and Ash, who tried to look set off, couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. Soon, they were both laughing their heads off as Ash's Pokemon looked on, laughing a bit as well. Backslash dash 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 backslash. The police soon arrived and started carting off the Rockets as well as their Pokemon and equipment. Ash stayed in the shadows of a grove of trees nearby and watched in amusement. He then looked at the Pokeball in his hand that now held his newest teammate. Turns out that Haunter wanted to become stronger and evolve, and what better way to do that than to go with a stronger trainer. Considering the first art of his new journey in Kanto complete, Ash walked deeper into the woods, following the trail that would eventually lead him back to Pewter City. Within a few days, thanks to his trusty shiny starter, Ash made it to the town that was holding the tournament heard about. The sleepy little place was on the outskirts of Pewter City, and thus accurately named Pebble Town. Ash chuckled to himself as he looked around. It was evening time and the most people were already inside sleeping or having dinner. Deciding to test out his disguise against a regular, everyday person, Ash headed to the Pokemon Center, with Riola nipping at his heels. He needed more info on the tournament and it may be wise to get his Pokemon checked by a professional after all the training they've been doing and will do, come tomorrow. The Pebble Town Center was a Pokemon Center and a Pokemart in one building, combined for convenience and necessity. The nurse Joy on duty was dozing off behind the counter, trying to make it to the end of her shift, when the doors suddenly opened up with a bang. The poor woman visibly jumped from her seat, not only from the doors suddenly opening like that, but from the sight of the figure in the doorway. By his short, slim stature, she could guess that he was a preteen, though there was some visible muscle on his arms. He was dressed entirely in shades of gray and black, with a black hood covering his face. Even the Pokemon standing next to him was gray and black. As he approached the counter, he stared at her from under his hood with piercing yellow eyes and said, "I'd like to have my Pokemon checked please." The nurse merely nodded and retrieved a cart from nearby, then watched as the boy placed 12 Pokeballs onto the cart. Though she was curious on how he had twice the legal carry limit, she was too intimidated to say anything. After he was done, the young man spoke again. "I'd also like some information on the tournament you have coming up in a week or so," he said as he flashed a small smile at her, putting her a little more at ease. The nurse said wordlessly, before snapping back to reality, "Why yes sir. The Pebble Town tournament will take place a week from tomorrow. There will be a prize for first, second, and third place." The trainer nodded, "And to register?" The nurse continued, "Just come back the day of the tournament and we'll put your name down." The boy nodded again and presented his extransceiver, showing his ID as Ashura Ravensong. The nurse nodded in confirmation, and then took a sigh of relief as the boy went to sit down and wait for his Pokémon. That was scary, she thought. I'm sure glad I'm not in the tournament if that guy's going to be there. As he sat down, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. That went better than expected, and the nurse's reaction was priceless. He couldn't wait to see how others will react come tournament time. // dash backslash 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 dash backslash. Over the next week, Ash trained and sparred with all of his Pokémon, with almost all of them making some kind of progress with their training. Other than getting stronger and faster, the following happened. Charizard learned Seismic Toss during a spar with Gyarados, and Steel Wing through use of a TM Ash got him. Nidorino learned Horn Attack and became more agile. Zubat finally evolved into a Golbat after a spar with Spearow. He also learned Swift and unlocked his egg move of Giga Drain. Onix at first wouldn't listen to Ash, but after a few lessons in humility, courtesy of little Riolu, he straightened up quick. He also learned the move Dragon Breath after trying to beat the crap out of Gyarados for a cheap shot during a spar. Riolu grew the quickest in strength, wanting to catch up with the others, and learned Force Palm and Feint. Lastly, Haunter, with his drive to become stronger, and his love of pranks, learned how to better melt with the shadows and be nearly undetectable. He also learned the moves Sucker Punch and Shadow Ball. As their trainer witnessed and recorded their progress, a wide, proud smile spread across his face. There was no doubt in his mind that they would rock this tournament to its foundation. Soon, the day of the Pebble Town tournament arrived, and it had a somewhat surprising turnout of 32 trainers even, including our hero. All of the participants were gathered in the center of a small, quaint stadium, where the walls were made of gray stone with intricate pictures of rock-type Pokémon carved on them. Ash looked around at all of the trainers there for the prize. Most of them looked like newbie trainers that just started out, though a few looked more like veteran trainers. However, looks can be deceiving. Best not to judge until I see them in action, he thought. Soon, a short, portly with a handlebar mustache and wearing a blue suit, walked up onto a small stage with microphone and started to speak. Welcome trainers to the 6th annual Pebble Town Pokémon Tournament. I am your host and MC, Mayor Seti. Behind me are our 2 judges for our tournament today. Our very own Nurse Joy and special guest, Pewter City Gym leader Brock Slate. All eyes turned to the dark-tanned, spiky-haired teenager with line-like eyes. He waved to the crowd and trainer who cheered in return. The sight of the league gym leader made Ash a little nervous, and he silently hoped that his choice of name and clothing would throw him off. According to the DR and those rockets, every league member knew his face, thanks to that BSTRD oak. He readjusted his hood and made sure his contacts were in place. Right now they were red to make him look more menacing. The mayor then continued, all matches will be 3-on-3 until the finals, which will be a 6-on-6 full battle. Let's begin. Soon after that, the matchups were displayed a huge board behind him. Ash was in the 3rd matchup, so he went to the bleachers to watch the first 2 matches. In all honesty, they were only mildly interesting. 2 sets of newbie trainers with Rattatas, Butterfries, and the like. The most interesting matchups were those of starter Pokémon, such as Ivysaur versus Charmander. Then it was Ash's turn, and he was going up against a trainer named Kai Simmons, who had spiky brown hair and was wearing what looked like workout clothing. He wore a cocky smirk on his face, though it seemed to falter when he saw his opponent's dark appearance. The third match between Ashura Ravensong and Kai Simmons will now begin. Each trainer will have 3 Pokemon each with no time limit. Trainers, send out your first Pokemon. Kai smirked and said, "Okay kid. Let's see you try this on for size. Go, Hitmonlee." In a flash, the kicking Pokemon appeared ready for battle. Ash just smirked under his hood and said, "Electabuzz, to the battlefront." Soon, both Pokemon were staring each other down. Then Kai said, "I'll start things off if you don't mind." Hitmonlee, high jump kick. Hitmonlee jumped high into the air and came down at an alarming speed towards Electabuzz, who didn't look worried. The hooded trainer then said, "Electabuzz, charge up Ice Punch and catch that attack." And the electric Pokemon did just that, catching the fighting type's attack with a grunt as it slid him backwards 5 feet. Ice then began to form around Hitmonlee's leg, causing it to then put on an evil-looking smirk, one that made his opponent flinch. Now. Thunder Shock. Big time. With that, Electabuzz charged up and zapped the Hitmonlee with enough voltage to send it sailing backwards and to the ground. Though somehow, it managed to stand back up, though barely. Kai then said, "Don't throw in the towel yet, Hitmonlee, focus energy, then Brick Break." Ash the kicking Pokemon was powering up. Ash pondered his next move, then smirked, "Wait for it." Hitmonlee then blurred forward towards Electabuzz, its fists glowing with power as it charged forward. It was just about to bring its hand down when Ash said, "Dodge and use low kick. Then show him a real Brick Break." With that, the electric type stepped to the side and essentially tripped the fighting type, then brought his own glowing fist down, right on top of Hitmonlee's head. This knocked him out instantly. Hitmonlee is unable to battle. Electabuzz wins. Kai recalled his Pokemon with a word of thanks, then glared heatedly at Ash. That was a dirty trick. The hooded trainer just shrugged, "Not really, just good strategy." At that, Kai sent out his next Pokemon, a Magnemite. Ash had to give his opponent credit, this one might be a challenge. "I'll go first this time." Ash said, "Electabuzz, discharge. Counter with Thunder Wave." The two electric attack fought for dominance before exploding into a thin layer of smoke. In that moment, Ash made a gesture to his Pokemon, who understood and carried it out. Once the smoke cleared, Kai and Magnemite noticed that Electabuzz was nowhere to be seen. "Hey! Where'd he go?" He then heard his opponent clear his throat and looked over at him. The hooded trainer merely pointed upwards. The next thing Kai or Magnemite saw was the large electric-type Pokemon coming down towards them and landing a devastating Brick Break attack on Magnemite's head, body, main piece, whatever. Thanks to type, it was a once-hit KO. Kai returned his Pokemon silently as the referee announced Electabuzz's victory. He then took out his last ball and stared at it, before saying, "Well kid. You're good, but now it's time to meet my strongest Pokemon." With that, he released what looked like a red slug made of fire and lava, with a rock-like shell on its back. Ash looked on mildly surprised. "A Magcargo, huh? Interesting." While Electabuzz looked only slightly winded, he was still a bit worried due to type, and that Magcargo looked strong. Kai once again smirked. "Alright. Let's start this off with Rock Slide." At his command, the lava Pokemon summoned dozens of large rocks to rain down upon Electabuzz. Ash then countered, "Dodge what you can, and use Brick Break on the ones you can't dodge." The electric type did his best at dodging and bashing rocks, though a few did manage to sneak through, causing some damage to him. Kai then smirked and said, "Ancient Power," then follow up with Lava Plume. Overwhelm it. As soon as Electabuzz dodged the last rock, he was bombarded by an array of glowing rocky orbs, which sent him to the ground, then burnt heavily by a wall of flames. Despite all this, Electabuzz managed to stand as his trainer looked on with a look of worry on his hidden face. "Finish this up with Body Slam." Dodge it quick. Unfortunately, slowed by the burns on his body, Electabuzz was unable to dodge fully and took the body slam, knocking him out. Electabuzz is unable to battle, Magcargo wins. With that, Ash returned his fallen friend, "Thank you so much. You were excellent," he whispered to the ball, then stared at his opponent's Pokémon. It appeared to be winded after all of those attacks. He then pulls out his next Pokeball and released his giggling ghost type. It was so tempting to send out a water type and blast that snail away, but he didn't want this to be too easy. Kai frowned at seeing Haunter. It wasn't what he was expecting, but he thought Magcargo could handle it. "Okay Magcargo, one more time. Rock Slide. Sucker Punch." Thanks to the nature of the move, Haunter's attack hit first, interrupting the Rock Slide attack. Kai growled, "Attack it while it's close. Use Lava Plume." At that, the Lava Pokémon sent out another wave of fire. But Ash was quick to counter. "Haunter, form a Shadow Ball and hold it to protect yourself, then use Hypnosis," the hooded trainer said, hoping to Arceus that his idea works. Haunter is able to use Shadow Ball as a shield to block most of the damage, but does not come out unscathed. He is, however, far from out as he continues on to use Hypnosis on the fire snail, who promptly falls asleep. "Magcargo, wake up. Come on, please," his trainer yelled, but got no response. Ash smirked and continued, "Shadow Ball Barrage. Don't let up." Haunter smirked with him and let loose a wave of Shadow Ball, causing big damage to the still sleeping Pokémon. Finish this up with one last Sucker Punch. And with one last dark-fisted punch to the face, the battle was over. Magcargo is unable to battle. Haunter wins. The match goes to Ashura Ravensong. As the audience cheered and clapped for Ash's win, a certain gym leader looked on in silent awe. This kid was impressive. It made him wonder why he wasn't taking on the gym challenge and the league. Maybe he should talk with the kid after the tournament. // dash 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 dash // dash // The tourney dragged on throughout the day, with Ash winning his matches with ease, only having to use Riolu, Venomoth, Tentacruel, and Golbat. Now it was coming down to the final match. It was between him and a kid named AJ, who called himself the Wild Trainer. Ash had to admit, he was impressed. The kid had won his matches with almost as much ease as he had. His Sandshrew was especially tough. "Alright," the hooded trainer said to himself, "no more holding back." Both trainers walked out onto the field and stared at each other, AJ with a cocky smirk, and Ash with an intense glare. This finals match between Ashura Ravensong and AJ will now begin. This will be a full 6-on-6 match. A winner will be announced once all 6 of a trainer's Pokémon are knocked out or forfeited. Begin. This time Ash was first to release his Pokémon, Spearow. "I choose you." AJ just snorted, "HA. You're sending out that puny thing? How'd you even get to the final? Let me show you a real flying type." With that, he released a tough-looking Pidgeotto. Ash merely said, "I wouldn't underestimate us if I were you." At that moment, the battle began. Pidgeotto, Wing Attack. Spearow, Aerial Ace. Soon, the two flying types were exchanging blows in mid-air, ducking and twisting and slicing through the atmosphere. The audience couldn't help but stare in awe at the spectacle above them. Soon both flying types split apart to their sides of the field, both looking seriously winded. AJ took this minute to strike, "Use Gust. Blow that pest away." Ash retaliated by saying, "Don't panic, just ride the currents like you're in a storm." The strength behind the Gust attack and its wind currents was impressive, almost sending Spearow toppling to the ground. However, thanks to his trainer's quick thinking, he was able to ride the wind currents for the most part. But they were too chaotic to properly ride and Ash's Pokémon still took damage. Finally the wind stopped and Pidgeotto looked like it was barely staying in the air, it was so exhausted from putting all of its power in the attack. Ash took advantage. Now fly up and use Drill Peck. As Spearow flew over his opponent and came down with his beak glowing and spinning, AJ yelled, "Dodge it." The dodge was unsuccessful as Pidgeotto took a direct hit, which sent it toppling and crashing to the ground, where it was then seen with swirls in its eyes. Pidgeotto is unable to battle. Spearow wins. With a growl, AJ called his Pokémon back. Then sent out a Beedrill. Without missing a beat, the wild trainer called out, "Beedrill Poison Sting. I want that bird out now." The bee Pokémon sped forward, and Spearow, caught off guard by the bug-type speed, was hit head-on. Spearow! Ash called out in worry. The flying type fell to the ground with a thump, but somehow managed to stand, though it was very shaky and his left wing looked damaged. Ash sighed and smiled. He was about to call it back when, Spear, his Pokémon called out. The trainer stopped and looked on curiously, before he saw Spearow smirk and start to glow. Everyone in the small stadium looked on as Spearow's shape grew and changed. The next thing everyone heard was a mighty Fearow. Ash took out his transceiver and scanned. Fearow, the beak Pokémon and the evolved form of Spearow. It has the stamina to fly all day with its broad wings. It fights by using its sharp beak. New moves learned up evolution, Egg Move Try Attack. Ash just smirked, "Alright then, let's try it out." Try Attack. Fearow shared his trainer's smirk and formed 3 elemental orbs in its beak, which he then launched forward with incredible speed, hit the bug type right in the center of its body, sending it to the ground in a one-hit KO. Beedrill is unable to battle. Fearow wins. AJ growled even louder as he recalled his second Pokémon and said, "How in the hell did that overgrown bird take out Beedrill in one hit?" Ash just chuckled in response, "Have you forgotten that bug types are weak to flying types? And that one of the elements of Try Attack is fire?" The wild trainer just gritted his teeth, then smirked and sent out a second bug, a Butterfree. Ash raised an eyebrow at this but shrugged. Easy win for him then. Fearow, Aerial Ace. AJ kept smirking, Butterfree, use Confusion. As the butterfly Pokémon's eye glowed, Fearow was suddenly stopped in midair. Fear? It asked as it blinked in confusion. Ash went wide-eyed at the attack, then AJ continued, "Now. Sleep Powder." At that, Butterfree dusted Fearow with an ample amount of the blue sparkling powder, causing the bird's eyes to droop. Butterfree then released it from its confusion attack, letting the bird to drop to the ground. "Fearow, return," Ash said as he hastily returned his friend. "Thank you so much, and congrats on evolving." He then stared at his opponent and the Butterfree and smiled, "I'll admit, I wasn't expecting that. That was a good strategy." He then took out a Pokeball, "Let's see how you handle this one." With a fling, he threw out his next Pokeball, and a mighty rock snake appeared with a loud Onyx. As soon as it was out, the crowd went wild at seeing a rock-type Pokemon, and Brock stood up in admiration of it. AJ frowned a bit, then composed himself, "So what? That pile of gravel will just suffer the same fate as that bird of yours." Butterfree, Confusion and Sleep Powder. Ash facepalmed in disappointment. It was never a good idea to use the same tactic or strategy twice in a row. Onyx. Dragon Breath then smacked down. Onyx, being so big, was able to power through confusion before it fully took him over, and unleash a mighty green blast from his mouth. Butterfree attempted to dodge, but was unable to fully and was hit on its wing. The smackdown that followed took it out of the sky completely. As the little butterfly Pokemon struggled to get up, Onyx looked ready to attack again, when Ash said, "Wait a sec, Onyx. Let's see if it can get up." "Come on, Butterfree, up. Now's our chance," yelled AJ from the side. Butterfree continued to try and fly, its eyesight blurry and waning. It was able to get airborne again, only to flop back down with swirls in its eyes. Butterfree is unable to battle. Onix wins. We will now take a 5-minute Bree dash. Hell no. AJ yelled out, I'm not stopping until I beat this a-hole into the ground. Ash, along with most of the audience, shook their heads. The hooded trainer then said, it's fine with me if he wants to continue. The referee nodded, very well, continue the match. At this point Ashura has 5 Pokemon left while AJ has 3. I'll stick with Onix for now, Ash said as his Pokemon gave out a mighty roar. AJ smirked, still confident he could come from behind. Alright then, Raticate, let's go. A large brown rat Pokemon appeared and bared its fangs at Ash and Onix, trying to look intimidating. It had no effect however as Onix let out a yawn. Goor. Raticate, let's go, quick attack. At that, Raticate took off at an impressive speed, but slow enough that Ash could still follow it. The hooded trainer frowned and said, Harden, take the attack. Onix stood completely still as a sheen formed over his body. When Raticate was close, AJ switched tactic and said, now. Switch to Super Fong. At that, Raticate latched onto one of Onix's bigger boulders, causing it to roar in mild pain, though thanks to Harden, not that much. Ash then retaliated and said, knock it off you. Then use Rock Tomb where it lands. The rock snake shook its body around, causing slight tremors throughout the stadium, and eventually shook the normal type free and flying through the air until it landed on the ground. Onix then concentrated and summoned 5 large boulders from the ground to surround and trap the rat Pokemon. Rat-Kate, it said as it was squeezed in between the boulders. AJ, seeing his Pokemon in trouble, yelled, Raticate, use Double Edge to set yourself free. Onix, use Dragon Breath. As Onix's attack barreled forward, Raticate managed to set itself free and jump, only to be caught in the blast zone and hurled forward toward Onix. Ash smirked, Onix finished this up with Smackdown. But AJ wasn't done, and threw Ash a curve ball, Raticate, use Roar. At the last moment, Raticate let out a loud screech, sending Onix back into his Pokeball. However, the strateg backfired, as the Pokemon that replaced Onix made AJ sweat and Ash chuckle. Charizard. The black and red beast made everyone in the stadium shake from fear and excitement. Ash just shrugged with a smile on his face, well I was planning on saving him for last, but hey, your funeral. He then pointed to the Raticate, Charizard, flamethrower that pest. With a mighty roar, Charizard let loose a torrent of flames at the rat Pokemon. A few moments later, a barbecued Raticate was on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Raticate is unable to battle. Charizard wins. AJ silently recalled his 4th Pokemon, looking more disheartened. Even though he knew his chances were slim, he was not about to give up. Go, Nidorino. The spiky poison type, not unlike Ash's, appeared. It sweated when it saw its opponent but steeled its resolve. AJ then started out, use Poison Sting. We need to weaken that thing. Nidorino let out a barrage of poison needles at the large fire type. Neither Ash nor Charizard seemed worried though, as Ash lazily countered, Flamethrower on the Poison Sting, then Dragon Pulse. The fire beast ended the attack with one burst of flame, then powered up a bluish-green orb in its mouth, firing it towards the poison type. Dodge it! AJ desperately yelled to his Pokemon. Nidorino managed to jump into the air, but not that high and was hit by the explosive aftermath of the attack. Still it managed to stand and look ready for more. Good. AJ said, now use Hidden Power. At that, Nidorino formed several yellow orbs around it and fired them at the pseudo-dragon. Ash responded by saying, Fly. Then Smoke Screen. As Charizard took to the air, dodging the attack, he let loose a thick cloud of smoke, which covered the area around the poison type. Nidorino looked all around in confusion, then he heard 2 calls, it's above you. Flamethrower. Looking up, it saw a large line of flames coming its way. As it tried to move out the way, the black cloud around it combusted. The resulting explosion knocked the poison type out. Nidorino is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Trainer, send out your last Pokemon. AJ grit his teeth and looked down at the Pokeball in his hand. Inside was his most faithful companion and starter. Against his better judgment, he threw the ball out. Sandshrew, let's win this. In a flash, a small, yellow, armadillo-like Pokemon appeared. It looked up at Charizard but had no fear in its eyes. I know you can do it, Sandshrew, roll out. At his trainer's command, Sandshrew curled up into an armored ball and rolled towards the towering fire type, gaining speed as it went. Ash watched it for a moment before saying, deflect it with Steel Wing. Power up a Dragon Pulse. As Sandshrew's attack was about to land, Charizard's wings grew a metallic shine as he crossed them over himself. As the mouse Pokemon hit his wings, he flourished them out, making Sandshrew fly backwards. The flame Pokemon then followed up with a Dragon Pulse, which hit the ground in front of Sandshrew, sending it flying even further. AJ growled, use Swift. Quick. Sandshrew managed to stand up, then roll into a ball and unleash a flurry of stars at Charizard. Meet them head-on with Flamethrower. Ash yelled. Charizard grunted and burned most of the stars, some making their way through and hitting him, only causing superficial damage. At this point, Sandshrew was looking more and more winded. Ash decided to wrap this up. Let's finish this. Charizard, fly up. AJ wasn't giving up though. Sandshrew, dig underground. Ash smirked almost evilly, Flamethrower into the hole. As Sandshrew hit underground, Charizard blew a flamethrower into the hole it made, causing a rolled-up flaming ball to spring out from the ground. Now Charizard, finish this with Seismic Toss. At that command, Charizard flew and caught Sandshrew, only to fling him to the ground a moment later, thus ending the match. Sandshrew is unable to battle. Charizard wins. The victory goes to Ashura. Raven Song. At that, everyone in the stadium stood up and cheered for him, and Ash couldn't help but smile and wave. AJ just silently recalled his Pokemon and walked out of the stadium, muttering something about more training. Backslash dash 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 backslash. The award ceremony was a relatively quick event. As first place winner, Ash won 1,000 Pokedollars and 3 metal coats. That prize was a slight shocker to everyone, and it was the only time one would catch Ash grinning like a madman. He already had plans for his prizes. As he was receiving his prizes from Brock, who was giving them out, then Gym Leader whispered, "Meet me behind the stadium in an hour. I may have an opportunity for you." This perplexed the still hooded trainer as much as it scared him. Had he been found out? Did Brock know who he was? How could he? Exactly 1 hour later, Ash was next to the woods behind the stadium. As he watched the young moon in the sky, he heard a voice say, "That was quite an impressive show you put on." Turning, he saw it was the gym leader himself. Ash nodded, "Thanks." Brock then stepped forward. "Tell me, how long have you been a trainer?" he asked. Ash thought for a moment before saying, 3 months. Almost 4. The look on Brock's face was priceless. "Really? And you already have such a strong team?" Most trainers at that point have a full or almost full team of mid to lower level Pokemon. Ash just shrugged and said, "They don't train like I do." Brock nodded slowly, "I guess not." "So. What's this opportunity you were talking about?" he asked Brock, getting a little impatient. That snapped the gym leader from his thoughts. "Oh. Ah. Yeah. Firstly, where are you planning on going after this?" Ash just shrugged, "Not sure yet, wherever the next tournament like this is." Brock smiled, "Good, I believe there is a tournament going on in a few weeks outside of Celadon City. If you're headed that way, maybe you could help out a friend of mine in Cerulean City. The rogue trainer raised a brow at the gym leader. Why should he bother with this, and how was this an opportunity? It's not that Ash wasn't a nice person, he just didn't see the need to get involved. I'll pay you if you do a good job, of course, and my friend will chip in too. That got his attention. He could always use the money after all. It was going to take a lot of resources to fund his journey and uncover Oak's corruption. He turned his attention full to Brock and said, "All right then, who is this friend and what do I have to do?" In a small, well-lit bedroom in a house on the outskirts of Pallet Town, a woman with chestnut brown hair worked tirelessly on her husband's old computer. This had become something common for her over the past few months, working all night into the dawn, trying to find information. Information she would need to not only find her son, but clear his name as well, and maybe even bring his accuser to justice. Delia Ketchum wanted nothing more in the world than to have her baby safe, either back home or out there as an accredited trainer. The one place she did not want him was in jail for crimes she knew he didn't commit, or worse, that she didn't want to think about it. So far she had looked into the police reports the professor showed her, as well as the professor himself. While she hadn't had much luck with exposing dirt on Oak, she did have moderate success with the reports. Apparently there was no concrete evidence saying that Ash stole anything from the Pokemon Center in Viridian. If anything, the nurse there described him as a hero. As for the trainer in Viridian Forest, turns out he had already had a record himself for Pokemon neglect, reckless endangerment, and assault with a deadly weapon. The tired woman sighed and rubbed her eyes. Several nights of no sleep were starting to take their toll on her. Letting out a big yawn, she hid the information she had already and headed to bed. The last thing she needed was anyone, namely the professor or his associates, finding out what she was up to. As Ash set foot in Cerulean City, he couldn't help but stare at all the blue and water decor everywhere. The city certainly lived up to its name, that's for sure. He looked at the paper in his hand with the information Brock gave him a couple days ago. Apparently he was supposed to meet up in the park with some redhead named Misty, where they would discuss the problems she was having with her gym and sisters. If he was able to solve the problem, he would be paid for his troubles. As he approached his destination, X buzzed on his wrist. Ash looked and saw he had a call from Dr. Igneous coming in. He smiled and answered it. "Hey, document. What's up?" But then he frowned when he saw that the doctor looked like he had been in a fight. We've been better," Igneous said from the other line. "We have a slight problem on our hands." The trainer blinked in confusion and worry. What? What happened? Well, the doctor started, this whole thing started about a week ago when we found a Poliwhirl unconscious on the beach. After nursing it back to health, I planned on making it my Pokemon. Unfortunately, as soon as it was awake, it started acting very wild and competitive, challenging every Pokemon on the island, including Blaze and Luca, to battle. And the most amazing part is that it won most of them. Ash nodded as he listened. Sound strong? The doctor nodded. The reason I'm calling is that this morning things got really out of hand. He then started sweating profusely, you see. This morning it got into the lab. And your room. At that, Ash went wide-eyed and started glaring at the doctor. It got into my room? The doctor started sweating even more. Yeah. And it stole your, Waterstone. Did what? How did it even know where it was, or that I had one? The doctor just shrugged. I'm not really sure myself. They say that Pokemon with an affinity to certain stones can sense when one is near, though that subject is still being studied. This whole situation made the trainer facepalm and rub his brows. Anyway, Ash. The reason that I'm calling is Crash. Boom. Did you manage to catch any Pokemon that would have an advantage over a water fighting type? Ashura sighed heavily, and nodded. Yeah, I got one. Give me a minute. He called out Electabuzz and explained the situation, then with the use to the X-transceiver, sent him to the doctor. Did you get it, Doc? Dr. Igneous nodded. Yup. Received on this side. Boom. He nodded. Good, take good care of him and let me know when the issue is resolved. With that, he ended the call and continued to the park, still set off that a troublesome Pokemon had somehow found his way into his room. He's gonna have to put a lock on his door when he got back home. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Upon his arrival to Cerulean Park, he spotted a young female, about his age, sitting on a bench. Just as described, she had orange-red hair, bluish-green eyes, and a slim frame. She also looked really nervous. Ash checked his appearance, noting that his hair was tied back still and that his eyes were now blue. Nodding, he put his hood up and approached her at a normal pace, and asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Misty?" The young redhead snapped her head up at his voice and smiled nervously. "Why yes, that's me, are you?" "Ashura." Ash smiled and bowed respectfully. "Ashura Ravensong at your service, ma'am. Brock told me you needed some help with your sisters." Misty sighed and nodded, "Yeah." Ash then motioned her to walk ahead. "How about we head back to the gym, you can explain along the way." Misty nodded in agreement and they began walking. "So," Ash started, "what seems to be the issue?" "Brock seemed like he was pretty desperate to find someone to help you." The redhead growled, "It's because my sisters are a bunch of idiotic airheads that prefer to put on their water ballets than do gym battles," she said. "I've tried reasoning with them, yelling at them, and I've even tried battling them myself," she then sighed, "but they always pull out their strongest Pokemon to beat mine. They say it's their way of proving that they're right and that I don't have what it takes to be a gym leader or a sensational sister," she said as her voice got really low, looking like she was going to cry. Ash raised a brow. "Well, that sounds pretty rotten. What's their strongest Pokemon anyway?" Misty snorted. "A Gyarados," she then sighed, "and all I have are a Staryu, a Starmie, and a Goldeen. Who can beat the pants of all their other Pokemon except that monster?" The hooded trainer sighed. He now saw the problem, and, "How often do you train your own Pokemon?" he asked, curious. Misty just sighed. "As much as I can, but unfortunately not a lot. Those sisters of mine always leave me with all the chores. The only way I can train is if I sneak away." Ash then smirked as an idea started to form. "Then sneak away we shall." When Misty gave him a weird look, he continued, "You and I are going to take a week to get away from your dopey sisters and train. I even have a Gyarados for you to train with." Misty just nodded slightly. "Maybe, but we'll have to find a good secluded spot, or they might ask some guy to try and find their precious little sister," she grumbled. "Why is this sounding more and more like Cinderella?" Ash said to himself. He then closed his eyes in thought for a moment. Meh, we'll worry about it when the time comes. I'm sure we can. Convince your sisters to let you train for a week. In my opinion, it sounds like they're deliberately holding you down to keep you from getting stronger. Other than a league official, you're probably the biggest threat to their way of life." Misty nodded fervently. She's had those same exact thoughts, but to hear it from someone else helped strengthen her theory. She then put on a determined face. "Okay, Ashura. When do we start?" The next day at the crack of dawn, Ash and Misty ventured out towards Mount Moon to train. Misty had left a note with her sisters, saying that she would be gone for a week. The most important thing to remember when battling or training is to take in all the factors, Ashura lectured. Gyarados is definitely a powerhouse, but it was one glaring weakness. Misty smiled. "Electricity," she then frowned, "but all I have are water types," she then grumbled. "I would like to travel and catch a Pokemon like Chinchou, but..." Ash just smiled. "Water-type Pokemon can learn moves other than water-type moves. Especially Starmie. Being an evolved Pokemon, she can learn a large array of moves, including electric-type moves." With that, they both shared a smirk. They formulated a plan and got to work. Every day they would follow a rough version of the training schedule that Ash used while on his island home. The first thing he wanted to fix was the fact that her Pokemon were undernourished and underdeveloped. Thus, He adjusted their diet to have more nutrients and vitamins, and taught Misty how to do the same. They spent most of the time learning from and sparring against Ash's Gyarados. According to Misty, her sister's atrocious Pokémon knew Thunderbolt and Flamethrower, which was an issue for most challengers, including her water types. So, Ash helped her teach them new moves by letting her borrow the book he had for them and working with her in teaching them. By the end of the week, Stereo had learnt Light Screen, Starmie had learnt Thunderbolt, and Goldeen had learnt Aqua Ring and gotten much faster. Luckily, they only had a few disruptions courtesy of Misty's sisters, usually the occasional trainer that was searching the area. They were easily scared off by a certain large bird of prey. Misty was very proud of the work she and her Pokémon put in, but she was still worried. Her sister's Gyarados was no joke. It was the #1 reason people had trouble, if any, getting the badge, and that was on the rare occasion that her sister actually fought instead of giving them away. Ash placed a hand on her shoulder. "You're going to do fine." Misty smiled, "Thanks." Backslash dash 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 backslash. The next day, at the gym, all three sisters were waiting by the pool. This was the day their little sister said she would return in her letter. Since their attempts to bring her home earlier failed, they all decided to just wait. Suddenly, the doors to the gym sprawled wide open, revealing two figures. One was what looked like a young boy, whose face was covered by a black hood. The other was none other than their sister, Misty. "There you are," said Daisy the blonde. "Like, where the hell have you been?" the blue-haired Violet said. "Do you, have any idea how many chores have been?" "I mean the fuchsia-haired one," Lily, caught herself, "how worried we've been about you." Misty shook her head in exasperation, and Ash stepped forward. He wanted to test to see if what Misty was saying was true or an exasperation. "Hello, ladies. I am looking into having a gym battle. Here, since this is a Pokémon gym. Would that be alright?" The sisters looked at each other a bit awkwardly. "We aren't really, into battling anymore. Our main thing now is, our beautiful water ballets," Lily said. "Tell you what, cutie," Daisy said, turning on the sweet talk, "how about we just, give you a badge and dash?" "I'm gonna cut you off right there," he said, holding up a hand. He then turned to Misty and nodded. The little redhead stepped forward and said, "Daisy, Lily, Violet. I have had enough of you three running our family's gym into the ground. Dad is probably rolling in his grave after seeing what you're doing. How can you not realize that your actions could lead to us being without a gym or a home?" She then took a deep breath and continued, "I hereby challenge you to a 3-on-3 battle for gym rights. If I win, you will knock it off with the ballets and allow me to take the role of leader." Daisy snorted, ignoring most of her runt sister's words. "Again with this, Misty? You're just gonna, lose like you always do. But, if you insist, I'll beat you real quick. That way, we can, go back to practicing and you can get to the chores you let build up while you were gone," she sneered, while Violet and Lily nodded in agreement. Soon, both Daisy and Misty were on separate sides of the field. Daisy called out, "Gyarados, I choose you." In a flash, the atrocious Pokémon was roaring out its dominance. Misty let out a gasp, "You're starting out with Gyarados?" Daisy just shrugged, "I don't, have time to be playing around with you, we have things to do now that you're back." Misty just sighed. The sight of the giant serpent had put a seed of doubt into her mind. She then looked over at Ash, who flashed her smile and a thumbs up. She remembered what he said, "Just believe in your Pokémon and you'll be fine." Misty smiled and nodded, then centered herself before calling her Pokémon out, "Go, Starmie." And in a flash, the purple mysterious Pokémon appeared. Daisy let out a chuckle, "This again? Misty, you, never learn. You need to get some new tricks. At that, Misty growled, how can I learn new tricks if you never let me go anywhere? At that, Daisy just shrugged with a smug look, like, your problem, not mine. Misty again growled, then took a deep breath to calm herself down. Lose your cool, and you'll lose the battle, she told herself, another thing Ash taught her. Okay Starmie, let's do this. Start off with Confuse Ray. At her command, Starmie's gem started to glow with blue light. Gyarados, underwater please, Daisy commanded almost lazily. The large serpent dived into the pool, avoiding the Confuse Ray. Misty continued, Starmie, into the pool. Soon, Starmie was underwater with Gyarados. Daisy huffed and said, well that was, like, a stupid move, Gyarados, Thunder Dash. Thunderbolt. Misty yelled, catching Daisy off guard. Starmie let out an erratic bolt of thunder, shocking Gyarados and causing it to rear up out of the water, looking thoroughly shocked. Misty smirked, the plan was working, okay Starmie, Hydro Pump. At her command, Starmie fired 5 powerful streams of water at the water serpent. Gyarados, dodge. Daisy called out, now seeing that her sister meant business. As Gyarados went to dodge, his body suddenly sparked, signaling paralysis. Thus, the Hydro Pump hit head-on. The Gyarados went down, but somehow got back up, though it looked like it was struggling to breathe. Daisy only saw it was still conscious and smirked, like, nice try Misty, but not good enough, as always. Gyarados, like, Thunderbolt please. At that, the large water type let loose a huge thunderbolt at the star Pokemon. Starmie quick. Rapid spin to dodge. Misty said, not listening to her sister's jibe. The mysterious Pokemon spun around fast enough to fly through the air like a frisbee, avoiding the attack as best as she could. Gyarados, however, was very good at adjusting his aim and managed to catch Starmie in an almost direct hit, causing the Pokemon to stop spinning and drop to the ground. She sparked and shuddered, signaling paralysis. Daisy smirked almost evilly, well, this has been, like, somewhat fun, but it's time to put Starmie to bed, Gyarados, Hyper Beam. As the exhausted Gyarados was slowly charging, Misty called to her Pokemon, Starmie, please. You need to dodge. Recover. As Gyarados finished charging, he let it rip, going straight for Starmie, who was glowing slightly. Crash. All everyone saw after the attack was smoke. The gym was in total silence until the smoke cleared to reveal that Starmie. That was nowhere to be seen. Starmie. Misty called out weakly. Then suddenly, there was a splash as a figure erupted from the water. Starmie, the redhead called out with a mixture of glee and relief. The purple star landed on her side of the platform, looking winded and scratched up but otherwise okay. Gyarados was another story. The giant serpent has used up all of its energy in that last attack, and was now swaying back and forth. Misty looked on at the powerful beast with pity, then looked to her sister, Daisy, you should forfeit Gyarados. It can't take any more, it needs to dash. Shut up. Daisy roared out. She was soon joined by Lily and Violet, I will not let a little runt like you think she's better and knows more. As far as I'm concerned you'll never be a sensational sister, or a gym leader. The sisters nodded in agreement. Misty looked on in shock, while Ash just shook his head. She growled and said, look. This isn't about you or me or who's better. This is about the well-being of your Pokemon. But you're all too stuck up and self-centered to see how much pain he's in. Forfeit him before he gets seriously hurt. At that comment, Lily bursted out laughing, like a little runt like you could hurt any of our magnificent Pokemon. It's fine. Gyarados, finish her off please. However, the powerful water type didn't move a muscle. The sisters looked up at him with perplexed looks. Gyarados dear. Like, please, let's not delay this any further. Knock out that brat's Pokemon so we can, like, get back to practicing. Again, Gyarados didn't attack. Instead he turned towards the so-called sensational sisters and glared menacingly at them. Seeing this, the girls stepped back in fear. Warehouse. What's going on? Why isn't it listening? Then they heard the hooded boy chuckle. I know why, he said, stepping forward. I'm guessing that Garridos has had enough of your selfish attitudes. What? They all said as one. Ash continued, the key word when training any Pokemon, especially a strong, powerful Pokemon like Garridos, is respect. Not only do Garridos respect strength, but they also respond better when respect is returned. Not only did you disrespect him by refusing to acknowledge his condition and treating him like a battle machine, but you also disrespected your sister. That one should be obvious. Daisy just growled and waved him off. Oh, what does a kid like you know? You're probably just another runt like Misty that dash. Jaya. She was cut off by a menacing roar, loud enough to make the whole building shake. It was enough to effectively shut them up. The shocked sisters could only watch as Garridos slowly waded over to Misty, tilting his head toward her. Misty blinked in confusion and slight fear, before slowly reaching out and patting the beast on his huge head. The red-haired trainer slowly put on a smile, then frowned when she saw the extent of his injuries. Sorry about that, she said with an apologetic smile, those must hurt. Here, Ash said as he approached, handing her one of his potions, this will hold it off until we get it to a Pokemon Center. She nodded and sprayed the worst of then injuries. She then gave her sisters a stern stare as she walked over to them. They stared back at her. Garridos needs help, she said, please, give me his Pokemon so I can take him to the center. Daisy, Lily, and Violet looked at each other a moment, before the eldest took Garridos' Pokeball and placed it in Misty's hand, saying, take good care of it. Misty smiled and nodded, before hastily returning the injured water type as well as her own, and rushing out, Ash right behind her. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Later, at the Pokemon Center, Misty was informed that Garridos would be okay, but it wouldn't be able to battle for a few days. While he and Starmie were being healed, she went outside to talk with Ashura. Well, how are they? The rogue trainer asked as he leaned against a wall. Misty nodded, they'll be fine, though Garridos won't be able to battle right away. Ash nodded in understanding. He had already figured that would be the case. Oh. Misty said suddenly as she pulled out a manila envelope, here, for your trouble, and as a thank you. I feel much more confident about my battling skills now and feel as though I can only get stronger because of you. Ashura blinked as he took the envelope, you sure? We don't know if your sisters will change their act yet. Misty simply nodded, I'm sure, besides, she put on a smirk, I'm sure that seeing their strongest Pokemon turn on them because of their attitude will be a big motivation to better themselves. Ash could only chuckle, I guess you're right. He then stood up fully from the wall, if that's the case, I guess we're all done here then. Misty nodded, so, what are you going to do now? Are you entering the Indigo League? Ash shook his head, nah, not right now anyway. Right now, I'm just traveling, and strengthening my team. I'm also entering smaller tournaments to get some money and items. Once I do that, I'll be heading to one of the other regions, he explained. He left out his other goals, which was to somehow expose and destroy one Professor Oak and clear his name. The redhead nodded and smiled, well. Whatever you do, Ashura, I wish you luck, she said as she held her hand, which he heartily shook with a smile, saying, you too, Miss Misty. Take care of yourself and don't let those sisters of yours push you around, he then smirked, then again with Garridos on your side, that shouldn't be a problem. She returned the smirk and laughed a little as well, then watched as he left the Pokemon Center. She sighed as she watched him leave, silently praying to Arceus that they would cross paths again. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Not even 5 minutes after leaving the Pokemon Center, Ash got a call on X. Answering it, he saw that it was Dr. Igneous again. Then again, who else could it be? "Hello doctor, has that issue been dealt with finally?" The doctor smiled one of his creepy smiles and nodded, "Oh yes, most definitely. Your Electabuzz certainly took care of the problem. I must commend you for training it so well." Ash chuckled, "Well, I can't take all of the credit, document. Just send him back when ready." He then frowned, "But I have to ask, how did dealing with one troublesome Pokemon take an entire week?" The doctor then growled as his face turned red, because that sneaky snake of a Poliwrath kept running away whenever Electabuzz was winning the battle, only to come back the next day and challenge him all over again. It took a combined effort of almost every Pokemon on the island to finally trap him long enough for Electabuzz to finish it off and allow me to catch him. He then let out a long sigh, "But, it's all over now. Hopefully with time, I'll be able to train Poliwrath to help me around the lab." Ash just nodded, "I'm sure you will, doctor." He then gave the man a stern glare, "And make sure that thing stays out of my room. Put a lock on it if you have to." Igneous winced and giggled lightly, "Right. I'll do that," he said as he sent Electabuzz's Pokeball back over. "Anyways, where are you headed to now?" Ash smiled again as he received the ball, "Probably Celadon City. I heard there's another tournament going on around that area." The doctor nodded, then smirked, "That reminds me. Word is spreading that some upstart trainer completely destroyed the competition at a tournament near Pewter City. Know who that was?" The hooded trainer mimicked his friend and mentor's smirk. "I may know who did it, they say his black Charizard put on quite the show." At that, Igneous let out a hearty laugh, "Excellent work my boy, well done. Keep this up and you'll make a good name for yourself even without going to the league." Ash chuckled for a bit, then sighed, "Still walking out of town, I really wish I could participate in the league here." He then scowled, "But with this being Oak's main region, the risk is too high, even with the new look and name." The DR just shrugged, "You could always try Johto, or Kalos. I heard that those professors don't see eye to eye with Oak. They could help you out. Oh, and the Orange League. It's not an official league tournament and thus no one would have really heard of Ash Ketchum." Ash slowly nodded and smiled, "Thanks Doc, that does help." He then frowned and asked, "How come you didn't tell me about the Orange League before?" The doctor blushed, Forgot." He chuckled nervously. At that, Ash facepalmed. Igneous laughed again at his reaction, "Anyways, it's up to you what you want to do, son. Just be safe in your travels. Never know what lies around the next corner." The trainer just chuckled, "But that's what makes life exciting, right?" With that, he hung up, and pulled up his X map. After marking the coordinates, he released Charizard and they flew up into the night sky. As Ash flew through the bright morning skies on Charizard's back, he paid attention to the sights and happenings on the ground. He didn't want to accidentally pass up his destination by enjoying the ride too much. As he was just approaching the outskirts of the city, what looked like a battle going on. There were fire and water attacks being shot off everywhere, including the sky. At this point, the young trainer decided it would be safer and somewhat entertaining to land and watch the battle. When he got closer to the battle zone, he saw that the battle was between a Charmander and a Wartortle, and obviously, the Wartortle was winning. The water Pokemon's trainer was a young girl, a little older than himself, with green pigtails that went past her shoulders. The Charmander's trainer was an older guy with blue hair, goggles, and a pink and brown cowboy-like outfit. As Ash listened, he also noticed that the boy had an accent, among other things. "Come on you weak, useless thing. That turtle should be easy for you to beat." Ash just frowned and shook his head. This kid was either stupid or let's just leave it at stupid. Eventually the Charmander was predictably knocked out by a strong water gun attack, but what was not predicted was how the blue-haired trainer would go off his rocker after the loss. "You stupid, worthless Pokemon. I can't believe I put up with you. As he was about to hit the defenseless fire type, his fist was stopped by another hand grabbing his in a firm grip. The trainer looked up and turned to see who would dare grab him. It was another male trainer, younger than him, with a hood covering most of his face, glaring at him with menacing red eyes. The blue-haired male flinched a bit at seeing those eyes, but then started glaring back. "Hey! Who are you to grab me like that? You've got some nerve." The red-eyed trainer just hardened his glare, and said in a cold voice, "You're the one that's got some nerve, blaming your Pokemon for your mistake." The older male growled, "Why you dash? What kind of trainer would dare blame his Pokemon for losing when there was such a clear disadvantage, in both type and level? Trainers like you need to have their head examined," the hooded boy said, still glaring. The blue-haired trainer glared back at him for another moment, before smirking and sticking his nose up. "You're obviously just some noob that doesn't know anything about Pokemon yet. Probably here for the tournament. Well then I'll just beat your pathetic hide there, shrimp." With that, he walked away from the clearing. Ash just stared at him until he disappeared into town, glaring knives into the boy's back. The girl that he was battling earlier walked up to him. "I'd watch myself around him if I were you," she warned. "Damien has a pretty bad reputation." The hooded trainer turned to the girl and flashed a feral grin, making her step back. "So his name's Damien, huh? Thanks for the info," and with that he walked off into the brush to find his own spot to train and camp, leaving the confused and startled girl behind. After 4 days of almost non-stop training and strategizing, the day of the tournament had finally arrived. As with the last one, 32 trainers had signed up to compete. Or maybe it was capped. Who knows? There was a much bigger crowd and a bigger stadium, since Celadon was obviously a larger city than Pewter. And even though the tournament was not sponsored or controlled by the league, they were still allowed to call it the Celadon Tournament, probably for publicity reasons. Soon, a woman, dressed in a green two-piece dress suit with a giant pink flower lapel and brown hair to her shoulders, made herself visible on the stage in front of the crowd and competitors. "Welcome one and all to the 13th annual Celadon Tournament. Sponsored by the Pokemon Battle Lovers Club. Today we have 32 grand trainers who will soon be duking it out for pride, glory, and this." She held up a frame showing a case of TMs as well as a grass, dawn, and sunstone. Pokemon items that are essential tools for any trainer looking to make a name for themselves. Now without further ado, here's the starting bracket. The mega screen behind her quickly showed the pictures of all 32 trainers in the tournament. As Ash looked at the pics and around the crowd, he noted that the competition looked to be a lot more steep, as these trainers looked more seasoned and experienced. One particular trainer that caught his eye was one standing in the shadows. Like his own, this figure's face was covered by a hood, only the person also wears a sash of some type that he or she could use to cover their mouth. Another trainer that caught his eye was the arrogant blue-haired trainer, who he learned was named Damien. As he looked to the brackets, he smirked. That a-hole would be his first opponent. He stared at the blue-haired boy from across the field. As soon as they made eye contact, the hooded trainer cracked his knuckles and flexed his arms, making Damien flinch slight, before glaring back at him. While the two trainers were staring each other down, no one noticed a figure in the corner dressed in a brown overcoat staring at the competitors, especially at the hooded trainer with supposedly red eyes. Backslash dash 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 backslash. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Damien Diablo and Ashura Ravensong. A winner will be announced once both Pokemon of either side is knocked out. We will now see which side will go first with a coin flip. Damien won the coin flip and smirked. "Well, go on, send out your weak Pokemon so we can get this over with." Ash just shook his head and rubbed his brow. "Whatever shuts you up." "Your voice gives me a headache," he said, making some of the crowd chuckle. In a flash, Golbat appeared, ready to fight. Damien just laughed. "That's it. You're weaker than I thought. Golem, show this wimp who's boss." With that, the Megaton Pokemon made its appearance. From what Ash could tell from its size and color, Damien had more than likely evolved it too quickly, and it definitely didn't appear very healthy. However, the idiotic trainer didn't see any of that and said, "Tell you what, I'll let you have the first move, then I'll finish you off quick. How does that sound?" Ash just shrugged and said, "Your funeral," then looked up at Golbat, who was glaring daggers at the rock type. "Golbat, use Supersonic." Golbat released a set of very loud and high-pitched sound waves, causing the rock type to cover the sides of his head. Damien growled, "Ignore that. Use Smackdown. Now." Golem struggled through the continuing sound waves long enough to pick up a large rock and fling it at Golbat. Dodge, the poison type heard, and was able to avoid a direct hit, but was still clipped on his wing, causing him to almost drop to the ground before righting himself. It also caused him to stop his attack. Damien smirked, "Now while it's down, use Rollout." At his trainer's command, the giant rock ball retracted his head, arms and legs into himself and began to roll towards the injured bat Pokemon. But Ash wasn't just going to let his friend get flattened. Confuse Ray, then up in the air. Quickly. Golbat shot off what looked like a series of glowing orbs at the rolling rock type, which hit their mark. As soon as the attack landed, Golbat flapped his wings harder to try and get airborne again, only to receive another, albeit minor injury from the rolling Pokemon. Seeing that this was going nowhere, the hooded trainer recalled the poison type. "Golbat, return for now. I'll need you later." He then brought out another ball, Onix. To the battlefront. In a flash, the giant rock snake Pokemon appeared, roaring its name to the heavens and displaying its strength to the crowd. Under his trainer's hardcore, and at times radical, training methods, the rock-type strength and speed had increased immensely. Damien just snorted and laughed at the giant Pokemon, "Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm shaking, the weakling has an overgrown pile of pebbles going against me." He then turned to his Golem, who was trying to snap out of his confusion. "Golem, show him a Real Rock Pokemon. Use Earthquake." Golem slowly responded by stamping both feet on the ground, causing it to shake uncontrollably. Onix roared in pain as he took double damage from the attack. "Onix, please. Just hang in there." Ash yelled to his Pokemon, "Knock him off his feet with Dragon Breath." Onix managed to hang tough and released a torrent of green, fire-like energy from his mouth. "Roll out to dodge and hit that thing head-on," Damien yelled. Ash retaliated, "Redirect your Dragon Breath to the ground in front of him." Golem rolled into a ball and tore across the field, successfully dodging the initial attack. Onix, however, followed Ash's orders and res-hot Dragon Breath at the ground right in front of the rolling rock ball. This not only caused damage to the Pokemon, but also caused it to fly backwards in the air. Damien grit his teeth at the turn of events. "Get up," he yelled as Golem landed, "I will not tolerate defeat." Golem, though struggling slightly, did manage to stand again, looking slightly winded. He and Onix stared each other down, growling their names at each other. Ash decided to take the initiative this time. "Onix, use Rock Tomb. Then follow up with Dragon Breath." Onix powered up as his body shone with a weird light, then all at once, 5 large stones erupted from the ground, surrounding and trapping Golem in a tight rocky squeeze. As Golem was visibly struggling against, Onix prepared to let loose another round of green energy. Damien audibly growl, "Come on stupid. Use Rollout to break free." At that, Golem rolled into a ball and started to spin at an accelerated rate, until suddenly, he launched himself into the sky. Right in the path of Onix's Dragon Breath. The blast sent the magnitude Pokemon barreling into the ground and sliding back to its trainer. Once the dust cleared, it was obvious that Golem was knocked out cold. Golem is unable to battle. Onix wins. Damien growled and muttered under his breath as he returned his battered Pokemon, "Piece of garbage. I'll deal with you later," he said soft enough so no one would supposedly hear, then plucked another ball from his belt. Ash took this time to speak up, "I hope that's not all you got." I was hoping that someone that would use such harsh words and tactics with his Pokémon would have the strength to back them up, he said, tauntingly. Damien's growl resembled that of an Arcanine with rabies. Shut up. I'm gonna mop the floor with you. Meet my strongest Pokémon. With that, he threw the Pokeball, releasing a large, purple beast of a Pokémon, which roared to the heavens as it was released. Nihidu. Ash looked over the large poison type with a calculated gaze. Despite its immense size, it was actually smaller than he expected, which told him that his idiotic trainer probably evolved him right away without proper training. He also seemed to have a wild look in his eye, telling Ash that he may not listen to Damien's commands sometimes, or may even go on a rampage if it got that far. He would definitely have to be careful with this one. He then turned to his Pokémon, Onix. Can you keep going? The rock type nodded, although he did take a fair amount of damage from that earthquake. Damien smirked, scared, newbie. You should be. Nidoking's never been beaten in battle. Let me show you why. Nidoking, Earth Power. With that command, Nidoking roared and stamped a single foot to the ground, causing the terrain around Onix to glow, tremble and erupt. Onix roared in pain from the ground-type attack and curled its body up as a weak defense. Ash growled, "Don't give up, Onix, you can do this. Use Rock Tomb again." Even though Ash knew the chances of Onix winning this one were slim, he still needed to weaken Nidoking to a point where Golbat would be able to finish it off. The rock snake roared out in defiance of the attack and began to glow with a dim light again, and not a moment afterwards, Nidoking was surrounded by 5 huge, pillar-like rocks. Ash smiled, "Now Dragon Breath." Damien countered, "Hyper Beam. Now." As Onix was exhausted from the earlier pats of the battle, and Nidoking needed a moment to charge, both attacks were fired at the same time. As Onix's Dragon Breath went low, Nidoking's Hyper Beam went high, resulting in both attacks hitting their target. The poison type roared in pain as he was blasted back by the attack, but held his own. Onix, however, was not so lucky, as the Hyper Beam was enough to send to rock and ground type to the ground. Onix is unable to battle. Nidoking wins. Damien put on a cruel smirk as Ash returned his Pokémon, giving him a thanks for his hard work. The hooded trainer then once again released Golbat, who appeared to be refreshed and recovered from his last bout. Damien just let out a mocking laugh. "You really think you can beat me with that pathetic rat with wings? You might as well just give up now." Ash merely glared at the offensive, blue-haired trainer, and used the time he was taking with his gloating to attack Golbat, Confuse Ray. Golbat released several small ball of yellow energy at the poison type, who stumbled backwards, startled by the attack, but did not appear to take any damage. Damien just laughed again, "Well, that was a whole lot of nothing. Then again, I should have expected a weak attack from a weak Pokémon. Nidoking, end this now. Use Thunderbolt." Nothing happened. Confused, the rude cowboy looked over at his Pokémon and saw that he was shaking his head around and beating himself up with his claw. Then, realization hit him, "It's confused." Ash just smirked. Just because Golbat's not as physically strong as Nidoking, doesn't mean it's not smarter. He then turned to his Pokémon, Supersonic. At his trainer's command, Golbat let out a myriad of high-pitched waves of sound, causing Nidoking to roar out in pain and hold his head. The combination of confusion and supersonic was agony to the large Pokémon. Damien, however, didn't realize this, or didn't care. "Snap out of it. Use Thunderbolt like I told you to, or else." His demand fell on deaf ears. "Now you stupid Pokémon." Suddenly, Nidoking's eyes snapped open, showing that they were red and glazed over. He turned towards his trainer and started stomping the ground like crazy and then running uncontrollably all over the arena. The trainers and audience could only look on as the Pokémon, as Ash silently predicted, went into a rampage. As the rogue trainer watched the Pokémon as they ran around wildly, letting off random thunderbolts and hyper beams non-stop, he knew that the only way to put a halt to this was for either Damien to somehow recall him, which would DQ him, or knock the Pokémon out, which would also knock his trainer out of the tournament. Damien seemed to realize this too, as he tried to get through to Nidoking. "Stop this stupid behavior now. I'm going to lose if you don't get your head back on." This turned out to be the wrong thing to say as Nidoking reared its head back and fired a large hyper beam right at its trainer. Damien dived out the way, avoiding the initial hit, but the shockwave was enough to send him sailing. He landed on his head and was knocked out cold. Upon seeing this, tournament officials finally stepped in, one using an Alakazam to hold the rampaging Pokémon in place, and another with a Gengar to put it to sleep with hypnosis. As the poison type finally dropped, everyone took a collective sigh of relief. Then an announcement was made. "Ladies and gentlemen, in light of this most recent battle, all tournament activities will be put on a 2-hour delay in order to tend to the trainers, Pokémon and field. We are sorry for any inconvenience." Ash just nodded, expecting something like that. He recalled his Golbat and moved away from the field. As he was leaving, he heard some of the official talk about Damien's attitude towards Pokémon. The rogue could only smirk. Looks like that blue-haired JRK would finally get what he deserves. 2 hours later, the tournament was once again underway. The announcement was made that Damien would be fine, but there was now an ongoing investigation involving him and Pokémon abuse, and if anyone had information, then to come forward. Ash could only chuckle. This also meant that he would move on by default. After Damien, Ash went up against a girl named Willow Mason from Lumiose in Kalos, who specialized in fairy-type Pokémon, a type that not many knew much about in Kanto. It was during this match that Ash quickly realized that he hated fairy types. Her first Pokémon. Aromatizzy. Some kind of pink, fluffy bird with eyelashes that was annoying to fight with its use of Attract and Draining Kiss, which almost knocked poor Haunter out. Thank goodness for Hypnosis and Lick that he was able to pull off a double knockout. Willow's next Pokémon, which looked like a, pink ribbon version of Eevee, was a total beach to battle. Sylveon, use Moonblast. Stand tough, Nidorino. The battered poison type was barely able to stand up to the powerful blast of mysterious energy. He panted heavily as he looked over at the offending fairy type. Willow smirk, now Sylveon. Finish this with Draining Kiss. As the Eevee evolution went in for the kill, Ash growled, "We're not giving up. Use Toxic." Nidorino made a direct hit as Sylveon didn't have time to dodge. The poison set into its system, making it stagger back, a purple sheen now noticeable over its skin. Willow looked on at horror, "Oh no, it's been poisoned." Ash however just blinked at how well that went. Were fairy types possibly weak to poison? He smirked as he realized that he may still have a chance. "Okay Nidorino, time to turn this around. Focus energy." The poison type, sensing what his trainer wanted, smirked, then focused his energy and charged for the still staggering Sylveon. Now, Ash yelled, "Horn attack. Full power." Nidorino's attack, combined with focus energy, sent the fairy type flying backwards, letting out a high-pitched yelp of pain. After its painful landing, Sylveon struggled to stand back up. She stared at Nidorino for a moment, who stared right back at her, and both were panting heavily. Then, Sylveon staggered as the poison hit her again, and dropped to the floor. Sylveon is unable to battle. Nidorino wins. The victory goes to Ashura Ravensong. Ash couldn't help but smile. "Great job buddy," he said as he returned his Pokémon. He then looked over at Willow, who was cradling her defeated Pokémon. She looked over at him, glared, and ran out of the stadium. Ash just sweat dropped. While he understood she was angry about the well-being of her Pokémon, there was no need to be a sore loser. Soon, the final battle was finally about to start. As Ash looked over at his opponent, he noticed that it was the mysterious hooded person he saw earlier. Now with a better view, he could tell that it was a male. He was dressed in a long, black cloak, and his face was almost completely covered with a hood, black sash and sunglasses. This caused Ash to raise an eyebrow. Sure, His own outfit served the purpose of making sure he wasn't recognized, but this guy's went above and beyond, so much that it looked suspicious. The final battle between Ashura Ravensong and the Black Sage will now begin. Each trainer will use up to 3 Pokemon, one at a time. When all 3 of either side's Pokemon is knocked out, the winner will then be announced. Understand? As both trainers nodded, then referee continued, "Trainers, please release your Pokemon." Ash was first to grab a ball. He could tell this guy was no joke from his previous battles, needing only a Magmortar to defeat the other competitors. "Gyarados. Let's do this." The rogue trainer yelled as, in a flash, the giant serpentine water type made its appearance. As it landed on the field, it roared out its dominance for the entire crowd. His masked opponent merely pulled out a Pokeball and released his Magmortar, who looked fired up and ready. It released a flamethrower to the sky before glaring at his oversized opponent. Ash decided not to take any chances. "Gyarados, let's strike first." Hydro Pump. At his trainer's command, the water type unleashed a huge geyser of water from his mouth. At his opponent's side, no words were said, though Ash could have sworn he saw the fire type smirk. The next thing he saw was a huge flurry of flames come out of Magmortar's mouth and meet the Hydro Pump head-on. The surprising part was, they were evenly matched, with neither side giving an inch. The result was a huge cloud of steam that enveloped the entire field. "Keep your guard up, Gyarados." Ash yelled to his Pokémon, "Use all of your senses to try and find it." Gyarados lightly nodded as he looked through the dense fog, searching for any sign of the large fire type. He then saw a ball of light to the side of him. Before getting a massive star-shaped flame attack to the face. The water type roared in pain as the fire blast scorched his face and whiskers. He then was suddenly engulfed in a brief flurry of flames, signaling that he had been burned. "Damn it!" Ash growled, "This was not going his way, we need to get rid of this fog." "Gyarados, use Surf on the whole battlefield." The water serpent roared out and glowed blue for a moment. The next thing anyone saw was a huge wave of water come out of nowhere and flood the whole battlefield. Not only did this cause the fog to clear for most part, but the water also seemed to sweep up Magmortar and cause significant damage. The fire type was now wet and breathing heavily. The sage, though, didn't seem worried. As far as Ash could tell since he couldn't see his face. Magmortar suddenly started to glow in a fiery light and let loose a bright ball of light into the sky, making the little sunlight available intensify. It was at that moment that Ash realized, the heavily cloaked trainer wasn't giving any verbal commands. During the whole tournament, he hadn't said one word to his Pokemon or opponents. How in the well he could dwell on that later. Right now Gyarados may be in trouble with that sunny day. "Gyarados, this is gonna be a gamble, but it's the best idea I got. Start out with Iron Tail." Gyarados nodded and swept his glowing tail towards the fire type, who swiftly jumped into air, high enough to be even in height with the water type's head. Magmortar then formed a bright white orb in his mouth, making Ash gasp in surprise. "That's Solar Beam, and we're too close to dodge." "Gyarados, Hyper Beam, quick." Gyarados formed his beam just as Magmortar let loose his. The two beams met in the middle of the two Pokemon, neither beam looking like it was weakening or giving an inch. Boom! The two beams finally overloaded and exploded, causing a massive blast and a huge cloud of smoke to form. Everyone in the stadium waited with bated breath for the smoke and smog to clear. Once it did, it showed Magmortar standing but on its last legs, and Gyarados. Gyarados is unable to battle. Magmortar wins. Ash sighed and returned his Pokemon. "Thank you very much, you put up a hell of a fight." He then looked over at Magmortar, who looked like he was gonna drop any minute, and nodded. Tentacruel, to the battlefield. With a flash, the jellyfish gangster appeared, glaring at the fire type. His opponent merely nodded, and Magmortar let loose another flamethrower. But Ash wasn't about to let his friend get hit. "Tentacruel, use Mirror Coat." The water and poison type nodded and began to shine with a reflective light, causing the flames to stop and return to sender at twice the power, making the massive fire type go down on one knee. But Ash wasn't done yet, finished this up with water pulse. At his trainer's command, Tentacruel formed an orb of water in his beak, then launched it right at Magmortar's head, gaining a direct hit. The fire type finally had enough and fell to the ground in a heap. Magmortar is unable to battle, Tentacruel wins. Ash let out a sigh of relief as the strong fire type was recalled, but then steeled himself again as he knew this battle wasn't even close to done. The Black Sage then released his second Pokemon, a huge beast with bluish skin, a red and yellow underbelly, and shark-like head and fins. Garakumkum. The pseudo-legendary appeared to just be radiating power, and everyone in the stadium felt it, including Ash, who almost lost his hood as the huge dragon made its appearance. He looked at the Garchomp, then at his own Tentacruel, and knew this was gonna be a tough one. The hooded trainer took a deep breath and centered himself. He could call Tentacruel back, but he felt confident he could get a few hits in first to weaken it enough for his last Pokemon, then save the water type for the Sage's last one. He then said, "Tentacruel, let's give it our all. Don't give up until the end." Tentacruel merely roared its name in agreement. The Black Sage merely nodded and Garchomp took off into the air like a jet plane. Ash growled. With Garchomp in the air, his options were limited. Tentacruel, use Water Pulse back to back. I want that thing grounded. Tentacruel nodded and began to launch orb after orb of concentrated water into the sky. This not only caused Garchomp to falter in his flying, but also made it rain for a bit, giving Tentacruel some energy back thanks to his ability, Rain Dish. Garchomp flipped and barrel rolled through the sky to avoid the offending orbs, but was still hit by one, causing him to lose some altitude, but otherwise did little damage. The dragon type then turned towards the water type and let loose a large Dragon Pulse. Use your limbs to dodge that. Ash shouted as the attack came barreling down on them. Tentacruel used his tentacles to successfully dodge the direct attack, but was still pushed back by the wave of power. Neither of them noticed the pseudo-legendary coming in from the opposite direct covered in a powerful, bluish-green light. Ash's eyes widened when he saw it. That's Dragon Rush, look out. Tentacruel shared its trainer's look of shock as it was unable to move out the way and was hit dead on by the powerful attack. The poor water type was sent spiraling back and landed with a thud. Tentacruel is unable to battle. Garchomp wins. Ash recalled his Pokemon with a word of thanks, then literally smacked himself in the head. Idiot, he said to himself, I definitely could have planned that better. Come on Ash, you're better than this, he berated himself with his eyes tightly shut. Don't be too hard on yourself, son. A voice said in his head, causing Ash to snap out of his thoughts. He looked around and then at his opponent, who still remained unmoving. Give it your best shot. This is the best battle I've had in a while. At hearing this, Ash smirked, his head back in the game. Right. You got it. He then pulled out his Pokeball and threw it, Charizard, to the battlefield. Charizard materialized with a huge roar that almost rivaled Garchomp's. Both Pokemon glared at each other menacingly. Okay Charizard, let's take it to the skies. Ash yelled, and Charizard responded by flaring its wings and taking off, with Garchomp right behind it. Just as Garchomp had almost caught up with Charizard, Ash yelled, turn around and use Dragon Pulse, then follow up with Steel Wing. Charizard turned his body and launched the Orb of Draconic Energy, scoring a direct hit and causing a small explosion around the pseudo-legendary. Charizard, taking the initiative, powered up a Steel Wing and headed towards the cloud. Only to be met with a powerful Dragon Rush attack as the cloud suddenly dispersed. Cross. Both Pokemon went plummeting to the ground, though Garchomp was able to recover almost immediately. Charizard, with some effort, managed to flare his wings out and stop himself before hitting the ground full force. He landed with a heavy thud on his feet. Ash quickly analyzed his Pokemon. After that exchange, he was scratched and banged up, but still ready to go. Garchomp also looked ready, as it was stamping its foot on the ground and roared in anticipation. Wait a minute. That's Sandstorm. Charizard, protect yourself with your wings. Ride through it. Charizard did just that, as it covered its face with its wings, lessening the damage it was taking from the harsh storm. Also, during this time, Ash lost sight of Garchomp, which made him nervous. He then saw a blue light just barely peeking through the storm and gasped, Charizard. Fly straight up, now. Charizard, hearing his trainer's distress, quickly flapped his wing and flew straight up, just barely missing being hit with a full-power Dragon Rush. This also helped him escape the sandstorm for the time being. Soon the storm died down and both Pokémon were still glaring at each other, though Charizard seemed slightly winded. Then, the Black Sage finally moved, revealing his arm which had an arm brace with a strange-looking stone on it. The mysterious trainer then pressed down on the stone, causing an unpredicted change in Garchomp. The dragon type glowed in a strange light, similar to evolution. It grew more spikes, a squared-off jaw, and longer scythe-looking claws. Amazing! I believe what we are seeing is a newly discovered phenomenon, called Mega Evolution, an evolution beyond the final evolved form. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mega Garchomp. The announcer screamed with excitement, and the crowd went wild. Garchomp! The beast roared, even louder than before. Ash took an involuntary step back as he felt something that he hadn't felt since he left home. Fear. He was feeling fear for the first time in what seemed like forever. He then looked to his Pokémon who looked just as shocked as he did. The hooded trainer took several deep breaths as he calmed his nerves. He then spoke to his Pokémon in a relatively calm voice, "Okay Charizard. The odds may be against us but we're gonna give it our all. Ready? Charizard." As soon as he was done, Charizard was in the air, followed closely by the Mega Garchomp. The two Pokémon began to exchange attacks like crazy, Dragon Pulse versus Dragon Pulse, Steel Wing to Dragon Claw, and Flamethrower to Flamethrower. The two powerful Pokémon flew through the air like fighter jets in a dog fight, though it was clear that Garchomp was faster, as he managed to land a clean shot with Dragon Rush, sending Charizard spiraling to the ground. Charizard! Ash yelled out in worry. His fire type managed to slow his descent, but still hit the ground with a hard thud. As he was struggling to stand up, Garchomp landed in front of his own trainer, who gave another nod. Soon, the dragon type's chest was glowing in a strange orange light, leaving Ash perplexed. Charizard, get ready. Stay on your guard. The fire type wearily nodded as it stood fully, though it was obvious it was running out of steam. Then, Garchomp released a large orange orb of energy into the sky, where it burst and broke apart into several smaller yet still powerful orbs, causing Ash's WIW to once again widen. "Oh no, that's Draco Meteor, Charizard, you have to move." It was too late, however, as the orange meteors fell down all over the battlefield, leaving nowhere for the flame Pokémon to run. Another large smoke cloud filled the area as everyone, especially Ash, waited to see if Charizard was okay. Soon, as the smoke cleared, the answer was painfully clear. Charizard is unable to battle. Garchomp wins. The winner of this battle and the tournament is Black Pseudo. Ash didn't hear any of that though, as he rushed out to the field to his best friend's side. He carefully cradled Charizard's massive head and asked, "Charizard, are you okay? Say something." At first there was no movement, but then the black fire type's eye slowly opened and gazed at his trainer. I'll let out a sigh of relief and a sad smile as he patted the fire type's head. "You were awesome, buddy. I couldn't have asked for more." It was then that he noticed a shadow over him, and looked up to see Sage standing there with his Garchomp, now out of Mega Mode, behind him. "Not bad kid," the mysterious trainer said in a somewhat raspy voice. Speaking for the first time since the tournament started, "Not bad at all," and with that, he walked away towards the stage to receive his prizes. Ash just sighed to himself. This was his first major loss as a Pokémon trainer and it hit him like a freight train. Still, Considering that this was only his first year as a trainer, that's not bad at all. It was obvious that the man that had beaten him was a seasoned veteran, so it was to be expected. Shaking himself of his thoughts, the hooded trainer returned his friend for a well-deserved rest and headed towards the stage for his second-place congrats. As he walked, it was only then that he finally noticed that he was being watched. Turning, he saw what looked like a figure in a closed, gray trench coat and sunglasses. The figure looked female, with her teal hair back in a messy ponytail, but other than that, he couldn't tell. What unnerved him was that she was staring right at him. Why is she just staring at me like that? Ash thought to himself, what could she possibly want? Then, he had a thought that made his heart drop. Is it possible that she knows who I am? Run. Get away. Hide. That's all that his mind was saying as Ash ran through the streets of Celadon. Halt, thief. You're not getting away this time, catch him. The formerly hooded boy groaned as he saw that woman that was eyeing him at the tournament right behind him, her Growlithe tracking his scent. Turns out that the woman was an officer-turned-private eye Jenny, hired by the prestigious Oaks to track him down. She had been researching him and following his trail for months, which is how she recognized him. He could probably also thank Growlithe for that. While you can alter your appearance all you want, it's DMN near 10 times harder to change your scent. The woman had the nerve to call him out during the reward ceremony, right after he received his certificate for 1,000 poke dollars. She denounced him as a thief and a criminal in front of the entire crowd, saying that he had attacked several trainers and taken their Pokemon. What a load of Tauros shit. And now he was running. Not only from the PI, but from dozens of trainers that witnessed the confrontation at the tournament. He had managed to escape the stadium with the help of a few of Dr. Igneous smoke bombs and his trusty Fearow, but the poor beak Pokemon was shot down by a Thunderbolt and Hyper Beam a few moments later. Now, Ash was ducking into alleyways and running along buildings in order to escape the growing mob. Every time he had thought he finally escaped he heard a "over there," or a "there he is, get him," or something along those lines. Desperate, he ran into a brightly lit building with flashing lights and signs. As the runaway trainer hid in a small dark corner by the door, he took a moment to catch his breath. He had been running and hiding almost non-stop for the better part of 2 hours, and needed a serious break. Thank Arceus for all the training and conditioning he put himself through, or else he would have been captured already. As soon as he caught his breath, Ash peeked outside through one of the building's glass doors. He saw a few people standing around outside, but no one was coming in. Taking a small sigh of relief, the exhausted trainer looked around more at the building he was in. All around the room were brightly lit video machines and tables, all running with flashing lights and sounds. The few people that were in there were so engrossed in their games that they didn't even notice him. After looking around for a bit, it suddenly hit Ash. I must be in the game corner, he said softly to himself. He then went through his pocket and brought out the certificate he won at the tournament. He could play a few games. But then he decided against it. He would need this money for supplies and medicine once he left the city, especially since some of his strongest Pokemon were still recovering from the tournament. Stuffed the paper back into his pocket, the tired trainer decided to just hang out and blend in until the heat cooled down outside. The game corner was open 24/7 so he didn't have to worry about being asked to leave. So, letting out a large yawn, Ash went over to a wall in the corner, next to a poster, and leaned against it to rest his eyes. Thud-dee-dee-dee. Only to snap them back open at the weird echoing sound his head made against the wall. He tested it out again. Thud-dee-dee-dee. Ash furrowed his brows. That almost sounded hollow. Definitely not the sound a normal wall should make. Thud-dee-dee-dee. At this point, Ash stood up again, and glared at the wall, then all around, as if looking for something. He lightly banged on several parts of the wall, and quickly found that only this small part of the wall was making that noise. Then, after looking around to make sure no one was looking his way, the curious trainer quickly and quietly removed the poster. And found what looked like a hidden panel. Opening it, the young trainer saw what looked like a standard keypad and smirked. Living with a computer genius and hacker had its perks after all. After making sure, again, that no one was looking, Ash reached into his hidden travel bag and pulled out something he always carried, a makeup kit. Arceus knows he hated the stuff, but it did have its uses, such as now. He opened up the powder section, held it up to the pad, and gently blew. The result was that powder stuck to the keypad, particularly 4 buttons that looked like they had been used multiple times. Did anyone check here yet? Oh. Let's try it. He couldn't have gotten out of the city. Looks like his time was up. Trying not to panic, Ash quickly tried several combinations of the numbers. The trainers he heard talking sounded like they were right outside and closing fast. He was on his 4th try when beep, he got the green. An invisible sliding door opened and he quickly hid inside, watching as the door slid just in time before the other trainers saw him. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, the rogue looked around at his surroundings. Right now, he was in a small corridor that just led to a flight of stairs going downwards. Being the curious person he was, and seeing how going back was out of the question, Ash followed the dark stairs downward. It wasn't long before he was greeted by another door with another keypad. Using the same trick as he did last time, Ash was able to gain access on the 2nd try. On the other side of the door was a small, brightly lit hallway, with 2 doors on each side and 1 door in front of him. Each door had a label on it: processing, office, supplies, utilities, and the last one in front of him saying authorized personnel only. Of course, Ash was immediately drawn to the last one, but he managed to restrain himself. He wanted to look at the other rooms first, mainly the supply room. He found that all of the rooms were locked by a card of some type, so he tried short-circuiting them with Electabuzz static. He quickly found that this was a no-go since they seemed to be tamper-proof. Suddenly, Ash paused and turned towards the farthest door. He could have sworn he heard something. He listened closely for a moment, then went wide-eyed as he realized someone or ones was coming his way. He recalled his Pokémon and looked all around the small corridor for a place to hide. Then the door knob started to turn. Through the door walked 2 men dressed in black uniforms, white boots, and a giant red R on their chest. This clearly made them recognizable as Team Rocket grunts. I thought I heard something down here. The men looked all around and didn't see anything out of place, until one grunt went over to one of the doors and noticed scratch marks around the card readers. Hey, these weren't here before. Neither of them noticed the figure hiding behind the open door they just came out of, readying his short swords. Think we have an intruder? One grunt asked. The other grunt just shrugged and picked up what looked like a walkie-talkie radio. Wouldn't hurt to call it I-. He was cut off by a hard, blunt object hitting him in the back of the head, effectively dropping him to the ground. The other grunt quickly turned around, only to be met by a kick to the face and a clean slice to his back and side, cutting through clothing, skin and muscle. As that one was curled up on the floor in obvious pain, the other grunt was slowly rising to his feet, only to be kicked in the side and stabbed in the right knee. The man screamed out in pain, only to be silenced by a hand over his mouth. He looked up and went completely silent in shock to see just a single kid there, glaring at him with red eyes. He then glared back and tried to throw the boy off but was immediately stopped by a short katana at his throat. He started hyperventilating and looked up at the boy with newly found fear. He dare not move a muscle. His radio was knocked to the other side of the hallway and his partner was out of commission. He was helpless. He watched as the kid removed his poke belt and utility belt, then began to search his pockets. The grunt's heart dropped when the kid pulled out his blue level key card. He could only watch as the kid smirked and pocketed the key. Then the kid whispered, "Thanks." Then all he knew was darkness as he was struck in the side of the head. Using the newly confiscated key card, Ash stowed away the still knocked out rocket grunts in the office and stripped them of anything that would help them escape. Their injuries weren't immediately life-threatening, but would keep them down for a while. He then searched the other rooms for anything interesting. In the supply room, he found food and medical stuff, including super potions, which may come in handy. Finding nothing else of use, Ash decided to think about his current situation. If he left this place now, he would be at the mercy of an entire city of trainers that knew his face and were possibly still looking for him. If he were to stay here, he would probably have to fight off who knows how many rockets and their Pokémon. He then smirked. The latter sounded much more fun. If these guys were anything like the jokes at the Lavender Tower, this will be easy. The rogue trainer next did a status check of his Pokémon. Charizard, Tentacruel, Fiero, and Gyarados were out of commission still from the final battle of the tournament and his escape from the stadium. He hadn't had the chance to heal them for obvious reasons. He could use the super potions, but then they all would be too big to move around in the place properly. In other words, they'd just be big targets. Most of the others were okay to fight but were still resting and not 100%. The only ones he hadn't had the chance to use at the tournament were Venomoth and Riolu, so they would be his front runners. Haunter's Hypnosis would come in handy too. He just hoped that the ghost type was ready after his last battle with that med fairy. Down here. I know I heard a scream. Where's Wilson and Emmett? This part should be their shift. Ash cursed under his breath as he heard the voices. Peeking out of the room, he saw 3 more grunts coming through the last door, where the first 2 came from. He readied his swords and called out Haunter, who looked happy to be out but curious as to where they were. The ghost type then saw his trainer hold a finger over his mouth and calmed down. He then heard his trainer whisper, "Phase out into the hallway and put those men to sleep with hypnosis." Haunter happily nodded and disappeared. Meanwhile, outside, the 3 grunts were searching all around the hall. One saw that one of the doors was ajar and was immediately suspicious. He was about to open it when Haunter. All 3 men jumped back, startled as they looked at the ghost type, wondering where it had come from, and why it was just staring at them with glowing pink. That was their last thought before all 3 men fell to the floor, asleep. As soon as they were down, Ash stepped out of the room with a smile on his face. "Nice work, bud." Haunter. Haunt. His trainer nodded. "I'm gonna keep you out for now to watch my back, but I need you to stay out of sight until you sense trouble." The giggling ghost type nodded and once again disappeared. Ash then called out Electabuzz to help him move the sleeping men to one of the rooms, then remove their possessions and Pokémon like he did with the last ones. He thought about putting one of their uniforms on to blend in, but decided against it. One being they were all too big. 2, it was more fun to attack from the shadows and take them out one by one. He might even find a good fight or 2. So, after once again returning his electric type, Ash walked over and slowly unlocked the authorized door, trying to be as silent as possible. He peeked through the door and looked down the much longer hallway. It didn't look that much different than the one he was standing in, with blue tiled floors, and a white ceiling and walls. Only this time, all of the doors were made of some kind of metal, probably steel, instead of wood. Seeing that this corridor was much larger, Ash switched out his short swords for his staff. As soon as the hallway was empty, he sneaked inside with Haunter right at his back. Using the key card he had, Ash was able to smoothly get into most of the rooms. Any rockets he saw or resistance he met were taken care of with either hypnosis, sleep powder, or a smack to the back of the head from his staff. Most of the rooms were filled with bunkers, computers or laboratory equipment, nothing that really interested him. That didn't stop him from swiping a nice-looking laptop that was just sitting there. Upon reaching a set of double doors, Ash heard a lot of noise on the other side. He tried his key card, only to receive an "access denied" message. He grumbled softly, then stopped when he heard a few voices coming his way. Using his trick from last time, he was able to avoid a group of 4 grunts walking through the door, 2 males and 2 females. He silently released Venomoth again and nodded towards the group, who nodded in return and blasted the group with sleep powder, putting all but one resistant BSTRD to sleep. "Wahoo!" the grunt said as he turned around, gasping as he saw his partners on the ground and a single Venomoth in front of him. He growled and reached for a pokeball. "I don't know where you came from, you little runt, but you're dash." He was cut off by a smack to the head by a spinning staff. "Gah!" he yelped as he staggered but stayed on his feet. He shook his head and saw two blurred figures in front of him thanks to double vision. Ash smirked a little, finally a challenge. He spun his bow in front of him and then above his head, twisting his body around as he moved towards the grunt. He smacked the man in the face, sending him reeling backwards, then knocked the grunt off his feet with a low sweeping move. Then, with a vertical spin, juggled the grunt in the air for a moment before dropping him to the ground. By this point, the grunt was effectively knocked out. In the end, Ash just rested the staff on his shoulder and sighed, "And here I thought I was finally gonna get a challenge." That's when he heard a slow clap behind him. Turning, he saw a tall man with short, grayish-purple hair, a lab coat, glasses, a scraggly-looking goatee, and an unnerving smile. Behind him were around 15 to 20 grunts. The man chuckled as he seemed to be looking at his handiwork. "Well now, that was entertaining," the man said as he stepped forward. "You would make a good recruit for us. We could use some new, talented young bloods like yourself," he said in an oily voice. Ash just glared at him, his Venomoth now hovering behind him. "Allow me to introduce myself," the man grinned. "My name is Petrol. One of the highest-ranking executives in Team Rocket. And I can make you very rich, my boy." The rogue trainer just raised an eyebrow at him as the man, now known as Petrol, continued, "Just think about it. All the money and Pokemon you could ask for, the world at your very fingertips. With us, you would have enough power to take over entire regions and bend them to your will. What do you say?" he asked the staff-wielding boy with a voice that would make most others shiver. Ash, however, just smirked and said, "Let me guess, if I say no, your lackeys there will escort me out." Petrol just snorted, "If you want to put it that way, yes, though I don't see why you would refuse." The red-eyed trainer just shook his head and readied his staff with a spin. "Sorry, not interested. I've seen the damage you creeps have done. Frankly, I'm not into causing that much pain." Petrol just sighed in disappointment. "Ah well, it's your funeral." He then looked to his men. "Take care of him please, I have work to do." With that, he disappeared back behind the double doors. All at once, the grunts released their Pokemon, which consisted of Ekans, Koffings, Raticates, Mankeys, Nidorans, Zubats, and a couple Golbat. There was also an Abra and Ghastly in the group. At the same time, Ash released Riolu, Electabuzz, Haunter, Nidorino, Golbat, and Scyther to join Venomoth in battle. "Ready yourselves," he said softly to them, which they all nodded. "Attack!" The grunts screamed, causing the rocket Pokemon to all charge forward, unleashing poison stings, quick attacks, air slashes, and the like. At the same time, Ash's Pokemon charged into the fray, with Thunderbolts and Bug Buzzes to counteract the incoming attacks, Sleep Powder Hypnosis combos to slow them down and put some to sleep, and Force Palms and Horn attacks to push them back. Meanwhile, Ash dove head first into the group of grunts. Due to the long-ranged abilities of the staff, he had slight advantage, which was welcome considering that it was one versus. The lone trainer spun in a circle, twisting the staff around as he went. The first strike went high to hit 3 grunts in the face. The next turn was aimed towards the midsection, hitting 4 more in the guts. He then dropped to the ground as a grunt tried to punch him, tripping up at least 7 with another spin of the staff. Ash then back-flipped to his feet and squared off with them again. More men came at him carrying metal batons, swinging them wildly as they lunged at him. Ash ducked and dodged under their sloppy footwork, delivering a few jabs to the gut and swings to their backs. One grunt managed to get in a lucky shot and smacked him in the back of the head. This put him off balance, giving the grunts the window they needed. One grunt jabbed him in the gut, sending him into another who kicked him in the back. A third one delivered a mean left hook, sending him to the floor. Ash wasn't done though. Once on the floor, the outlawed trainer did a spin kick in a circle, sending several grunts who got too close tumbling backwards. He then flipped to his feet and readied his staff again, panting heavily as the grunts regrouped. Meanwhile, Ash's Pokémon were having better luck, since the odds were a little better. Electabuzz zapped the majority of the Zubat and Golbat, effectively sending them to the ground. A couple Golbat survived the attack and let off air slashes at the electric type, who took them like a champ and shocked the bats again, officially grounding all of them. Riolu was holding off 5 Raticates and 3 Mankeys, but since he was outnumbered, he had some trouble. While his Force Palms were very effective against the normal types, the Mankeys were not as affected since they were the same type. The Pig-Monkey Pokémon were slowly beating the poor Jackal back with low kicks and scratches, when help came in the form of a concentrated gust, courtesy of Venomoth, which sent the Mankey flying. The bug type then sent a signal beam towards the advancing Ekans, effectively holding them back. Nidorino was showing the Nidorans what for, sending them flying everywhere with horn attacks and double kicks. One got a lucky shot, smacking him in the face, which only set him off and caused him to start attacking with more fury. He sent the offending Nidoran into a group of floating Coughings, who were trying to poison the group with their gas. Scyther was quickly getting set off as he tried to knock Abra out, but the dumb psychic type kept teleporting away from him. Gaining an anime vein throb on his head, the Mantis Pokémon let loose a devastating bug buzz, which effectively hurt and distracted Abra long enough for Scyther to land a false swipe, followed by a Razor Wind which knocked the Pokémon out. Haunter was having no trouble with the Ghastly, who seemed more scared than anything. Haunter just frowned and told the younger ghost type to beat it and go hide somewhere. Ghastly hastily nodded in agreement and quickly floated away, ignoring his trainer's orders to attack. After that, Ash's Pokémon regrouped and got ready to face the remaining Rocket Pokémon, consisting of Ekans, Coughings, a few Nidorans, and Mankeys. On Ash's side of the battle, 5 grunts lay on the ground, knocked out by blunt force trauma. Ash was catching his breath. He still had at least 12 more rockets to get through, and unfortunately, knocking them out may not be enough. Taking a deep breath, he held his staff out horizontally and minimized it. The grunts saw this and chuckled, "Giving up, kid?" One grunt taunted, "Smart. We'll just take you to the boss and let him deal with." He stopped when he saw Ash pull out his short swords, twirl them in his fingers, and set his stance. The lone trainer just smirked and said, "I'm just getting started." Growling, all the grunts again attacked at once, believing they could take him with numbers, since it worked before. Ash just merely stood there and waited. Dot then jumped and flipped forward as they were almost on him. He silently thanked Luca for all the flipping and agility exercises she put him through as he landed behind the group. He then proceeded to stab one in the back and slice another across his face. As another grunt grabbed onto his jacket, he sliced through his grip, making sure that the idiot lost a few fingers for his effort. Another lunging grunt got a jab in the stomach, dropping him immediately. Soon, Ash's Pokémon joined by his side, and the remaining grunts, seeing their comrades and Pokémon beaten, yelled, "Fall back. Call for backup." Ash couldn't help but smirk as they retreated through the double doors, but now was not the time to rest. They would be back with more people, so he had to move fast to avoid a stickier situation. After healing and returning his Pokémon, the trainer quickly began to search the downed grunts for something. "Aha," he said, as he found another key card, this one being red instead of blue, so hopefully would give him access to more places. He immediately tried it on the double doors, and smirked as a green light popped on. Ash cracked open the left door and peeked inside. He saw another long corridor with black walls and red floor tiles. Surprisingly, there wasn't anyone in the hallway at the moment, which caused Ash to raise an eyebrow. Must still be getting their troops together, the trainer thought as he stepped further inside. For a good 10 minutes, the now hooded trainer ducked in and out of any open rooms he could find as he advanced through the hall, taking out anyone that might or tried to interfere. So far all he found was a bunch of scientists and some empty cages. That made his blood run cold and boil at the same time. Any sign of him? Ash held his breath as he heard voices outside of the room he was hiding him. Not unless you count about half a dozen knocked out science nerds. What? You're kidding. Nope. Kid works fast. We may have to double our efforts. He released his breath as the voices got more faint, signaling that they were moving away from him. A second peek confirmed that they were gone, and once again the hall was empty. For the moment. Ash hastily headed to another room just across from him. He wanted to see if there were any trapped Pokémon, or even a control room he could have fun with. He also wanted to lay some hurt or that guy Petrol. Next room. He hit the jackpot. The trainer could only stare in awe and horror at the sight before him. Hundreds of Pokémon, all shapes, sizes and species, locked in cages barely big enough for them. And they all looked miserable. Most of the smaller ones were slumped and wilted in their cages, looking like they had lost the will to live. The bigger ones tackled, bit and blasted their attacks at their cages, but to no avail. One Pokémon that caught Ash's eye, a Magmar, continually tried to melt his bars with Flamethrower, but they never budged. Ash stared at all the Pokémon with sorrow and pity, which quickly changed the anger and rage. He was about to go look for a way to free them all when he heard voices again. Panicking slightly, he hid in between two sets of cages. Just as he slid out of sight, the door opened, showing a set of 3 scientists walk in with a large flat cart behind them. They were all wearing sinister-looking smiles as they looked over the Pokémon. The one in front then pointed to the enraged fire type, "Take this one to the testing lab," along with a few of the smaller ones. "I want to test its fire power." The men beside him just nodded and proceeded to carry out the orders, moving the Magmar, along with Eradicate, Nidoran, and Poliwag, to the cart. As soon as they were out of the room, Ash stepped out from his hiding spot, so angry that his eyes were actually glowing. He forced himself to calm down however, after somehow sensing the fear and emotions of the Pokémon in the room. He then walked in the front of the cages and gave them all a small smile, "Don't worry, I'm gonna get you out of here." At that, he got to work looking around the room frantically for anything of use. A switch. A big red button. Bellsprout. Ash turned towards the voice, and saw a pale and weak-looking Bellsprout pointing towards a large computer panel. The trainer nodded in thanks and headed over to it. What he saw was about 100 buttons that all looked the same, but each had a different character underneath it. After looking over each button, he saw one that said, "Cages." Upon pushing the button, a window appeared on a jumbo computer screen. In the window were dozens of small cage icons, each labeled Cage 1, Cage 2, and so forth. After looking through them, Ash saw one that said, "All Cages," and smirked. With one click, a loud alarm-like buzz went off, and every single cage was opened. At first the Pokémon inside were hesitant, but then, after sensing it wasn't a trick, dashed out. Ash smiled at the sight, though frowned when he saw that some of the Pokémon didn't have the energy to walk. He growled to himself at the sight, then yelled over the noise in the room, "Listen everyone." All the Pokémon turned their attention to him. "You're not quite free yet. We have to get out of here first." They all nodded in agreement with the nice human. Ash then smirked, "And I can't think of a better way to do that than to cause some good old-fashioned chaos. Tear this place apart." All of the Pokémon cheered in agreement. "And stick together. Cover each other's backs or you'll be captured again. Now let's go." "Hey! What's going on here?" The Pokémon and Ash turned to see about 10 grunts at the door to the room, obviously coming here after hearing the alarm. The trainer glared at the group of grunts, who all glared back. He then looked at the Pokémon around him and smirked, "Let's do this." Backslash dash 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 backslash. Meanwhile in one of the experiment rooms. "Come on. Flamethrower. Now." A grunt screamed as the three scientists from before looked on with irritation written on their faces. Magmar. The fire type shook his head as he looked on at the three frightened Pokemon in front of him. They were all huddled in a group and shivering. He would not hurt a harmless Pokemon. And he sure as hell would not listen to these evil humans. Zap. Maag. The poor Magmar screamed out in pain as he was once again zapped by the collar around his neck for refusing to listen. This will all end as soon as you start listening to orders. Now use flamethrower on those weaklings. We know you're a powerful one, so show us that power. The scientist said as he took notes on a board. Again, the Magmar shook his head. He would not allow them to break him. Boom! The entire room shook as an explosion rang throughout the building. The scientists and grunts were thrown off their feet. One then called out of the speaker, "What the hell is going on out there?" Some kid infiltrated the base and released all the caged Pokemon. They're throwing attacks all over the base. Rumble. The scientist growled, "Is this the same kid from earlier that Commander Petrel mentioned?" "The very same." "Where is he now?" "Right behind you." At the new voice, the scientist froze, suddenly sweating and unable to breathe. He slowly turned around, only to be roundhouse kicked in the face, and swept off his feet. Ash stared down at the scientist, then stared at the other two, whom had been silent, taken out via karate chop to the neck. Now the only ones left were him, the grunt, and the Pokemon. The three smaller Pokemon that were brought in with Magmar had run for their lives the first chance they got. Said Grunt simply frowned, "Amazing how a little greenhorn like you could do so much damage." He then turned to the Magmar, "This is your last chance, you pest. Defy me and I will turn up the charges to max, which is enough to send you to the next world. Attack this kid with flamethrower until he's nice and crispy." The Magmar looked at the boy, and recognized him as the one that came into the room earlier. Now, from what he can hear, his other friends were now free. Was that this boy's doing? Either way, he quickly shook his head. He will not attack this boy or anyone else for evil purposes. He'd rather be dead. The grunt growled and held up the charge device, "So be it. Fool. I'll just get another Pokemon to dash." Thunderbolt. The rocket was so focused on Magmar's defiance that he didn't notice Ash bring out a Pokemon. That would prove to be a fatal mistake. All at once, the grunt was fried to a crisp, along with the device in his hand, now rendered useless. Upon seeing this, Magmar's eyes widened in shock. Was he finally free? He eagerly started pulling at the collar around his neck, but it wouldn't come off. If anything, it just got tighter. "Let me help." He looked up towards the boy as he approached him, and growled. Even though the child had helped him, he still wasn't completely sure of him. Ash just offered the fire type a kind smile, "I only want to help." "That looks painful. I can undo the clasps for you." Magmar stared at the boy for a minute, before grunting and nodded, letting his hands drop to his sides. Ash cautiously approached the Spitfire Pokemon and, ignoring the sharp increase in heat, quickly but carefully undid the clasps that held the collar in place. As the blasted thing dropped to the ground, so did Magmar. It was only then did the fire type realize how exhausted his was. Ash looked on, worried, before reaching into his pack and retrieving a super potion, which he proceeded to spray the tired Pokemon with. After a moment, Magmar managed to stand up again, looking much better since his wounds were almost completely healed. As Ash watched the Spitfire move his body around, he smirked and asked him, "Ready to cause some damage to these assholes?" He got his answer when the Magmar looked at him with a smirk that matched his own. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Code Red. Code Red. All personnel report to the Red Corridor immediately. This is a Code Red emergency. This is not a drill. I repeat. This is not a drill. That alarm had been going off for a good 10 minutes, and combined with the huge mess and the hordes of Pokémon in the halls, one word came to mind. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Rocket grunts and Pokémon were trying to battle back and defeat the escaped Pokémon, while at the same time, said escapees were trying to push past the grunts and outside towards freedom. As of now, there was no clear winner. The grunts were constantly recalling fallen Pokémon, only to send out new, fresh ones, while defeated wild Pokémon were carried to safety by their brethren to be revived, healed, and then back in action. The situation appeared to be a stalemate. Until Mog, Buzz, Scyther, Haunt. Reinforcements came for the formerly caged Pokémon, and behind them was a hooded, smirking Ash. The grunts were so caught by surprise, that they stopped giving out attack orders. The result was a turning tide in favor of the anti-rocket troops. Ash fist pumped in excitement as he noticed that the rockets were slowly being pushed back. The victory, however, was cut short as another explosion rocked the base. The rogue trainer looked around at the devastation around him and winced. The ceilings and floors were cracking, entire rooms were on fire, and there were dangerous-looking wires and tubes sticking out everywhere. Okay guys, that's enough, let's get out of here before th. He was cut off as, for the second time in his life, he was hit by a flamethrower to the back. Only this time, it was much stronger than Gary's Growlithe's. Gh, the poor trainer screamed out as he fell to the floor, scorched and smoking, his hoodie jacket now on fire. Without a second thought, he threw off his still flaming jacket, and turned around, as fast as he could, only to see Petrol standing there with a Nidoqueen, smirking at him. I must say, you certainly know how to leave your mark, the man said as he looked around at the destruction. Now, you weren't thinking about leaving without a proper send-off, were you? He smirked evilly at Ash, who only growled back, grimacing at the pain from the new burns he now had. His Pokémon, shocked at the sneaky surprise attack on their trainer, growled menacingly at the rocket executive, who didn't even look bothered. The purple-haired man merely pointed and said, Nidoqueen dear, teach these runts a lesson, poison sting on all of them. Show them real pain. The poison type responded with an ear-splitting roar, then shot off hundreds of purple, pin-like projectiles the enemy Pokémon and their trainer. Ash, still grunting in pain, responded with, Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Scyther, Razor Wind. The two attacks, combined with a flamethrower from Magmar, effectively neutralized the attack, but didn't prepare them for the double kick that soon followed. The attack heavily damaged both Magmar and Electabuzz, though Scyther got away with less due to his typing and speed. Ash growled as he watched his friend struggle to stand. The enraged trainer glared daggers at the executive for a moment. When it appeared that he was going to order another attack, Ash sent out a tired but able Venomoth. All right. Venomoth Stun Spore. Haunter Hypnosis. The attacks caught both Petrol and his Pokémon off guard. He wasn't expecting Haunter, and he didn't realize the boy had a Pokémon like Venomoth with him. Soon, not only was Nidoqueen asleep, but Petrol was paralyzed and on the floor right next to her. Ash nodded and continued, Okay Electabuzz, let's wrap this up. Ice Punch. Full power. Electabuzz' arm glowed bright blue with an immense icy energy and hit Nidoqueen squarely in the head, encasing it in ice and knocking it out. Rumble. That one almost knocked everyone off their feet, and Ash knew that time was running out. We need to get out of here, now. At that, all of the Pokémon ran or flew towards the exit. Those that couldn't run were carried, including Ash, who was exhausted and hurt. Right now, he was on the back of a Ponyta that was imprisoned, and wanted to help out. All the while, he was silently praying that he and everyone else would get out before the base crumbled. Meanwhile, outside a small group of trainers and the PI Jenny were gathered in a recreational area near the game corner. They were discussing how their quarry got away when they had the whole city covered. No one saw him leave. Couldn't have just disappeared. Searched all night. All right, everyone. There may be a chance that Ash Ketchum escaped the city already. Professor Oak described him as a very sneaky, crafty snake of a boy that will use any option, even illegal ones, to get away. Which is why I need you all to dash. Boom! All faces turned towards the Game Corner building, as a huge dust cloud rose in the sky. Without another word, everyone started running towards the direction of the explosion. What they saw had them in shock and awe. An entire myriad of Pokemon were escaping the smoking building. At the very end of the Poke Mob, was a young boy riding a Ponyta, looking to be in pain. His face was covered in soot, so they didn't recognize him at first. However, as soon as the boy dismounted and wiped his face, there was no question. There he is. Ash snapped his head up at the voice, only to find a group of about 20 trainers and Jenny glaring at him. Where'd you get all the Pokemon, thief? Did you steal them? I bet he did. Ash Ketchum, you are under arrest for dash. Jenny was cut off by the sound of growling, and was amazed to see almost all of the Pokemon that had come out of the building glaring and growling at her and the other trainers. Everyone was perplexed by the scene until Ash spoke up. If you all weren't so focused on me, you would have noticed the giant hole in the wall, leading what used to be a Team Rocket base under the Game Corner. Everyone gasped at his words. No way. Not possible. He's lying, They were promptly shut up when 4 rocket grunts ran out of said hole with various pieces of their uniforms on fire. Hot. Hot. Put me out. Where's the boss? None of them noticed the group of trainers until it was too late. They were immediately put out and arrested. The remaining group just stared at Ash with contemplative looks, while he just smirked back at him, before wincing and faltering slightly. The wound on his back was pretty painful, to the point where it felt like it was still burning. Jenny then stepped forward. In light of the situation, a thorough investigation will have to be done. Considering the present evidence, I'm guessing that we have you for revealing this rocket base and helping these Pokemon, going by how they are protecting you. She said as she gestured to the Pokemon still gathered around him. However, she said as she stepped forward, you are still wanted for theft, and despite the situation, I have to place you under arrest for the crimes you committed at Professor Oak's laboratory. While she talked, the other trainers looked around, unsure now. This so-called thief just did them a major service. Was he really as bad as the Oak said he was? Ash just shook his head at her. If you still believe that I am the thief the professor says I am, then we obviously aren't on the same page, he said as put a hand behind him. I will not stop until I expose Oak for who he really is and clear my name, so until then. With that, he threw out a familiar silver ball, and a smoke screen exploded over the area. Once the smoke cleared, the trainer and his Pokemon were gone. Only this time, no one had the heart to go after him. Dun 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 dee doo dun dun doo dun 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 dee da dun breaking news dun dun dunn. We interrupt this program for a special new report on a developing story. Good morning Kanto, my name is Margie Simmons and this is Channel One News. Today we are reporting a quickly developing story from Celadon City and the building that used to be the Celadon Game Corner. Officers and eyewitnesses are reporting that this morning, an explosion rang out across the city from the Game Corner, which set the building ablaze. But the most shocking part of this story is what was revealed in that fire. Cut to live footage of the Game Corner. Police officials say that upon their arrival, several members of the infamous Team Rocket were seen spilling out of a hole in the wall in the back of the building. Upon further investigation, it was found that there was an entire rocket base underneath the once world-famous game center. While the police are still sifting through what is left of the former base, so far they have reported finding at least 200 Pokemon cages, 150 reportedly stolen Pokemon, and 40+ rocket grunts, all who have been either arrested or taken to Celadon Hospital for severe burns. Cut back to reporter. Another part of this story that makes it so shocking, is how the underground base was discovered. According to several witnesses, the base was exposed and possibly infiltrated by accused Pokemon thief and fugitive, Ash Ketchum. Picture of Ash in corner. Many people would recognize Ketchum as a 10-year-old boy who was accused of Pokemon theft by the prestigious Professor Samuel Oak on the first day of his journey. According to the professor, Ash stole at least 2 Pokemon, one of them a shiny Pokemon, from his laboratory several months ago, which is why this part of the story is so baffling. Why would a supposed thief do something like this? With me to help possibly explain this is Private Eye Jenny, who has been following this very case. Live footage of Jenny outside of Game Corner starts. Thank you for taking time to help us in this baffling situation. Jenny nodded, thank you for giving me the opportunity. The reporter continued, so how are you related to Ash Ketchum's case? I was hired by the Oaks a few months ago to try and track Ash Ketchum down. It's a very tough and complicated case, especially since he seemed to have all but disappeared. It was only thanks to Growlithe's nose and good old-fashioned detective work that I was able to pick up a trail and find him. I see, and you were able to catch up to him in Celadon? Yes, he entered the Celadon tournament under another name, using the very Pokemon that he had supposedly stolen. I have to admit that he battled well, and that his Pokemon are definitely strong. I confronted him after the tournament, but he managed to slip away and disappear, despite the number of trainers after him. Now I see how. And what is your reaction to his involvement in the rocket base exposure? Any ideas why? Jenny looked a bit uncomfortable. Well, at this time we have no concrete idea why Ketchum attacked the base so fervently, although it is not uncommon to see thieves try and take out their competition. Right now it is not the main issue. The reporter interrupted, but we have heard from several other trainers saying that before Ketchum disappeared in a smokescreen, he said something along the lines of, I will not stop until I expose Oak and clear my name. What exactly do you make of that? Jenny growled, look. The point is, Ash Ketchum is still at large with an active warrant and bounty on his head. Despite whatever you may have heard, he must be brought in and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He is being considered armed and dangerous, and trainers are advised to use extreme caution. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Back in Pallet Town, while many were in shock at the TV report, one woman cried with joy and relief while an old man seethed in anger. Delia was on her knees, thanking Arceus that her son was alive. She hadn't heard anything from him in months, and had started to fear the worst. It was like her husband all over again, but on a deeper, maternal level. Now, thanks to the news, she now knew, that not only was her son alive, but he was actively proving the world wrong and slowly exposing the professor. She was a little angry that he hadn't tried to contact her, but her relief and happiness outran that by miles. Also, she understood. If Ash had even tried to contact home, his chances of being captured or arrested would have been much worse. At this point she was just happy that her son was okay. On the other side of Pallet, an old man was glaring at the special report on the TV. Not only had it interrupted his favorite morning show, but it had delivered some complicating news. I hate reporters, Professor Oak said to himself, always sticking her nose in places they don't belong. Now, because of this, more eyes would be on him and his connection to the Ketchum brat. It should have been soon simple. Make him out as a criminal and throw him in jail for a few years, after which he would be too broken to be considered a threat. But no, the boy is definitely his father's son. Determined and annoying to the end. Knock knock knock. At the sound of someone at his door, the old oak groaned and stood up. Who the hell could this be? At the door was 2 men. One was in his 30s, wearing a suit and holding a microphone, and the other was much younger, wearing a backwards cap and holding a giant camera. Good morning Professor Oak, my name is Charles Ryan from KB18 Kanto News, and we would like to talk to you about Dash. Slam. The reporter was cut off as a door slammed in his face. Not something he wasn't used to, but still surprising. Backslash dash 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 backslash. The newscast played in every town in Kanto, and continued to play in Celadon way into the afternoon. In the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy could hardly take her eyes off the TV. She had heard of the young boy named Ash Ketchum from her sister in Viridian, and was very intrigued. If what her sister said was true, then this would be the at least second time that the supposed thief had messed up Team Rocket's plans. Bang! Scratch scratch. Joy jumped at the sudden noise coming from her back door, and hastily walked over to it, hesitant to open it. Hello? Someone there? Yes. Please, I need help. My Pokemon and I are hurt, a weak, male voice answered. Nurse Joy quickly opened the door and went wide-eyed at what she saw. A young boy, around 10 or 11, was standing there in a hunched-over position, with a Scyther holding his arm, and a Magmar down the alley, looking like he was keeping watch. They all looked like they had been through quite an ordeal, and it was no wonder. As Joy got a good look at the boy's face, she recognized him as the Ash Ketchum from the newscast. Without another thought, she immediately ushered them inside. Soon, 12 Pokeballs were in the rejuvenation machine, a Magmar was in a triage and treat machine of his own, since he didn't have a Pokeball, and a young boy with raven hair was getting his back wounds and burns treated by a very worried-looking Joy. Your Pokemon are all exhausted, the nurse commented, and you're not any better off yourself. What happened in there? The trainer just sighed and shook his head. You don't want to know, Joy, trust me on this one, it was complete chaos. Nurse Joy could only smile. I guess my sister was right about you, she said, causing Ash to raise an eyebrow. She only smiled more. The Joy in Viridian City is my direct sister and best friend. We were only born a year apart, so we were always very close. She told me about a young boy named Ash Ketchum who helped her out when Team Rocket attacked her center. Imagine my surprise when that same young man is found here in Celadon City, and doing almost the exact same thing. Ash could only smile. It was good to know he had some allies in the Joy community. That will definitely help later on. Suddenly, the trainer winced and let out a loud hiss as something cold touched his back. Joy gave him a sympathetic look. Sorry, dear. But I have to make sure these wounds and burns are thoroughly cleaned. The last thing we need is for you to get an infection, she said, and Ash could only nod in agreement. Joy then continued, I'm sorry I'm not an actual human doctor. I can only properly heal minor human wounds, so this is a bit out of my practice. As then turned back towards her at that, but you know as well as I do that going to see an actual doctor is not an option. They'll just turn me in, he said with a worried look on his face. To that, Joy could only nod. I know, which is why I will try my best here. I do recommend you find a place to lay low and rest up. Unfortunately, you can't stay here for too much longer. No doubt that the private eye will be on your trail soon. With that, the boy nodded, and allowed the nurse to get back to work. Backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash dash backslash 1 hour later. Ding! Ding! Nurse Joy! A teal-haired woman yelled as she waited at the front desk. Nurse Joy. This is Private Eye Jenny. I need to talk to you about an important matter. Joy walked out from the back room, making sure it was closed behind her, before calmly walking up the counter. Why hello, Miss Jenny. How may I help you today? Jenny raised a brow at her. She was way too calm. I suppose you've seen the news, already? Joy nodded, putting on a small frown. Yes, I did. Have you come any closer to catching that boy yet? Jenny nodded. Yes, I'm actually following some hunches now, she said with a small smirk. You see, before he escaped again, Ketchum looked like he had been hurt during his little raid of the rocket base. So, it would only make sense for him to seek out medical attention for himself and possibly even his Pokemon. Joy frowned some more and solemnly nodded, makes sense, though I assure you he hasn't made appearance here or, she didn't get a chance to continue as Jenny made herself comfortable in one of the empty seats around the center. That's fine, she says as she stretches out, he'll come here eventually, I just know it. A detective always knows about these things, she says with a smug grin. Joy just sighed and facepalmed. Jenny wasn't going to leave that easily it seemed. But, she started, trying to think of something, what makes you think he's still in the city? It's been hours since the incident took place. He could be long gone by now. Jenny cracked an eye at her, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's not possible. With some help from the Celadon PD, we have every possible exit of the city monitored. If he would have left, they would have told me. But, what about his Venomoth and Haunter? Joy asked, surely you know how they can both put people to sleep. Yes I do. Jenny said, before sharply turning to Joy with a glare, but the question is, how do you know about them? The news reports never said what kind of Pokemon he had. At that, Joy placed a hand over her mouth, realizing her mistake. Jenny quickly stood and stomped over to her, all right. Where is he? What do you know? Joy faltered, Not waiting for a straight answer, the PI quickly headed towards the back where the Pokemon were typically kept. She banged the door open and found a sleeping Magmar, who didn't appreciate all the noise as he woke up and glared at Jenny. Hey! Jenny started, aren't you? She didn't get a chance to finish as a huge flamethrower headed her way, blinding both ladies. When the flames died down, Jenny was singed and covered in soot, and Magmar was nowhere to be seen. Backslash dash 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 backslash. Our rogue trainer was now slowly but surely making his way into the forest and out of town. It was slow going since he was still in a good amount of pain, and there was no telling when a cop or someone would pop up. The last thing he heard before his escape was that Jenny had put up monitoring teams all over the city. He had already had a few run-ins, but thanks to the previously mentioned Haunter and Venomoth, along with a little air surveillance from the silent Golbat, he didn't have too much trouble. At this point, Ash was just wondering what to do next. Could he still continue entering tournaments? Probably not, since Jenny is still on his trail. Maybe I should just head home and rest, he said to himself. Just as his Extran rang. As he brought his arm up and answered, Ash couldn't help but smile as his friend and, in a way, savior, pops up. Ash, exclaimed an excited and worried-looking Dr. Igneous over the video, I just heard about the commotion in Celadon City. Are you alright? The rogue couldn't help but chuckle, I'm fine. More or less. Nothing some rest won't fix, he said, slightly lying. Dr. Igneous raised an eyebrow at him. Are you sure? It looked like you had been hurt with how you were being supported by those Pokemon. He then put on a big smile, and I saw what you said about the old BSTRD, Oak. Do you have any idea how much controversy you've stirred up? Not only is the world looking at you, they're looking at the Oak family as well. At hearing this, Ash couldn't help but smirk. Well, that's exactly what we needed, right? The right kind of exposure to make people start questioning that old fart, he said, then dropped his smile. As for your first question, yes, I was hurt, but I'm recovering just fine. Nurse Joy said I just need to rest a bit. Igneous nodded, very well, if you say so. I could send you some pain meds via Luca. Besides, she's been wanting to see her little boy again. Ash, after chuckling some more, nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, and I could use the pain pills. I'll send her over to you now then. Stand by for a DLVRY. A few moments later, a flash appeared, and Ash had Luca's Pokeball in his hand. He immediately released the Lucario, who promptly gave him a bottle of pills, labeled Tramadol. Now Ash, Igneous warned, careful with that stuff, it's not a narcotic but it's powerful in its own right. It may make you drowsy or give you a euphoric feel. Ash smirked, is that a bad thing? Ash. Okay. Okay, the trainer laughed. He then released little Riolu, who immediately yelled out in surprise and happiness when he saw him Mom. The two shared a heartfelt hug as Ash watched nearby with a small tear in his eye. Lou. Rio. The connection between the two made Ash think of his own mother, who was probably worried sick in Pallet Town. I need to make sure she's okay as soon as the heat dies down, he thought to himself. I hope the professor won't try anything to Dash. Cario. Ash snapped his head towards Luca, who was glaring in a direction just behind him. Preparing for the worst, and to possibly run, the trainer slowly turned. And came face to face with a stoic-looking Magmar. After blinking a few times, Ash smiled warmly, Hey Magmar. Did you follow us all the way here? I thought you wanted to stay at the center. The Spitfire Pokemon shook his head, and instead put on a smirk and got into a fighting stance, causing Ash to share his smirk. Oh. You want to battle, huh? Sure. But not here. We'll set the whole forest ablaze. He then turned to the Lucario, it's alright, Luca. He's a friend. You think you can help us find an empty clearing so we can battle? And I mean empty, he stressed. Luca simply nodded and took off. A few moments later, a large enough clearing away from the trees had been found, and Ash and Magmar were standing on opposite sides of the field. Magmar. Today you're going to be fighting my fire starter and strongest Pokemon. I hope you're ready. With that, Ash threw his Pokeball, and released his best friend, his black Charizard. Upon seeing his opponent and how strong he looked, Magmar put on a devilish smirk. He was gonna have fun with this. Okay, Charizard. Let's start things out. Flamethrower. Ash yelled, wanting to test the waters. He knew Magmar's was strong from its performance at the base. So he would have to be careful a bit. Magmar quickly responded by meeting Charizard's torrent of flames with his own. The two flamethrowers met in the middle of the field, with neither looking to give an inch. The result was a small explosion from the built-up of power. Ash nodded, then continued, Charizard, into the air. Then use Dragon Pulse. Charizard took off into the air and with a roar, formed a turquoise orb in his mouth, before letting it rip towards Magmar. The grounded fire type glared at the orb before quickly jumping out of the way. He then glared at Charizard before sending a flurry of small yellow orbs at the flying fire type. One made its mark and caused the large Pokemon to spiral towards the ground, landing in a heap. Charizard. Are you okay? Ash asked with worry. Charizard was able to stand again, but had a haze over his eyes as he stumbled about. Demon, Ash said softly, that was Confuse Ray. Better be more careful. Magmar then flared up in flames and pounded the ground with his fist, causing several geysers of fire to erupt from the ground and towards Charizard. That's Lava Plume. Charizard, look out. The warning was in vain for the still confused fire type, who was hit dead on by the attack. The good news though, was that the lava plume was enough to snap Charizard out of his confusion. Burned and angry, the massive black beast let out an ear-deafening roar, to which Magmar replied with his own roar, showing he wasn't intimidated. Ash smirked, we're just getting started. Charizard, smoke screen. The flame Pokemon grunted and let out a huge veil of black smoke around himself and Magmar, making so that neither were able to see each other. The Spitfire looked around, panicking slightly from losing visibility of his opponent. He let off some flamethrowers into the smoke, but all were misses. Now. With that, Magmar looked straight ahead, only to be hit in the side with a Dragon Pulse. He fell to the ground, winded. That really hurt. The furious fire type turned towards where the attack had came from and prepared another flamethrower, only to be hit full force by a steel wing. Mar, it yelled in pain. Ash smirked, now was his chance, Alright Charizard, finish this up with Seismic Toss. The flame Pokemon roared as he took Magmar high up into the air, doing 3 barrel rolls before coming back down at high speed, and sending Magmar spiraling to the ground. The result was a knocked-out Magmar. Pokeball, go! Ash yelled as he threw an empty Pokeball. And with 1, 2, 3 shakes, Magmar was captured. Yes, the excited trainer exclaimed. Thanks for your help, Charizard. We got a powerful new friend. Riolu and Lucario clapped their paws together from the sidelines, congratulating him on the capture. Ash smiled brightly at them before calling the doctor back. Ah! Ash! Dr. Igneous said with a bright, slightly creepy smile. I was just about to call you. Everything okay with Luca and her pup? Heh, they're fine. Very happy to see each other again. Thanks for the pills by the way, I can already tell they're working. Ash responded with a light chuckle, I was gonna return her to you, but what did you want to call me about? WL. The doctor started, scratching the back of his head nervously, I know you wanted to come home and rest. But I have a favor to ask of you. Letting out a sigh, Ash nodded. All right. Continue. The doctor then smiled, you see, my boy. In about a month's time, there will be a huge excavation of an area called Grandpa Canyon. They say that there will be a huge cash crop of fossils there for trainers to dig up. Would you mind going there and acquiring a few fossils for my studies? The still recovering trainer just rolled his eye lightly with a smile, sure, document. No problem. Can you send me the coordinates and a date? The doctor nodded, certainly, they're on their way. This should be relatively easy for you despite the publicity you're getting. They're just going to give out a digging kit to anyone who's interested. Just have your Pokemon help you and it'll be no sweat. I'm gonna hold you to that, Doc, Ash said with a smirk, cause despite my short time here, I definitely feel like I need some time off. He then turned towards Lucario, who gave her son one last hug, then nodded to Ash, who returned her to her Pokeball. At seeing his mother disappear, Riolu whined a little and looked down at the ground. At seeing his upset friend, Ash placed a hand on the little jackal's shoulder, don't worry, we'll see her again real soon. At that, Riolu quickly cheered up and nodded. Soon, Luca was back home, Ash had his next destination, and they were on their way. Backslash dash 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 backslash. A month passed by relatively quickly. For the most part, it was just spent traveling, training, and for Ash, recovering. The burns on his back, though slowly healing, still hurt like a beach. He kept his back covered for the most part, and managed to cough by a new jacket along the way. It was almost like his old one, except it was more grayish than black. Magmar fit into the family quite well, since he wanted to keep getting stronger. He had, unsurprisingly, developed a heated rivalry with Charizard, challenging the fire starter almost every day. Not that Charizard minded, he actually looked forward to their spars. Other than that, the only interesting thing that happened was that some of the Pokemon learned new moves. Riolu unlocked his egg move Blaze Kick, and learned Copycat, Onix unlocked his egg move of Defense Curl and learned Dig, and Haunter learned Dream Eater and Dark Pulse. Soon, Ash found himself looking over a wide, gaping canyon that looked to go on for miles. The trainer couldn't help but look on in awe as the sunlight slowly started to cover the area. Beautiful. Around 9 a.m., a few hours later, a large group of trainers, including a hooded trainer in the way back, were waiting at the entrance of the canyon. Eventually, an older-looking man with a thick mustache and partially balding head, stepped forward and began to speak, "Welcome everyone to the opening day of the Grandpa Canyon excavation. Each of you will be given a set of tools to work with for the duration of your time here. You will each be allowed to use your team of Pokemon to help you, whether it be for digging or protection. Please be aware that fossils and fossilized bones are very fragile and take a gentle touch to remove them from the dirt without harming them. If you see anything that looks like a fossil, please come and inform me or one of the officials so we can examine and excavate it fully. You will be allowed to take pictures of the fossils, but all findings must be turned in for study. Any questions? Yeah, I got one, someone said, causing everyone to turn eyes to him, including Ash. The boy immediately went wide-eyed and twitchy when he saw who it was. A boy his age, with spiky auburn hair, and wearing some ridiculous-looking Indiana Jones-type clothes. None other than Gary Mather Oak. As you know, my grandfather, Professor Oak, is a very influential man. We were wondering if we may be allowed to take a fossil or two for his studies, he asked with a smug grin. The man just stared at Gary. While I am sure he is, and I know well of him, I cannot allow that at this time. As said before, all findings need to be thoroughly studied by us first. Then, they will be distributed to museums and laboratories and such. The answer caused Gary to glare at the man in contempt, and the rest of the crowd, including Ash, to chuckle lightly. Still, this complicated things for the young rogue. 1. How was he going to sneak out some fossils if he found some, and 2. How was he gonna sneak past Gary? Would the boy be fooled by his simple but effective disguise? This canyon's pretty big though, I may not even have to worry about him. With that thought, Ash went to the entrance, picked up a set of tools, and got to work. Backslash dash 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 backslash. After a few hours of searching and digging, Ash and his team decided to take a rest. With help from Golbat's supersonic, Nidorino's horn attack, and some bastardized digs and water guns from the others, the trainer had managed to successfully dig up a couple small fossils, small enough that he was confident he would be able to sneak it past the officials. Right now, they were all enjoying a quick snack of fruit and poke pellets. After they were done, Ash stood up and stretched out his still sore body. He was still healing after all. He then turned to his waiting team and said, "Let's move to a different location, I think this spot's cleaned out." They all nodded as he returned all but Golbat, then said to him, "Think you could use your supersonic to find us a new spot?" The bat Pokemon happily nodded and flew off, with Ash following right behind him. If they had stayed a second later, one of them may have noticed a group of troublemakers snooping around the canyon. Within a half hour, Golbat had found an empty, but spread out area that looked like it hadn't been touched yet. After observing and quickly exploring the spot, Ash nodded, "Perfect, Golbat. I'll bet we'll find some good fossils here. Let's get started." "Hey!" At that voice, Ash suddenly froze in place. He knew that voice, and prayed to Arceus that he wouldn't have to hear it for a while. Guess those prayers went unanswered, he thought as she made sure his hood was up and on straight. Upon turning around, he came face to face with none other than that arrogant snit, Gary Oak. The brown-haired boy just glared at him, which he hastily returned the glare with yellow eyes. Though on the inside, he was nervous. Did he follow me? Why is he staring at me like that? Does he recognize me? This could get bad. The angry-looking Oak stalked up to him, pointed and said, "Yo, kid. Listen here. This is my digging spot, alright? I called dibs. So why don't you be a good little noob and get lost?" he said in a snooty, snarky voice, now pointing the way he came from to emphasize his words. At his words, Ash outwardly raised an eyebrow, while inwardly he was sighing in relief, "Oh, thank the legends, he doesn't recognize me." Still, is it just me or has his head gotten bigger? At that thought, the hooded boy just crossed his arms and looked around the clearing before saying, "Strange. I don't seem to see your name anywhere, besides I got here first," he said in a low voice, to hopefully throw Gary off. It seemed to work, since Gary didn't seem any more shocked, only angrier. "Hey," he said, raising his voice, "don't you know who I am?" he said, pointing to himself. Ash took one look at his clothes and smirked, before saying, "An Indiana Jones groupie? A what? A Lara Croft reject?" Growling. No. Wait. I know. Dr. Deadrock. Why you? That's it. I challenge you to a 3-on-3 battle, right now. Winner gets this digging spot, loser leaves with his tail between his legs, he then ready to pokeball, so get that tail of yours ready, cause my Pokemon are top notch. Shut up and throw your ball already. Ash said as he rolled his eyes. It hadn't even been 5 minutes and he was already sick of Gary's mouth. Fine. Arcanine, let's go, the Auburn boy yelled as he released his fire dog, who announced his arrival with a loud bark. Seeing that Dmed dog made Ash glare and smirk at the same time, resulting in a truly evil-looking face. It was time to pay that puppy back for that cheap shot at Mount Moon. The face he made also caused Gary to take a step back, slightly scared and wondering what he had got himself into. Very well then, the cloaked trainer said as he held up a Pokeball and released his own Pokemon, which in this case, was Riolu. Gary blinked a few times as he looked at the little black dog. What's that Pokemon? He asked as he pulled out his Pokédex. No data available. Ash just smirked. Riolu here doesn't originate from Kanto, so your little starter dex is useless. Gary just growled and humphed, whatever. That little pipsqueak won't stand a chance against Arcanine anyway. He then pointed towards Riolu and commanded, Arcanine, wrap this up quick, Flame Wheel. At his trainer's command, Arcanine lunged forward at incredible speed, its body becoming engulfed in flamed as it charged towards Riolu. Ash watched the fire type for a moment. He had to admit, it had some impressive power. Too bad its trainer is so arrogant and hot-headed. Okay Riolu. Wait for it, he said as he showed a steady, level hand. Then, once Arcanine was almost on his Pokemon, he shouted, jump. Riolu leaped high into the air, allowing the fire-covered dog to pass under him. As soon as he landed, his trainer yelled, alright, now charge and use Force Palm. At that, the little Pokemon charged towards Arcanine with impressive speed, readying his palms. Arcanine, turn around and use Flamethrower quick. Gary yelled. His Pokemon quickly turned his head and released a powerful line of flames towards his opponent, who instinctively dodged without the need for a command and kept going, sending Arcanine flying with a powerful Force Palm. Though, Ash soon noticed, it wasn't a clean dodge as Riolu now had a small burn on his leg. Upon seeing his Pokemon get hit, Gary growled, Arcanine. Get up. Quick. In almost no time, his legendary Pokemon was back on his feet, and he smirked, like I said, you're gonna have to do better than that to take my Pokemon down. Why don't you just give up now, he taunted, still cocky as ever. Ash just raised an eyebrow at him, are you going to call out your next command? Or are you just going to stand there and yap your gums all day about absolutely nothing, he said, raising his voice as he went. He was quickly getting very annoyed with this battle and wanted to get it over with. Gray just growled, his whole face becoming as red as a tomato berry, fine. Arcanine. Extreme speed. Riolu, match it with Copycat. Soon, both Pokemon were dashing at high speeds across the makeshift battlefield, exchanging blows as they charged head-on into each other over and over again. Soon, Ash noticed that, due to its sheer size and weight advantage, Arcanine was gaining the advantage, and ordered, Riolu, dodge the next charge and use Force Palm. Arcanine, protect. Gary yelled, not about to let his opponent gain the advantage again. Riolu successfully dodged upwards and was coming down with his next attack, when Arcanine summoned a shield around himself. Ash however, just smirked and yelled, switch to feint. With a quick flip, Riolu was able to successfully bypass the protect, leaving both of their opponents in shock, and also sending Arcanine flying backwards once more. Once Riolu landed, he was panting heavily. The constant attacks back and forth was taking its toll. Ash just sighed, while Riolu was a fighter, he may not have the endurance or the attacks to write back. He couldn't use Blaze Kick, since there was a good chance that Gary Blasted Dog had the Flash Fire ability. Riolu, come back and take a rest, you did well, the still mystery trainer to Gary said as he recalled his Pokemon. At seeing this, Gary started laughing hysterically. What's the matter? Figured out your weak little dog had nothing on my powerful Arcanine. This caused Ash to glare menacingly at him, causing the auburn-haired boy to flinch. Only reason I called him back is because this is taking too long and I want to get this over with. So now I'm going to just destroy that med dog and the rest of your Pokemon so I can get back to work. He then threw out his next Pokemon, Gyarados, to the battlefront. With a huge roar, the atrocious Pokemon made himself known, then glared down at his opponents, his intimidate ability making them both flinch in fear, with Arcanine even letting out an audible yip. Ash could only smirk at their reaction, then ordered, "All right. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. End that mutt." The large serpent roared and released a huge geyser of water from its mouth. Ah! Arcanine, dodge! Gary yelled out in desperation, although a little too late as he could only watch his legendary be engulfed and soaked in the large torrent of water. Once the attack subsided, Arcanine was revealed, knocked out and a washed-up mess. Ash only smirked and said, "Looks like I win this round." Gary merely growled as he recalled his Pokemon and pulled out another Pokeball. "You'll regret that. Now both you and that pathetic snake are going to get a nasty shock. I just hope it shocks them and not me this time. Or at least listens to me," he thought to himself, as he threw his ball. Go. Out from the ball came a small, yellow mouse, with long, thin ears, and a lightning bolt-style tail. Ash instantly recognized it as a Pikachu, though. From the look on its face, it didn't look like it appreciated being called out. The hooded trainer merely watched as the electric type lazily looked over at him, then up at his Gyarados. Strange thing was, it didn't even look scared. Ash brought out his X and scanned it. Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. It has small electric sacs on both of its cheeks. If threatened, it releases electrical charges from these sacs. Okay Pikachu, Thundershock on that Gyarados. Nothing, the mouse only gave Gary a deadpan look and said, Pika. This caused Gary to growl with annoyance, do as I say, damn it. Thundershock. Now. This time, Pikachu did use his attack. On Gary. Yeewa. The young trainer cried out as he was blasted, and fried to a crisp. Ash blinked once. Twice. Before busting out in a fit of laughter, "Oh, this is just rich," he said, almost dropping the deepness he added to his voice. "Tell me something, Gary, exactly who is training who?" He then looked down at the little yellow rodent. "Still I admit, that attack had a lot of power. You're a feisty one, aren't ya?" The little Pikachu smirked and nodded, crossing its little arms in pride. Gary, however, didn't appreciate the comments as he stood back up, covered in soot and red in the face. "You med rodent, I've had it with you. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa gave you to me, you'd be gone by now." That caused Ash to tilt his hooded head. "Your grandfather gave you a Pokemon that hates you?" Gary just sighed in response. He said it would be a good test for me to tame it. Ash just shook his head and smirked. "Seems like you're failing." Gary shook his fist and growled at him. "Hey. No one asked for your opinion, you dash." Boom. Crash. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the entire canyon, causing a humongous dust cloud to form, and several small rock slides. Diggers were thrown off their feet and received several minor injuries. Ash and Gary managed to escape injury, and were now both running towards the epicenter to see what could have caused such a blast. What they found shocked them. "What the? Weren't you idiots in jail? Who are you?" Ash and Gary yelled respectively. "Prepare for trouble," the redhead known as Jesse said. "And make it double," the bluehead known as James said. Skipping the rest. The hooded Ash just sighed and shook his head. "Let me guess, you morons were the ones that caused that explosion, right?" "That's right," the Meowth exclaimed. "What better way to mine for fossils than ta dash?" "Shut up, Meowth!" Jesse yelled like a banshee. you're giving away our plan. Gary just shook his head in exasperation as he looked at the huge hole now in the ground. I hope you idiots realize that by setting off that explosion, you may have very well destroyed the very thing you and everyone else was after, he said, tightening his fist. Fossils are extremely fragile, and wouldn't have been able to survive that blasts. At this info the trio blinked. We didn't think of that. The response caused both boys to facepalm. That's when both Pikachu and Meowth's ears perked up. Huh? Meowth, what is it? James asked. What is it, Pikachu? Ash asked as he noticed the Pokemon's behavior before Gary did. Both Pokemon ran over to the edge of the newly made gigantic hole. Pika. Something's down there. And it's movin'. Both Pokemon said in worried voices. As everyone else inched closer to the hole, they noticed that an entire new cavern room had now been opened up. W.A. Gary said in awe, while Ash just frowned and muttered, it's getting louder. Next thing that was heard was the faint flap of heavy wings. At hearing that, all but Jessie and Gary backed away from the hole. Soon, the flapping was getting louder. And louder. Gary, what are you doing? Get back. Ash yelled, dropping his fake voice completely. Jessie. Both Meowth and James yelled in worry at the same time. Aeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee knocking both Gary and Jessie back about 10 feet. Jessie hit the back of her head and was knocked out, while Gary landed on his stomach. "Ow," he muttered. His heart then stopped. He felt something rough and strong wrap around his waist. He only had enough time to gasp before being pulled up into the air. "Gah! Gary!" Ash yelled out in fear. Even though he didn't like the guy, the last thing he wanted was for him to get eaten. He immediately released Charizard and took off into the air after him. As they were chasing after the now identified Aerodactyl, its prey was now struggling in its grip. "Gah! Let me go! Come on!" Gary yelled as he tried to pry open the fossil's claws, which only led to the beast tightening his grip. "Ugh! I'm coming," he heard a familiar voice call behind him. He turned his head and saw the trainer he was battling before the explosion, only something was different. His hood blew off, and his face was revealed. Oak knew that face anywhere, and the shiny Charizard was further proof. Ash. Arrow. Seeing that it was being followed, the rocky beast flew faster and higher into the air. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. The black fire type quickly formed the green orb in his mouth and fired straight at Aerodactyl, scoring a direct hit and causing the prehistoric Pokémon to drop in altitude and slow down. The beast turned around and retaliated by sending several white orbs at his attackers. Ash and Charizard barrel rolled to the left to dodge the incoming attack. That was ancient power. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Soon, Charizard was charging forward with metallic wings, and Aerodactyl charged towards them with Iron Head, taking a screaming Gary along for the ride. The two powerful Pokémon collided in mid-air several times, head to wing, making sword-like clangs with each contact. Gary, meanwhile, was looking pretty green in the face. After several collisions, they both backed off, and Aerodactyl let loose a beam of green flames. Charizard, matched that with Flamethrower. Charizard immediately released his on flames, which met with the dragon breath and caused an explosion of smoke. The rock type glared at the smoke, looking for any movement, only to get a flamethrower to the face a second later, catching it off guard. "Iru," it screeched out, then panicked as its wings were grabbed onto by two powerful arms. As the fossil Pokémon thrashed around, it let go of Gary, who screamed as he started to plummet to the ground. Ash reacted quickly by throwing out another Pokeball. "Fearow. Dive down and grab Gary, quick." "Fearow," the beak Pokémon yelled out, then dived bomb towards the screaming trainer, catching him with his sharp claws about 20 feet above ground. The still airborne Ash sighed in relief, then called to his fire type, "Okay, buddy, let's finish this." Seismic Toss. The Pokémon grunted and flipped in the air before barreling towards the ground at high speed, then with a huge move, slammed Aerodactyl into the ground, effectively knocking it out. As soon as he landed, Ash dismounted Charizard and threw a Pokeball at the prehistoric beast, catching it before anyone could protest. By this time, a large crowd of trainers and officials had gathered, including an Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, and had witnessed nearly everything from the sky battle to the rescue. As Joy tended to a still shaken-up Gary, everyone else was staring at the familiar trainer, in awe at what he had just done. Not only had he saved a fellow trainer from imminent death, but he had also captured a live Aerodactyl. It was unprecedented. Soon, Officer Jenny stepped forward and asked the question, "I recognize you, I think. Are you by chance, Ash Ketchum?" Ash looked at the officer, wide-eyed, before realizing. Crap. My hood's down. He then turned to Jenny, "I believe you're mistaken, the boy you're looking for has brown eyes, doesn't he?" "My eyes aren't brown," he said as he pointed towards his currently yellow eyes. Toro's sheet, someone yelled out, that someone being Gary as he stepped forward, "It's you, Ash, just admit. Your shiny Charizard is a dead giveaway. Come on, I'm not the only who has a shiny." Ash was cut off when the young oak held up his hand and said, "Remember Ash, you and I grew up together, so it's almost impossible for you to hide yourself from me." He then smiled, "Although I admit, you almost had me at the beginning when I first saw you." At this point, everyone in the crowd was conversing in whispers. They had heard of Ash Ketchum. From the original theft at Oak's lab, to the incident at the game corner in Celadon. There weren't many people in Kanto that haven't heard his name at least once. "Though I do have a question," Gary said as he continued. "Why did you save me anyway? You certainly didn't have to do that. Considering how much of a prick I've been to you," he asked, mumbling the last part. Ash just smiled, dropping the facade completely. "Like you said, Gary, you and I grew up together." He then frowned, "And in spite of how much I hate you and your grandfather for messing up my journey, I couldn't just stand there and let you get eaten." At that, Gary looked down, his heart for the first time full of guilt. It was at this point that Jenny stepped forward. "Well, Ash Ketchum, your case is a very complicated one. According to Professor Oak, you're nothing but bad news. However, since you've started your journey, we've also seen you do a lot of good, especially against Team Rocket." At her comment, Ash went wide-eyed and looked around. "That reminds me, did anyone see a red-haired woman, a blue-haired man, or a Meowth? They're members of Team Rocket and responsible for the explosion." "I can back up his words," Gary exclaimed. "They said they were looking for fossils." The crowd was once again in a whirl. Obviously no one had seen them, so the trio probably slipped away during the battle before the crowd got there. It was then that an official stepped forward. "In light of the current circumstances and the new instability of the grounds, I believe it is best to cancel the fossil digging event for now, until this mess is cleaned up." The announcement made everyone groan, but nod in understanding. The official then turned to Ash. "Usually I would ask that a Pokémon so valuable as Aerodactyl be turned over for research, but I think I know where that would lead," he said as Ash frowned, "so all I'm asking you is to take care of it. Despite what I've heard, I think you're a grand trainer, and will be one of the great one day. Just like his father." Gary said to himself in a soft, sad voice. He then coughed and corrected himself, putting his cocky mask on again. "Anyway, I have better things to do than waste my time here." He then looked down to Pikachu, who had been watching the scene with Ash along with the rest of the crowd. "Pikachu, return," he said as he aimed to ball at the electric type. Only for the mouse to dodge the red beam at the last second. "Huh. I said return," he tried again. And again. And again, only for the mouse to dodge. By this time, everyone was watching him, and a few chuckles could be heard from the crowd. The irritated trainer noticed this and looked down in utter embarrassment. "That's it," he yelled out, with an anime tick mark on his face. "I've had enough of you." He then pressed a button on the Pokeball and Pikachu was covered in a blue light. "You're free to go do what you want. Just be prepared to get eaten by some predator, or captured by a trainer that won't treat you as well as I did," he yelled, with a little arrogance slipping into his voice. Pikachu just stared at his former trainer with a sweat drop, before noticing all the other trainers looking at him, obviously wanting to catch the strong-looking, and to girls, cute electric type. He then looked to Ash, who was talking to Officer Jenny, seemingly trying to convince her to let him go despite the active warrant. "No one has to know it was me or that I was here. This is a tough one. There's my job, but then there's the morality." The small mouse then looked at his strong-looking Charizard and Fiero, who were right behind him and looked ready to take off if needed. Without another thought, and before the Pokeballs could start flying, Pikachu ran over to Ash and jumped under his gray cloak. Ash immediately froze and went wide-eyed at the feeling of something crawling up his back. He slowly looked over his shoulder. Thought only to find a pair of black and yellow ears. Then a pair of black eyes and a chubby yellow face. "Oh." As said as he relaxed, "It's you, what are you doing on my back?" Pikachu then pointed to Gary and the crown, then tapped on the cloak trainer's shoulder, speaking his own language of Pika, Pika Pika, Pikachu, Pika. "So what you're saying is, instead of being with Gary or anyone else, you'd rather come with me?" Ash asked. Pikachu, it nodded in confirmation. "Oh come on," a voice, obviously Gary's, said in the crowd. Ash chuckled, although a Pikachu wasn't on his list of must-have captures. He couldn't deny the little guy's spunk and power. "Alright," he said, "but you'll have to understand that no one gets special treatment, and I can be very strict with my training," he warned. Pikachu thought for a second, then nodded. With that, the little Pokemon was promptly captured. For a moment, Ash just stared at the Pokeball and sighed, "Never thought I'd get a Pikachu." Jenny watched all of this and sighed, "Maybe we can let you go this once." She then turned to the crowd, "What do you all say?" "Yeah." Everyone cheered, they liked the kid after all. At that point, no one saw the thief that Professor Oak tried to make them see. Even Gary was smiling. Ash smiled at the crowd and nodded in thanks, then he had a thought, "Hey Gary, what are you gonna tell the professor about Pikachu?" The Auburn just waved him off, "Let me handle that." "Don't worry about it," he told him, but on the inside he was worried about the same thing. With that, Ash then turned back to Jenny, "In that case, I have to get going." He got on Fiero's back, recalling Charizard for a well-deserved rest. He then waved to the crowd and took off into the skies. For the first time since he started his journey, smoke was not needed.